This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 478, Tianyu God Killer Cannon. Black Hole Evolution Layer. The parts can be strengthened, all thanks to the large number of black hole dense stones provided by the players of the Kingdom of God. But resources such as the Sand of Time are rarer than black hole dense stones. There is no need to worry too much about the 5th and 6th level Angel Blood. Song Wujiang had promised him before that he would take the initiative to negotiate with the Stark family in the name of the family. Although the two families had some unpleasantness before, it was not to the point of enmity. In addition, with the current development trend of the Song family, I believe that the Stark family will not refuse this opportunity to rebuild relations. After all, if the news is correct, the Stark family's ancestor Hardy had reported the news of the star falling years ago, and it was after the failure of the attack on the Star Destroyer. This means that the Stark family not only lost an extreme dreadnought captain, but also did not pass down the White Ghost, which weakened their strength. In this case, they would definitely hope to establish a good relationship with the Song family, and they would also make the negotiation between the two families known to everyone. The title of the quasi-immortal family is still somewhat intimidating to those forces that are eyeing the Stark family's assets. In addition, Song Qi actually had a lot of entanglements between the Last Blessing and Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine components. The reason why he chose Last Blessing in the end was because it had the auxiliary energy supply efficiency bonus of the multifunction converter component that had evolved to orange quality. And the current energy supply of Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine was still sufficient. However, even so, Song Qi still strengthened the Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine component from LV60 to LV69. When he extracted a new Master Spirit from the Immortal Memory Fragment later, he would use it to strengthen the engine component as soon as possible. A few minutes later, the strengthening was completed. Black Hole Evolution Layer, LV60 LV70, Tianming Si Nanpan, LV60 LV70, Last Blessing, LV60 LV70. As for the attribute changes, the Black Hole Armor Layer provided by the Black Hole Evolution Layer was upgraded from the 6th level to the 7th level, and the defense performance was exactly the same as that of the Neutron Star Core Armor, and the storage of the Black Hole Energy Pool increased from 10,000 to 30,000, and the Black Hole Energy that can be used for the collapse effect at a time also increased to 3,000 points. Heavenly Compass Plate. Song Qi only focused on one of its characteristics. After the 7th level, the tracking radius of the compass tracing source characteristic increased from 10 million light-years to 100 million light-years. It will be easier to search for the whereabouts of other time chests in the future. In addition, the light spot outside the radius of the star map of the ground also became brighter. At this point, Song Qi can basically conclude that this light spot, which is so far away, should be the other part of Heavenly Compass. Finally, the Last Blessing is a battleship repair component. After the 7th level, its repair effect will increase again. Effect, after activation, it will immediately repair 84%, 42% times 2 of the ship's armor. Restore 84%, 42% x 2 of the energy shield value. And repair 46%, 23% times 2 of the ship's hull. However, after this, it has basically reached its upper limit. Even if it is strengthened to level 79 in the future, the repair effect will not change. At most, it will reduce the component buffer time. After strengthening these parts, Song Qi contacted Shen Yuren again. Through this pioneering war, Shen Yuren also upgraded the Seed of Fire to red. The two of them worked together to strengthen the Heart-to-Heart pendant from LV50 to LV60. Although with the current configuration of Tianxu Sangqiong, there is basically no need to borrow the various parts of Baishu Qingyu at most. When the attack characteristics of the main gun and super main gun are all in cooling, the attack characteristics of the opponent can be temporarily borrowed. But don't forget, the Yin Yang Tong Xi Pei has more than just the feature of Yin Yang Strive. After the two, Tong Xi and Pei are bound to each other. They will also fully enhance the firepower, defense, and speed of their respective warships. The bonus is only 160% at LV50, and 180% after LV60. Don't underestimate this 20%. With the current attributes of Tianxu Sangqiong in these three aspects, a 20% increase is also a very large value. Song Qi glanced at the resources in his hand, and found that the titanium crystal was almost exhausted. He thought about it, and finally strengthened the Mirage Dragon Pearl, from LV60 to LV69, and then ended this strengthening. Overall, he was very satisfied with this strengthening. The only thing that made Song Chi feel a little bit interested was probably the Poshazin Seal component. This component was the most frequently used component, but due to the limitation of special resources, it could not be strengthened to LV70, which was the most uncomfortable. Alas, I hope that the subsequent trading space of the players of the Kingdom of God will bring some surprises. There are millions of alien races in hundreds of thousands of different star fields. Their potential is still unquestionable. The only thing they need is a little bit of luck. He doesn't believe that there is really no sand of time among the players of the Kingdom of God, and it is more likely that they have not been discovered by the players of the Kingdom of God yet. After chatting with Shen Yuran again, Song Chi quickly left the market. The foundation of the Baishu Qingyu is still a little lacking. It will take some time to upgrade to a battleship. Longji Mountain, Family Ancestral Temple. Even though he had already known the news of the successful promotion of Tianxu Sanqiong, Song Wujiang still seemed quite happy when Song Chi took the initiative to report the matter. However, he did not see Song Xingru. Song Chi guessed that she should be practicing in seclusion in Ziyuechengda in order to break through the 6th level guidance technique as soon as possible. After all, the family is currently short of manpower. A breakthrough one day earlier will relieve the family of great pressure. A fearless captain is enough to free up a lot of manpower for the family. After reporting this, Song Chi sent the 2 Chongming divine birds transferred from the Spirit Beast's secret realm, including the 3 sky demon phoenixes that had been bred, to the Dragon Ridge secret realm, and informed the ancestor of their characteristics. After hearing that the Chongming divine bird could actually give the heaven-defying talent of double pupils, Song Wujiang's eyes showed great interest. Even though the upper limit of the 2 Chongming divine birds was fixed at the 6th level due to the lack of laws they comprehended, they still played a significant auxiliary role for him now. At the level of the great perfection of laws, the difficulty of perception is beyond imagination. Every means that can increase perception is extremely precious. As for the heavenly demon phoenix marrow, it is too early. Song Wujiang's idea is to increase the number of heavenly demon phoenixes first, so that they can become another exclusive special resource of the family in the future. After explaining these, Song Chi did not plan to stay any longer. Although the Tianxu Sanqiong has been promoted, his own guidance technique has not yet broken through. The most urgent task is to break through the 5th level guidance technique first. But before leaving, Song Wujiang waved his hand and took out a storage capsule. When he put his mind into it, Song Chi was delighted. There were not many things in the storage capsule. Only 3. But they were all what Song Chi urgently needed. 5 or 6 level angel blood. 10 super level bodybuilding potions. A silver legendary quality main gun. After a brief moment of joy, Song Chi showed a bit of embarrassment on his face. Then, under Song Wujiang's gaze, he pointed out the problem of insufficient titanium crystals in his hand. Song Wujiang didn't say much, and waved his hand again to take out 5,000 titanium crystals. Song Chi was grateful for this. Although the family had just acquired the intermediate titanium crystal vein containing the core of the vein in Jiefengfulu, the number of titanium crystals that could be obtained each year increased from 150,000 to 240,000. However, the improvement of the family's strength in recent years is obvious to all, under the premise that the clan members' ships are actively upgrading. The demand for strategic resources such as titanium crystals is naturally increasing. So the result is that, even though the family's annual titanium crystal production has increased significantly, it is still a bit stretched. In this case, 5,000 titanium crystals are obviously not a small number. Jutian Market. After leaving the family ancestral hall, Song Chi returned to the market as soon as possible. He summoned the Tianxu Sanqiong in the freestall area, and continued to strengthen the battleship. Well, the object of strengthening is naturally the silver main gun provided by the family. Tianyu God Killer Cannon LV0 quality, silver. Features, power increased by 110%. Feature 2, every attack fired by the main gun, there is a 50% chance to trigger a double combo. Feature 3, 4 creatures with the power of faith, divine power, divinity and other characteristics, the damage effect is doubled. Feature 4, Tianyu God Killer. Consumption, 50/shot, psionic points, attack, 193 charging, 10s, buffer, 20s upgrade required, 30 strands of floating land origin, 0 order, 3,000 psionic points, 30 strands of faith power, 0 order, Tianyu God Killer, consume 50,000 psionic points, concentrate the power of God Killer. If the target hit by the next shot is a unit with the power of faith, divine power, divinity, godhood, and other characteristics, it will cause 29 times the damage of the main gun power, cooling time 720 hours. For this main gun, if it were in the hands of another Shinhua captain, it might not be easy to strengthen, but Song Chi has the totem spirit pillar parts, so he has no shortage of faith power. Not long after, he strengthened the main gun to level 69, and its power was greatly increased. As for the Angel Kingship Wings component, Song Chi only strengthened it to level 69, because if he wanted to strengthen it to level 70, he would not only need a Master Spirit, but also a drop of 7th level Angel Blood. Song Chi could extract several Master Spirits from the memory fragments later, but Master level Angel Blood was not that simple. At least in the entire Tianpan River system, there was a high probability that there were no angels of this level. Song Chi, who was not willing to give up, informed Shen Yuran about this matter and asked him to keep an eye on it. At the same time, he returned to Longji Continent and sent this matter out in the Yaguang Xingling group chat. Number 32 Jingja, tag all members. I need the blood of the 7th level angels. Please keep an eye on it. Thank you. Number 26 Xuanhu, 12-winged seraphim source blood? You think too highly of me. Woo woo woo. Number 32 Jingja, ordinary blood is fine. No essence blood or source blood is needed. But the quantity should be more. A few dozen drops are not a problem. Number 26 Xuanhu, that's good enough. I'll take this matter. Number 19 Zhuiyang, got it. After dealing with all this, Song Chi returned to the market. This time, there was no other distraction, and he rushed straight to the all-attribute training room. However, before he entered the training room, a long cry suddenly came from above. Looking up, it was Chengyu, who had also reached the peak of the 4th level. There were strong laws of light and space flowing on the wings of the little guy, and he had already entered the intermediate level. Through telepathy, Song Chi understood what Chengyu meant. Do you want to devour the flesh and blood of the Jiexing clan's master? At that time, the poisonous flame black-scaled python used his life to take a drop of the master's blood containing the master's true spirit for Song Chi, and a piece of flesh and blood weighing hundreds of kilograms. Although Song Chi had extracted a lot of ordinary master blood from that piece of flesh and blood, it still contained a small amount of flesh and blood energy. Song Chi thought about it, and then nodded. The Jiexing clan itself is a creature of the law of exposing light. This master-level flesh and blood is indeed of great benefit to Chengyu. Thinking of this, Song Chi handed this piece of master-level flesh and blood to Chengyu, and sent it to the Dragon Ridge floating continent. Chengyu is now at the peak of the 4th level. After swallowing this piece of master-level flesh and blood, there will be a high probability of impacting the 5th level, and the 6th level Dragon Ridge continent can slightly increase the success rate of this impact. Market, all-attribute training room. Song Chi held a super-level bodybuilding potion in his hand, and then he took out a clam pearl about the size of a ping-pong ball from the storage capsule. This is the deep-water clam pearl of the highest age produced in the clear water spring during this period, and it is as old as 9,000 years old. Carefully grind it into powder with the psionic energy, and then neutralize it with the super-grade bodybuilding potion. After that, Song Chi took a deep breath, and swallowed the super-grade bodybuilding potion in its entirety. When a large amount of heat rapidly rose in his abdomen, he quickly assumed the posture of practicing the Dalian technique, and began this closed-door practice. Chapter 479 10 Years and Surprises. Old Hong, after this delivery, you should have enough to exchange for a few blue parts for your kid. Right? Almost, but the blue parts are still a little short. I would rather get a piece of purple quality ship armor. Purple ship armor? You have so many merits? In the dark starry sky, a fleet consisting of hundreds of ordinary star ships and 10 frigates is traveling at full speed. In the magnetic wave communication group chat connected by the 10 frigates, the frigate captains chatted intermittently. Speaking of merit, the leading frigate captain named Lao Hong showed a hint of pride on his face. However, he still maintained a calm tone. You were all transferred from the family's colonized star field, and you did not participate in the previous pioneering war, when the family's large forces plundered the nests of the star robbers on various floating lands. There were too many good things. Even if you didn't get much because of your contribution, you got more than one purple component. Well, before that, I had already exchanged a purple main gun for my kid. Hearing Lao Hong's calm words, The other frigate captains were full of envy. He had already prepared 2 purple parts for his son. So it is conceivable that there must be more purple parts on Lao Hong's own ship. It is said that the previous pioneering war was a carnival for the captains of the entire Tianpan River system. But no one expected that the harvest would be so great. This made several captains feel regretful in their hearts. Before the pioneering war, the family had issued a war call. But it was not a mandatory requirement. The clan members below could choose to refuse. Several of them had never participated in the pioneering war before. After sighing, several escort captains quickly turned around, and their faces were full of enthusiasm again. Although they missed the previous pioneering war, the family is now developing very well, with plenty of opportunities in front of them. As long as they work hard, the future is still very bright. For example, the escort mission at this moment. It is only necessary to safely send the family transport fleet to the nearest medium-distance transmission stargate. In the past, the reward for such a mission was definitely very limited. But now, the reward has skyrocketed 3 times. Han 2. The voice in the communication group chat sounded again, but this time it was immediately interrupted by Lao Hong. No, the radar is warning, something is happening, everyone pay attention, enter the first level combat alert. Hearing his words, although the other escort captains did not receive the warning from their own ships, they all chose to believe the Captain Lao Hong. Because everyone knew very well that the purple quality air patrol radar was installed on Lao Hong's ship, both in terms of detection range and accuracy, which was far beyond the blue or even white radar. TSK, the hatch of Captain Lao Hong's ship was opened. And then a steel mecha with a height of about 10 meters rushed out. After rushing out of the warship, the size of this alloy mecha began to expand rapidly. And finally the size suddenly increased to 100 meters. It's a Hellfire mecha. I have heard that each team will be equipped with a 4th level Hellfire mecha. But I have never seen Hantu use it. I didn't expect it to be true. Seeing this 100-meter alloy mecha, a guard captain showed surprise on his face. This is a Hellfire mecha with a 4th level combat power. It is said that it played an irreplaceable role for the family during the pioneering war. Before everyone could think about it, light and shadows appeared from all directions. Be careful. It's the Golden Sky Spider. Pay attention to the formation and fire freely. I've heard that there are spider-like creatures in this star field. I didn't expect it to be the Golden Sky Spider that escaped from the chaotic star field. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, the entire dark starry sky began to appear with beams of energy. Just like the gorgeous fireworks that kept blooming. The battle lasted for about half an hour. Because there was a Hellfire mech in charge. The Golden Sky Spider was basically strangled to death. And only a few fled in the same direction. Han 2, 12 ordinary starships sank, but our team was not damaged. What should we do? Should we continue to Dinghai Stargate number 18, or should we return? In the communication group chat, the faces of the escort captains were not good. Although the territory newly occupied by the family is vast, but before that, it was basically led by Captain Julu, who cleaned up the entire area with the Hellfire Mecha group. Although there have been attacks in recent years, the frequency is not high. This is the first time they have encountered an attack during their missions. Compared to the urgency in the voices of other team members, Song Hong was obviously calmer. After all, they were all people who had participated in the Great Exploration War. Naturally, they did not react much to the scene of a 3rd-level Golden Sky Spider just appearing. After pondering for a while, Song Hong quickly said, "Calm down. Lao Yu. First contact the nearest communication point through the Xinhui network and report this matter. In addition, immediately lead the transport fleet back the original route. These Golden Sky Spiders suddenly attacked. And it must not be without reason. If we continue to move forward, we may suffer a second attack from them. Han 2. What about you?" Song Hong turned his eyes and looked in the direction where the surviving Golden Sky Spiders fled. I always feel something is wrong. These Golden Spiders have been discovered by passers-by many times before, but they have never taken the initiative to attack the passing starships. This is why the family has never sent anyone to deal with them. It is a bit abnormal for them to take the initiative to attack this time. I have to go and take a look. But it's too dangerous. Someone in the team objected and did not agree with Song Hong going to explore alone. Although Song Hong's ship was equipped with many purple parts, it was only a 2nd-level frigate after all. According to the information provided by the family's Foreign Affairs Department, the group of Golden Spiders that escaped from the chaotic star field before had 5th-level Golden Spiders. However, Song Hong had a firm expression, And he still insisted on his decision. It's okay. There is a void membrane on my ship, and it has been strengthened to level 39. Under the premise of hiding in the void, it shouldn't be a problem to explore from a distance. Seeing his insistence, the other members of the team did not say anything more, and began to command the transport fleet to turn around and return at full speed. The Golden Sky Spider might come again, and they didn't have time to stay here. After separating from the team, Song Hong controlled the ship and chased after the Golden Sky Spiders. With the Purple Patrol radar, he did not lose the position of the Golden Sky Spiders and followed them carefully. Under his deliberate control, the warship always maintained a suitable distance from the Golden Sky Spiders in front, which was difficult to be discovered, but also did not lose the trace of the other party. After flying for several hours, Song Hong's mind was always tense. In order to survive the previous Great Pioneering War, he relied primarily on carefulness and vigilance. Fortunately, he was not disappointed. After several hours, the speed of the Golden Sky Spiders began to slow down. Not long after, a large number of figures appeared on the Purple Patrol radar of Song Hong's ship. There are so many Golden Sky Spiders, and judging from its size, there is also a 4th-level Golden Sky Spider. Song Hong's pupils suddenly shrank, and he dared not let the ship move forward any further. After calming down again, he focused his eyes, and saw the familiar space vortex channel in front of the 4th-level Golden Sky Spider. Is this the entrance to the secret realm? It's actually a secret realm. No wonder the Golden Sky Spider took the initiative to attack. It was afraid that the family fleet would continue to advance and discover the existence of this secret realm. Thinking of this, Song Hong's heart turned happy. The value of a secret sea of stars is inestimable, so reporting it to the family will definitely get a considerable reward. While carefully manipulating the ship to turn the ship, Song Hong also mobilized his mental power to connect to the Xinhua network at the fastest speed. Although the development level of this star field is not high, over the years, the Song family has naturally built a basic Xinhua network. Although it is very simple, it can at least allow him to notify the nearest family communication point in the first place. Dozens of light years away, the Xinhua network communication node temporarily established by the Song family. What? Secret realm? The clan member in charge of the communication node here is also a 2nd-level captain. The communication point has received the news of the attack of the Golden Sky Spider. But since there is only one 3rd-level Golden Sky Spider, and it has been killed, the priority of the news is not high. Normally, it will take about 10 days to be reported to the 4th-level clan elder stationed in this star field. Not to mention the Foreign Affairs Hall headquarters far away in Longji continent. But now with the word secret realm, the priority is completely different. In just a few dozen minutes, the news was reported to the 4th-level elders of the Song family in the star field. Longji continent, Longji Divine Mountain, Family Ancestral Hall. Looking at Song Qi, who was already emitting the breath of 5th-level life, Song Wujiang nodded. Yes, you have broken through the 5th-level guidance technique in 10 years. A 190-year-old formal battleship captain is enough to rank in the top 3 in the 3,000-year-old inheritance of my Song family. Song Qi, a battleship captain less than 200 years old, only in the top 3? There was some doubt in his heart, but Song Qi did not show it. But Song Wujiang's eyes were so sharp, he still accurately captured the flash of surprise in Song Qi's eyes, but he just smiled, and did not give a direct reply. During these 10 years, he also signed a Chongming blood contract with the 5th-level Peak Chongming Divine Bird. This can be seen from the shadow of the double pupils in its eyes. Of course, it should be said that it is now the 6th-level Chongming Divine Bird. After Song Wujiang took out some good things in his hands, the 5th-level Peak Chongming Divine Bird had officially been promoted to the 6th level not long ago, which was 1 year faster than Chengyu's promotion to the 5th level. Song Wujiang did not pay much attention to this matter, and said, "We have to wait for a while for the action of the Black Devouring King Beast. At least until Ru Girl's guiding technique breaks through. If you want to go out at this time, it is naturally possible. But the premise is that in the subsequent family actions, you can rush back as soon as possible to deal with the Black Beast. You can't do without the help of your time domain artifact. Moreover, you need to strengthen it to the 7th level as soon as possible. The 6th level is not enough." "Yes." Song Qi nodded quickly. The reason why he proposed to go out was to find the suspected 2nd time chess component. If you want to rush back to Longji continent, it's just a matter of words. "Huh?" Just when the matter was agreed upon and Song Chi was about to leave, a bronze chair above the ancestral temple suddenly began to shine. The two looked up, and after a while, a projection of a clan elder appeared on the bronze chair. Before Song Wujiang could ask, the projection of the clan elder spoke eagerly. First ancestor, a secret realm has appeared in the Jieling Star region. This secret realm is temporarily occupied by the Golden Sky Spider. I fought with a 4th level Golden Sky Spider occupying the entrance to the secret realm before, and found that this secret realm is very special. It prohibits 4th level and above units from entering. Hearing this, Song Chi asked, "Have the elders sent people to investigate? Can you confirm what level of secret realm it is?" Hearing this, the projection replied, "If the tribe members below are right, it is most likely a primitive secret realm." When the word primitive came out, the eyes of the two people in the ancestral hall flashed. But at this time, the elder projection was still anxious. First ancestor, somehow, a 6th level Golden Sky Spider suddenly appeared over there. The casualties of the tribe members below are very serious. Please support the family as soon as possible. Hearing this, the 6th level life breath on Song Wujiang's body spread out uncontrollably. Hearing that the casualties of the tribe members were very serious, he was obviously a little angry. But in the end, he turned aside and looked at Song Chi beside him. Song Chi also understood the meaning of this and nodded slightly. Chapter 480 Rage. Song Chi understood what his ancestor meant. Now Ruzu is at a critical moment of impacting the 6th level. In addition, since the Song family was named a quasi-immortal family, it has attracted much attention from the outside world in recent years. I don't know how many forces are secretly watching all the changes in the Dragon Ridge continent. For this reason, Dinghai Longxiang can never go out easily otherwise. If you are not careful, all the secrets of the Song family on the Dragon Ridge continent will be explored clearly by outsiders, which the Song family will never allow. In addition, the Jiefeng floating continent has also been involved recently by a 6th level Jiexing clan, and the original ancestor is also unable to get away, so he is the only one left. However, Song Chi has enough confidence in the Tianxu Sanqiong, which has been promoted to a battleship. It is just a 6th level cracked gold spider, and he can deal with it alone. So he agreed without thinking too much. After the agreement, the projection of the clan elder quickly dissipated. The starry sky projection is not without consumption. The entire Dragon Whale Palace is rooted on the Dragon Spine continent. Every activation consumes the floating land origin of the Dragon Spine continent. And it is not a low-level floating land origin of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels. The family's order came quickly, before the support personnel were decided. The 1st level family call was issued in the land of Longji Floating Land. Longji Ancestral Hall, all clansmen listened to the order. All the 2nd and 3rd level clansmen in Longji continent gather at Shinshan Square immediately. Longji Ancestral Hall, all clansmen. Longji, 3 consecutive call orders alarmed all the Song clansmen in Longji continent. The summons from the Ancestral Temple. It's actually the summons from the Ancestral Temple. Remember, in the past 200 years, there were 2 times. The previous pioneering war, and the subsequent family comprehensive immigration plan? Yes. What happened? No matter what. Since the summons from the Ancestral Temple has been issued, we, the 2nd and 3rd level clansmen, will naturally respond immediately. I'll go first. I'm already at the Shinshan Square. It's about a primitive secret realm, and it's not excessive to use the family summons. You know, even if it's a primitive secret realm, that's a little worse. Its value is enough to be comparable to an ordinary golden wonder. If it's a top primitive secret realm, it can even be comparable to a black ultimate wonder. Under the powerful appeal of the Ancestral Temple summons, in less than 10 minutes, a large number of warships had gathered above the White Jade Square at the foot of Longji Mountain. At a glance, there were dozens of cruisers with a length of 1 kilometer, and more than 4 digits of frigates with a length of 100 meters. Seeing this, Song Hao, who was also mixed in the warships, stared at them slightly, and had a new understanding of the family's current strength, as far as he knew, because the new occupied star field was being fully developed. More than 95% of the family members were not in Longji continent. Even he, because he had comprehended the laws in Longji's secret realm before, and was busy familiarizing himself with the 2 secret arts he had just mastered after leaving the secret realm. So he stayed in Longji continent. But even though most of the clan members have been sent out, there are still more than 70 cruisers gathered at this moment. From this rough estimate, we can conclude that the number of third-level clan members in the family is at least 1,400. There are more second-level clan members, and I am afraid that the number has already approached 100,000. How can Song Hao not be surprised to come to this conclusion? You know, nearly 100 years ago, this number was only 1/3. Just as he was surprised, Song Hao felt silence in his ears. The magnetic wave communication group chat that was noisy a second ago suddenly became silent. Moving his sight upwards, through the holographic exterior of Haomiao, Song Hao then saw a small space crack appear out of thin air in the sky not far away, and then a familiar figure with traces of nearly perfect space laws all over his body, slowly stepped out of the space crack. Lord Song-Chi, it's Lord Song-Chi. Such a strong pressure, Lord Song-Chi has actually entered the 5th level, hiss. If I remember correctly, His Highness Song-Chi seems to be less than 200 years old? Listening to the exclamation from the communication group chat beside him, Song Hao's expression did not change much. He just stared at the figure standing out of thin air above the sky in the distance. Respect and determination and other emotions intertwined in his eyes. Song Hao has deep gratitude for Song-Chi, the direct descendant of the previous generation of the family. However, in addition to gratitude and respect, there is still a third feeling. A long time ago, Song Hao has set Song-Chi as his goal. He also wants to be like Song-Chi, to become a symbolic banner of the new generation of the entire Song family, to make a louder reputation for himself and the family, and to spread the name of Dinghai Song throughout the Morning Star Kingdom, the Tianpan River system, and even the broader territory of human civilization. All cruiser captains, half of the escort captains, listen up. Recall your ships. Under the influence of the 5th level psionic energy, Song-Chi's voice was clearly heard throughout the sky above the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. At the same time, everyone saw the Tianchu Sangqiong, which flew out from Song-Chi's forehead, and finally turned into a 14,000-meter-long ship, floating high above everyone's head. Because the Xinhua Battleship Manning Certificate, currently loaded on the Tianchu Sangqiong, was only of blue quality. Although it was strengthened to the 3rd level, it could only carry a few thousand Xinhua captains, and could not carry all the tribesmen. So only half of the escort captains could be selected. Even so, the number of people pulled into the battleship by Tianchu Sangqiong still exceeded 900. After doing all this, strong spatial fluctuations began to flash around the body of Tianchu Sangqiong, and Song-Chi started the space jump. In the battleship cabin, although the psionic energy in the body was blocked, the curiosity and eagerness in the eyes of nearly 1,000 Song family members did not diminish at all. They looked around the cabin of Tianchu Sangqiong, and then looked at the vast Dragon Ridge floating land outside through the holographic view. Even if they didn't know where Song-Chi was going to take them, they knew that the family elders would never ask them to die. The next second, the crowd was slightly noisy. It turned out that the Tianchu Sangqiong had cancelled the holographic exterior function, and even the outer windows of the warship were covered. The main controller of the Tianchu Sangqiong, Song-Chi, ignored the call from the cabin. The warship had already jumped to the vicinity of the falling fire plane, and was about to enter the large-scale combined illusion space covering the entire falling fire plane sky. This large-scale combined illusion includes multiple space wormholes that the family has opened up for more than 100 years. It is related to the confidentiality of the space wormhole generator, this golden strategic level component. Naturally, it cannot be seen by these little guys in the family. They are all new generation members of the clan. They cannot be like the ordinary members, who developed the Holy Dragon Continent. They can only travel back and forth between the Dragon Ridge Continent and the Holy Dragon Floating Continent for dozens or hundreds of years, to cut off all possibilities of leaking information. These new generation members are different. It won't be long before they will be assigned to different star fields under the clan. If they really know about this, there will naturally be a risk of leakage. Song-Chi's active closure of perception with the outside world is actually for their own good. The goal of the Tianchu Sangqiong was very clear. It rushed straight to the wormhole entrance on the right above the sky of the combined illusion space. It was connected to the Jiefeng floating land tens of thousands of light years away. Song Xuan was not on the Jiefeng floating land at the moment. So after passing through the wormhole, Song-Chi did not stay on the Jiefeng floating land for long. He swiped out of the illusion space used by the Jiefeng floating land to cover the wormhole passage, and the Tianchu Sangqiong rushed straight to the sky of the floating land. When the holographic exterior function of the warship was turned on again, the Song family members in the cabin suddenly found that they were already on the Jiefeng floating land. Jiefeng floating land, This is jeffing floating land. Weren't we still in Longji continent before? How did we cross 50,000 light years in such a short time and arrive at jeffing floating land? Could it be a long-distance teleportation stargate? While everyone was talking, Qianxu Sanqiong had already started space jump again. 2 days later, Qianxu Sanqiong, after continuous jumps, finally arrived at the star field coordinates given by the projection of the Elder before. Jialing Star Field, Evil Spider Star Region. Elder, it's no good. If we don't retreat, our Jialing Star Field garrison fleet may be difficult to reorganize. In the dark starry sky, thousands of Xinhua warships and Lijian Sky Spiders were fighting in a melee. With Lijian Sky Spiders having an absolute numerical advantage, the losses of the Song family fleet were gradually increasing. However, the problem now was not whether they were willing to retreat, but that they simply could not retreat. Not to mention the Zhulu ship of the Song Lihai clan Elder that was entangled by a 5th level and 3 4th level Golden Sky Spiders. Even all the 3rd level cruisers present, including hundreds of Hellfire mechas, were all surrounded by a large number of Golden Sky Spiders. Clang! The mythical mecha giant transformed by Song Lihai's ship held a red light long axe, and once again collided head-on with the 5th level Golden Sky Spider's spider legs that were as hard as high-grade alloys. Under the huge recoil force, the mythical mecha giant was repelled hundreds of thousands of meters, and a large piece of the dark armor covering the outer layer of the mecha giant's body was torn off again. If you look carefully, you will find that the armor layer and the hull of the mythical mecha that Song Lihai's ship has transformed into have been damaged by more than 50%. This is already very serious damage. If it is hit head-on several times, it may completely lose its ability to move. However, even so, Song Lihai is still trying his best to comfort his people. Don't panic. This matter has been reported to the ancestor, and the family support will arrive soon. As he said this, Song Lihai paused abruptly, and as he moved, the mythical mecha giant turned his sight to a battlefield on the side. There, a cruiser with a hull length of more than 1,200 meters was fighting a 4th-order Golden Sky Spider. When facing a 4th-order Golden Sky Spider, this cruiser with good combat power could still deal with it. But at this time, a 4th-order Golden Sky Spider that had destroyed many Hellfire mechas in the distance was also heading towards the battlefield. Seeing this, Song Lihai's eyes condensed, and the mythical mecha giant raised his left arm, and the last remaining main gun with an attack characteristic was activated by him. With the help of a special part of the warship, the black muzzle of the mecha giant's left arm was charged extremely quickly, and it was charged in less than 3 seconds, and then it exploded. After one strike, the 4th-order Golden Sky Spider that wanted to join the battlefield was annihilated. Seeing this result, Song Lihai was relieved. The captain of this cruiser with good combat power was named Song Bai, who was selected as the 5th sequence in the family in the past 10 years. There was a red component and many orange components on the ship. It was the seed that the family focused on cultivating. He must not let it get into trouble. But as he was distracted for a moment, the 5th-order Golden Sky Spider in front of him seized the opportunity. The spider leg, which was like an alloy slashing knife filled with the law of crushing gold, slashed across, causing the mythical mecha giant transformed by Song Lihai's ship to be damaged again. This attack was fast and fierce, directly causing the damage to the mythical mecha giant's mecha hull to soar to 80%, and also causing Song Lihai to lose control of his own warship. At this point, the warship could no longer maintain the mythical mecha form, and it turned back to the warship form. But the 5th-level Golden Sky Spider was not prepared to give it a chance to breathe, and the spider legs of the alloy slashing knife swung again. Elder Lihai. In the melee, some members of the Song clan saw this scene, with fear in their eyes and roaring in their mouths. However, it was more like the impotent rage of the weak, and it could not cause even the slightest impact on the battle situation. At the critical moment, a black and white light flashed from afar. The extremely fast beam of light shot out and penetrated the body of the ferocious giant spider with a size of more than 10,000 meters at lightning speed. It was precisely because of this almost ignored beam of light that the 5th-level Golden Sky Spider froze strangely, and the sharp spider leg that slashed across stopped less than 100 meters away from Song Lihai's ship. The next second, the warship wrapped in the black and white light shield rushed over, and the black and gold horn flashing with cold light at the bow of the ship hit the back of the 5th-level Golden Sky Spider fiercely. What shocked all the creatures present was that the energy of this collision was unknown, which caused the warship wrapped in black and white to pass through the body of the 5th-level Golden Sky Spider, which instantly broke into pieces and completely lost its life. It was not until the 5th level golden sky spider died that the Song family members realized it belatedly and came back to their senses, and the sound of surprise came from their mouths. The black and white light shield, it is Lord Song Chi's Tianxu Sangqiong. The Tianxu Sangqiong has been promoted to a battleship. The support sent by the family this time is actually His Highness Song Chi, who has been promoted to a battleship captain. Now we don't have to fear those golden spiders anymore. But this is just a battleship captain. What do you know? You young man? His Highness Song Chi once killed more than 25th level Jisheng people in one blow during the Zhulu ship stage. He is a super genius, who ranks among the best in the entire Tianpan River system. Song Chi ignored the thoughts of the Song family captains who escaped death. He swept his eyes around. When he saw the sunken battleships everywhere around him, he had visible anger in his eyes. Swish, the battleship hatch opened, and hundreds of 4th level Jisheng slave legions under the 6th level Abyss Devil surged out. Song Chi's order was also very concise. All the golden sky spiders, don't spare a single one. A massacre began. Chapter 481, Fear in the Special, Original Secret Realm. Hundreds of 4th level Jisheng people attacked with all their strength, and the more than 4-digit golden sky spiders in the surrounding starry sky could not even last 10 minutes, and were easily strangled. After clearing all the golden sky spiders, Song Chi took back all the Jisheng people, and quickly flew to the side of Song Lihai's ship. 86% of the ship's armor was damaged, 81% of the ship's hull was damaged, and it is difficult to repair in a short time. Hearing the information given by the Cheongtian intelligent brain, Song Chi frowned slightly. Elder. But just as he opened his mouth, Song Lihai took the initiative to interrupt him. The elder, who was over 1,200 years old, had a slight smile on his face and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry about me, old man. Xiao Qi, you came just in time. Although, Si Haili Tian Hao has lost its ability to move, it will recover after a period of repair. You can go directly to the secret realm. The exploration of the golden sky spider has probably been going on for quite some time. You must hurry up." Song Chi nodded. Knowing the importance of the situation, he naturally understood that the original secret realm was the most important. However, he did not leave directly, but left the 5th level fire-breathing dragon here, letting it guard Song Lihai and other tribesmen whose warships were damaged. He took hundreds of tribesmen who still had combat power, and nearly 1,000 people in the Tianxu Sangqiong, and rushed to the secret realm ahead. However, before setting off, Song Chi set all the more than 900 people in the Tianxu Sangqiong out, letting them board another cruiser to remove the restrictions of the Xinhua Warship Man certificate. After arriving at the entrance to the secret realm, these people need to enter the original secret realm. Before that, they naturally need to remove the restrictions on the psionic energy in their bodies and restore their combat power. If they do so in the Tianxu Sangqiong, they will need to consume the 5th level floating land essence. Millions of 5th level floating land essences. Even if Song Chi has some wealth, he cannot afford such consumption. However, if he changes to the 2nd level or 3rd level floating land essences, it will be much easier to accept. The next day, the Tianxu Sangqiong and several cruisers and frigates rushed and finally arrived at the final destination successfully. A lower star region that has been occupied by countless golden spiders. Looking at the dense golden spiders in front of them, the Song family members all felt a little scalp numb. There was no way, although a considerable number of them had participated in the pioneering war, but there were too many golden spiders in front of them, hundreds of thousands. Only Song Chi in the Tianxu Sangqiong was not affected. His face was calm, and his first thought in his heart was actually sighing. If there were so many golden spiders in front of us when we started the battleship promotion mission before, it would be great. However, this was just a fleeting thought in his mind. Song Chi quickly turned his attention back to the entrance to the secret realm. Even though it was obscured by a large number of golden spiders, by activating his double pupils, he still captured the space vortex surrounded by a large number of golden spiders. Yes, it is indeed the entrance to the secret realm. After confirming this, Song Chi no longer hesitated. The hatch was opened again, and the hundreds of 4th level and above Jisheng clan flew out again. After many Jisheng clan, the Yanli giant and the Cyclops troll were also sent out of the warship, with the threat of the 6th order Jisheng clan, the flame giant, and the 3-headed 6th order slave creatures of the Cyclops troll. The more than 6-digit golden sky spiders around finally caused a commotion. It was not until then that Song Chi's voice was transmitted to several nearby warships through the magnetic wave communication group chat. Okay, everyone, summon the warships in order. Faced with this order, the Song family members in several warships couldn't help but hesitate. There were hundreds of thousands of golden sky spiders around. Who would dare to go out and summon warships at this time? However, after seeing the 14,000-meter-long Tianxu Sangqiong ship, the clan members felt a little relieved. Finally, under the leadership of Song Hao and Song Bai, two contemporary sequences, they left the warships they were riding one after another and boarded their own warships. 10 minutes later, the team behind the Tianxu Sangqiong increased from hundreds to more than 2,000. Moreover, under the intimidation of hundreds of fourth-level Jiexing people, the team was still gradually moving towards the entrance of the secret realm. During this process, no golden sky spider dared to stop it. For Song Chi, this scene was natural. After all, 3 6th-level slave creatures were not for show, but for the younger generation of the family. It was a scene that they would never forget for hundreds of years. He used his own strength to intimidate more than 6-digit golden sky spiders, among which there were nearly 10 5th-order golden sky spiders and 1 6th-order golden sky spider. This kind of scene, even if told to outsiders, would not necessarily be believed. But now it really appeared in front of them. Moving forward, it didn't take long for Song Chi to see the 6th-order golden sky spider with a body size of more than 120,000 meters. The first time he saw the other party, Song Chi's eyes flashed instinctively. Although its body size was not different, his intuition told him that this 6th-order golden sky spider could not be as simple as the first promotion to the 6th order. This was completely inconsistent with the inference he and Song Wujiang had made before. Before setting off, the two had speculated that the 6th-level golden sky spider of the golden sky spider clan was most likely only a preliminary promotion. After all, when they escaped from the Chaos Star region, the golden sky spider clan did not have a 6th-level golden sky spider. Shaking his head, Song Chi no longer paid attention to the doubts in his heart. In any case, the other party did not seem to have any intention of taking action. In comparison, now it is most important to explore this primitive secret realm as soon as possible. Everyone, listen up. The space vortex ahead is the entrance to a secret realm. Now everyone can enter and explore freely. Search for rare resources in the secret realm as much as possible. If you encounter a golden sky spider in the secret realm, don't hold back. Kill it if you can. If you can't beat it, run away. In short, try to put your own safety first. As soon as Song Chi finished speaking, some of the more than 1,000 tribesmen began to control the warships to fly towards the entrance of the secret realm. After all, it is a secret realm, and it is a primitive secret realm. There must be extremely precious resources in it. No one can ignore the temptation of a primitive secret realm. Hao Miao, in the main control room of the warship, Song Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. The original secret realm, although it is dangerous, it also represents great opportunities. If we can seize this opportunity, then, thinking about it, his eyes gradually became firm. Hao Miao had a much better start than other people of the same generation because of the neutron star debris. In addition, he had never slacked off in these years, and also gained a lot in the Great Exploration War. Now, Hao Miao has been equipped with 2 red parts and many orange parts, and its combat power is extraordinary. In addition, Song Hao had been promoted to the orange seat of fire not long ago, and he had great confidence in his own ship. However, just as he drove the orange engine and rushed to the entrance of the secret vortex, he heard a voice. Wait a moment. Song Hao's eyes lit up, and he chose to obey without any hesitation, because it was Song Chi who came from the voice. Song Bai in the daytime also received the message with him. Half a minute later, a faint light appeared in Song Chi's eyes. Even the brainwave imprint and the bridge of the mind were blocked. In order to understand this unknown secret realm more intuitively, Song Chi placed 3 brainwave imprints on the 2nd-level clan warships that entered the secret realm earlier, including a 3rd-level Jiexing clan enslaved by the slavery metal. However, after entering the secret realm, all of them, without exception, lost contact with him. After discovering this, Song Chi's heartbeat slightly accelerated, and a thought quietly emerged in his mind. This primitive secret realm is definitely not simple. The reason for this thought is very simple. So far, he has come into contact with quite a few primitive secret realms. But whether it is the Dragon Ridge secret realm, the Spirit Beast secret realm, the cultivation secret realm, or even the Jishin clan heritage secret realm that he visited during the pioneering war, never had such a situation occurred. This alone is enough to prove that this unknown secret realm is extraordinary. Putting away the many thoughts in his mind, Song Qi turned his mind back. A golden light flashed in the Tianxu Sanqiong, and the Tianming Sinan Pan was activated. The next second, the brainwave remote control system component was decomposed to its initial state. He planned to give this component to Song Hao temporarily. Since the inside and outside of the secret realm were isolated, it would not have any impact inside the secret realm. With the blessing of this component, Song Hao was believed to be able to explore this primitive secret realm better in the future. In addition, he also took out 2 silver components from the Xinhua Zuqiao, a silver energy shield, and a silver ship armor. Both were obtained from the market during the previous 10 years of breakthrough. Originally, they were going to be taken to the Star Tower Mall to exchange for points, but now they can be lent to the 2 juniors first, so that the combat power of their ships can be further improved. In addition, there are 2 red main guns. The 5 parts and the supporting strengthening resources were handed over to Song Hao and the other 2, and the special features of this secret realm were explained, and they were asked to go all out while ensuring their own safety. Song Qi watched the 2 enter the secret realm one after another. 10 minutes later, more than 1,500 second and third level members of the Song family all rushed into this unknown secret realm. After doing this, the Tianxu Sanqiong, surrounded by many slave creatures, and the 6th level Golden Sky Spider, began to wait quietly. In the battleship's main control room, Song Qi glanced at the 6th level Golden Sky Spider in the distance, his eyes flickering. According to his original plan, he wanted to fight after all the members entered the secret realm. After all, if it was just an ordinary 6th level Golden Sky Spider, and it was not blessed by the floating land rules, the 3 Yanli giants could easily suppress it. After hesitating for a long time, he finally shook his head and suppressed the thought of taking action. This 6th level Golden Sky Spider had a special aura, which made Song Qi extremely uneasy. In addition, there were an astonishing number of 4th and 5th level Golden Sky Spiders around. If he really took action, he would not be able to defeat it, but it would at least be very troublesome. Unless he used the market projection order directly. He was unwilling to waste a market projection order in vain before he knew what kind of resources were in this unknown secret realm. So the final result is very obvious. Both sides maintained this strange balance with a special tacit understanding. After the violent space change, Song Hao recovered from the after effects of teleportation with a pale face. Since the self-guidance technique was promoted to the 3rd level, this was the first time that he had such a serious teleportation backlash, even more exaggerated than when he was deployed in the alien star field. Shaking his head, Song Hao forced himself to be alert and quickly looked around. Where is the man in white? Is he teleported randomly? Ming Ming and Songbai's daytime are the entrances to the secret realm together, but there is no trace of daytime around, which made Song Hao have a bad premonition in his heart. When his sight turned to the orange patrol radar on the side, seeing the radar map compressed to only show the surrounding range of 100,000 meters, Song Hao's eyes were full of solemnity. Sure enough, just as Uncle Song Qi said, this secret realm is very different from ordinary secret realms. He glanced at the newly installed brainwave remote control system component again, and saw that it had not yet completed cooling. Song Hao could only control the Haomiao to fly forward along the low altitude. In other words, the battleship was also equipped with a purple void membrane, strengthened to the 4th level. As long as it did not actively attack, the battleship would be in a hidden state, and it would be difficult to be discovered. Otherwise, Song Hao would never dare to control the battleship to fly randomly like this. After several hours, Haomiao had already flown a long distance. But looking at the still monotonous blue-gray Gobi Desert around him, Song Hao could not help but frown, because he was worried about his tracks being exposed. He did not let the warship fly at full speed. But after several hours, the distance he flew was more than 1,000 kilometers. He did not know how big this secret realm was, but he knew that in the Dragon Ridge secret realm, thousands of kilometers was not a short distance. The problem was that in the secret realm were thousands of his family members, and tens of thousands of Golden Sky Spiders were deployed. He did not find anyone over such a long distance. Song Hao knew what this meant. The area of the secret place under his feet might be far beyond his imagination. Just as he was wondering, the radar beside him finally sounded a prompt. looking in the direction shown by the radar map. Song Hao soon saw a 1,000-meter-long golden sky spider. However, it was obviously not this third-level golden sky spider that caught Song Hao's attention, but the strange creature fighting against it. What is this? Looking at the human-like creature in front of him that was only 100 meters tall, but had 3 heads and 6 arms, Song Hao's heart was full of question marks. In his impression, he had no information about this strange creature. A creature unique to the secret realm? Just as he was thinking, the battle ahead had reached a white-hot stage. The 3-headed, 6-armed creature, which was only 100 meters tall, suddenly expanded, and finally swelled to the point where it could rival the third-order golden sky spider. The blood energy overflowed from its body, and then the 6 arms suddenly blasted out, and the third-order golden sky spider was stunned and killed on the spot. Chapter 482 Overlord Level Shur Clan Civilization. Song Hao's heart tightened slightly. Although the third-level golden sky spider was not a difficult creature to kill, the key point was that the two were fighting hard the moment before, but they were suddenly killed the next second, which made people alert. Song Hao suspected that this 3-headed, 6-armed creature might have extremely special means, but he had not captured it. And just now, when the other party's body expanded to a height of 1 kilometer, he felt a faint sense of familiarity in his heart, but he could not remember where this familiarity came from. With this in mind, Song Hao remained alert and did not rush forward, looking at the 3-headed, 6-armed creature in front of him. It did not shrink in a hurry, but excitedly carried the body of the golden sky spider and ran away. Seeing this, Song Hao tried his best to keep a distance from the other party, and controlled the Hao Miao, hidden in the void, to follow carefully. The 3-headed, 6-armed creature ran for about dozens of minutes, until it finally disappeared into a green-gray hill that rose and fell. Not knowing what was behind the hill, Song Hao did not rashly control the Hao Miao to follow, but activated the brainwave remote control system component that had already cooled down, and injected the 3 brainwave marks into the bodies of 3 4th-level shadow warriors, and remotely controlled the 3 warriors to explore first. Like the patrol radar, brainwaves were also suppressed by this secret realm, but the degree of restriction was not that great. At least Song Hao felt that with the current strength of his own mental power, it would not be difficult to control several shadow warriors to fly hundreds of kilometers. In addition, the Shadow Clan's terracotta warriors themselves belong to the dark attribute. Although they are not as elusive as the space attribute terracotta warriors, they are still good enough in terms of concealment. They quietly disappeared into the continuous hills in front. As for the tier of the terracotta warriors, the terracotta warriors themselves do not have an extraordinary system. Although they have been strengthened to the 4th tier, they are strictly speaking just pseudo-4th tier puppets and are not rejected by the secret realm. However, Song Hao guessed that the 4th tier should be the limit. If he summoned a terracotta warrior strengthened to the 5th tier, he would be rejected from the secret realm as soon as he left the warship. Huh? With a slight exclamation, in a brainwave image deep in his mind, one of the terracotta warriors suddenly discovered a cave diagonally downward in the white fog behind several hills. When the terracotta warriors quietly passed through the cave passage with a large diameter, a vast underground world appeared in front of Song Hao through the perspective of the terracotta warriors of the Shadow Clan. So many 3-headed and 6-armed creatures. The point is not that the height alone is more than 10,000 meters, and the various corridors are connected in all directions, and there is no end in sight, as if the underground space is completely different from the surface of the earth. But in the corridors of this underground world, there are a large number of 3-headed and 6-armed creatures. The 3-headed, 6-armed creature that had carried the corpse of the 3rd-level golden sky spider in the crowd was now biting the corpse of the golden sky spider. The blood made its fong-filled mouth look even more hideous. As it chewed the flesh and blood, strands of mysterious word spirit light emanated from its mouth, although it disappeared in an instant. Song Hao, who witnessed all this through the Shadow Clan terracotta warriors, still captured it accurately. It was this word spirit light that made Song Hao's eyes tremble. The familiar thought that had emerged before once again emerged from the corner of his heart. Word spirit law. That's right. When we participated in a sequence competition before, the evil Buddhas of the evil Buddha continent also controlled the word spirit law. Although the two have very different forms, they are somewhat similar in words and deeds. Before, time was in a hurry, and he didn't recall it for a while. Now that he caught this faint light of word spirit, it made Song Hao think of the evil Buddhas. However, the form of this 3-headed, 6-armed creature is very different from that of the evil Buddhas. The two may have some unknown connection, but they are definitely not the same race. Also, although the light of word spirit appears when this three-headed, six-armed creature opens its mouth, it is obvious that it is not controlled by it. It is more like a kind of talent. A talent that has not been fully developed. After this thought came to him, he did not dare to delay, his brows shone with light, and soon a token-emitting silver light flew out from the Shinhua Zuchu. It was the market walking order. Song Chi had high expectations for this special secret realm, so before the family member set off, after careful consideration, he took out a market walking order and gave it to Song Hao. Of course, to be on the safe side, after handing the walking order to Song Hao, Song Chi directly signed a confidentiality agreement with him. The oath covenant on the Tianxu Sangqiong is of red quality, and its binding force is quite high. As Song Hao mobilized his psionic energy to activate the market walk order, after a while, he found himself in a special room. However, before he could think about it, the door in front of him had been opened from the outside, and Song Chi stepped in. Uncle Song Chi. This secret realm. Song Hao would not hide anything from Song Chi, and he told him everything he had discovered before as concisely as possible. Compared to Song Hao, Song Chi's vision is much higher. When he heard the words 3 heads and 6 arms, he subconsciously said, could it be the Shi clan? Is there any picture? When Song Hao took out the video of the 3-headed and 6-armed creature fighting against the 3rd-level golden sky spider, Song Chi quickly confirmed his opinion. The blood body is strong. The language spirit is talented. Even if it is not the Shi clan, it must have a strong Shi clan bloodline. Or perhaps it is the blood left after some Shi clan and other races combined long ago. Hearing this, Song Hao's mind had already emerged with a lot of information about the Shi clan. Name, Shi clan. Civilization, Overlord Shi clan civilization. Clan talents, unparalleled flesh, son of word spirit, true Buddha bloodline. Remarks. Overlord civilization of Broken Star Sea. According to known records, Shi clan civilization has been passed down for more than 3 million years, and is as famous as the Abyss Devil, and is very good at manipulating people's hearts, minds. Then his heart tightened, and he thought of the scene where the 3rd-level golden sky spider was killed by the 3-headed, 6-armed creature on the spot without moving. Originally, he was still a little confused, but now, he can basically be sure that the 3rd-level golden sky spider was most likely shocked by the mind. As if he could see his worry, Song Chi left for a while, and when he returned again, he had an extra component in his hand. This is the Tai Soul Calming Monument, and the matching resources to strengthen it to the 5th level. When you return, load it as soon as possible, it will effectively protect your mind. Also, explore the underground space as much as possible. Since it is related to the Shi clan, the value of this secret realm may be greater than imagined. If you find anything, come here to report immediately. In the outer starry sky, the main control room of the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Chi reappeared in the warship. In order to prevent the golden sky spider from making a sudden move, he could not stay in the market all the time. However, his ethereal body was left in the market inn. If there was any situation with Song Hao, he would know it immediately. After listening to Song Hao's report, Song Chi's expectations for this unknown secret realm were even higher. The Shi clan was one of the undisputed overlord civilizations in the Broken Star Sea, and its ranking was far higher than that of the Three-Eyed clan. As far as he knew, the Shi clan Lingshan River System community, where the Shi clan civilization was located, had already covered an area of more than 10 ordinary river system communities, and its strength was terrifying. The secret realm that can be related to this kind of creature must be of extraordinary value, if it really involves super-level resources. Then, Song Chi muttered in his heart, and turned his eyes slightly narrowed to the 6th-level golden spider in the distance, with a cold light in his eyes. Inside the secret realm, the cruiser Hao Miao was hidden in the void, strengthening the Tai Soul Calming Monument components all the way to the 5th level. Feeling the illusory Soul Calming Monument floating above the fire seed in the ancestral cavity, Song Hao finally put down his hanging heart. The Shinhua humans rely on the Shinhua seeds, and their mental strength and resistance have always been among the best. However, this involves the Shi clan civilization, which is many times stronger than the Shinhua human civilization. It is not safe to rely on the Shinhua seeds alone. With the blessing of the soul-soothing monument, Song Hao no longer has any scruples. While his mind is flowing, he controls the Humor clan terracotta warrior to continue to go deep into the underground space corridor. Fortunately, Although this gushing passage is connected in all directions and dazzling, there is only one main road that continues to slope downward. Although there were many creatures with 3 heads and 6 arms in the corridor, they were also suppressed by the secret realm itself. The highest level was only the 3rd level, and most of them were the 1st and 2nd levels. The 4th level Shadow Clan warriors advanced along the dark corners, without any risk of exposure, advancing along the main road. Song Hao did not know how far he had walked. As the Shadow Clan warriors continued to advance, he gradually discovered an unusual point. The space of this underground world seemed to become more fragile as it went down. Every time it advanced a certain distance, 1 or 2 tiny space cracks could be seen. Just when Song Hao was curious about what was under the ground, a violent explosion suddenly came from a corridor leading to an unknown area. Then, there was a dense, hissing sound of golden sky spiders, mixed with the roar of some 3-headed and 6-armed creatures. Under this movement, a large number of 3-headed and 6-armed creatures in the surrounding corridors were alarmed, and they swarmed towards the corridor where the golden sky spiders rushed in. Good opportunity. Taking this opportunity, Song Hao seized the opportunity, controlled the Shadow Clan soldiers to speed up their pace, and rushed all the way. Brainwave remote control system. The duration of the time limit is limited. Now it is approaching. If Song Hao does not want this exploration to end here, he must speed up. The large number of golden spiders that entered from another ground passage caused a great disturbance in the underground world, which created a perfect opportunity for him. Running at full speed, the 4th level Shadow Warriors swept through a large section of the underground passage in a short time, but as they continued to go down, the space cracks around them became more and more dense, and even a small space crack could be seen occasionally. This discovery made Song Hao's mind wander. As early as when he first entered the secret realm, he had tested the spatial stability of this secret world, which was even higher than the Dragon Ridge continent, which is now ranked in the middle of the 6th level floating land. What is the reason that the ground of a secret realm with amazing spatial stability has become so fragile? Various speculations emerged in his mind. But Song Hao did not stop the Shadow Clan, and the speed of the Terracotta Warriors was still very fast. At a certain moment, Song Hao suddenly stopped the Shadow Clan. Under the control of his brainwaves, the Shadow Clan Terracotta Warriors began to slowly retreat. After retreating about 20 meters, the warriors turned around and looked at the large corridor on the right with Song Hao's brainwave mark. Unlike other corridors that led to unknown places, this large corridor was not long. It only extended for several thousand meters inside, like a large underground stone chamber. In fact, those 3-headed and 6-armed creatures also used this place as a place to live. At this moment, in this large stone chamber, there were dozens of 3-headed and 6-armed creatures lying horizontally. They were breathing like thunder, and even the commotion outside did not wake them up. However, Song Hao was not concerned about the dozens of 3-level 3-headed 6-armed creatures. He looked at the innermost part of the stone chamber, the 100-meter white jade tree that was guarded by dozens of 3-headed 6-armed creatures. This white jade tree was obviously extraordinary, and there was also a crystal-clear white jade fruit hanging on it. On the surface of the outside world, the main control room of the cruiser Haomiao described the appearance of the white jade tree. Song Hao asked the semi-automatic shipborne intelligent brain to carefully compare the database on the battleship, but did not get any information. Obviously, there is no record of similar plants in the database of Haomiao. However, Song Hao did not give up. He took out the market walking order again. Although he did not recognize this white jade tree, his intuition told him that this thing might not be simple. It could make dozens of 3-headed and 6-armed creatures guard it so carefully. Maybe it was some special resource of this secret realm. With this idea in mind, he entered the market for the second time. In the market walking room, he carefully described the appearance of the white jade tree. Song Hao felt that it was not quite right, so he took the initiative to draw it on the virtual projection screen. After that, he quietly stayed aside, waiting for Song Qi's clone who was lost in thought. Inside the Tianshu Sangqiong, Song Qi repeated the appearance of the white jade tree, and then asked the Qiongqian intelligent brain to start comparing the database. The database on the Tianshu Sangqiong was amplified by the Qiongqian intelligent brain system, and all the information of the Song family was entered, and some of the information intercepted by Xin Yuran from the Beiqiong Tianwang mansion was included. The information contained in it was naturally not comparable to the Haomiao. Soon, the Qiongqian intelligent brain gave a reply, based on the characteristics provided by the captain. It is estimated to be a superclass secret realm resource time realm tree, with a probability of 88.8% and other 11.2%. Time realm tree? Song Chi was puzzled. It seemed that he had never seen the introduction of this resource in the family's encrypted database. Facts also proved that his memory was not wrong. The Qiongtian intelligent brain quickly gave the answer. The information about this time realm tree came from the part of the information that Shen Yuren had intercepted from the Beiqiangshan family. The light flashed, and the Qiongtian intelligent brain listed the detailed information of the time realm tree one by one. Chapter 483 Superclass Resource, Time Realm Tree, Accidental Arrival. Name, Time Realm Tree Category, Time-related Special Resource Production. According to the level of the Time Realm Tree itself, Time Realm Fruit can be produced in a certain period of time. Time Realm Fruit of different levels can be effective for creatures or Xinhua warships of the same level. Function 1. After swallowing the Time Realm Fruit, the creature will automatically control the law of time. According to the level of the swallowed Time Realm Fruit, the degree of understanding of the time law controlled is also different. 4th level Time Realm Fruit 1%, 5th level Time Realm Fruit 5%, 6th level Time Realm Fruit 10%. Function 2. Before the battleship is promoted, a Time Realm Fruit of the same level is integrated in advance. If the subsequent promotion fails, the moment the battleship sinks will automatically trigger the time reversal effect, return to the node before sinking, and retain the success rate of the battleship promotion. Note, no matter how the Time Realm Fruit is used, it can only be effective once in a single life and warship. Note 2. If it is used on the Xinhua warship and it is successfully promoted once, the Time Realm Fruit will not be returned. But the next level of Time Realm Fruit can still be used later. Note 3. The Time Realm Fruit is at least level 4, and creatures at level 3 and below cannot withstand its overbearing effect, so it should not be used. After reading all the information about this Time Realm Tree, Song Chi's eyes flashed. The effect of this Time Realm Tree is amazing. It not only allows people to master the laws of time out of thin air, but also allows the Xinhua warship to get a second chance to be promoted. It is not an exaggeration to say that it gives the Xinhua warship a second life. At the same time, he turned his sight and looked at the 6th level Golden Sky Spider in the distance. If his guess was correct, the inexplicable threat that the other party had been bringing to him was probably from the law of time. In other words, before this, it was very likely that it had swallowed a 6th level Time Realm Fruit. Thinking of this, Song Chi instinctively felt a little pain. That was a 6th level Time Realm Fruit. If it could be handed over to his ancestor, it would not be long before Ding Hai Longxiang would be able to try to attack the Star Destroyer. After all, this was something that could give Ding Hai Longxiang a second life. Even if it fails, it can still try again, and the success rate is much higher than that of an ordinary dreadnought attacking a Star Destroyer. Similarly, this item will also be of great use to the Tianqu Sanqiong in the future. Now that the Tianqu Sanqiong has reached the battleship level, each subsequent promotion will only become more difficult. If there is a Time Realm Fruit as a guarantee, it will be great. He suppressed the meaning in his heart. The other party has already taken it. Even if he kills it immediately, it is impossible to change the 6th level Time Realm Fruit back. Compared to that, the more important thing now is how to ensure that this news does not leak out. Time Realm Tree. Time Realm Fruit. This is a superclass resource with amazing value. Once the news leaks out, let alone the current Song family, even the Yaoanlu family may not be able to keep it. Thinking of this, Song Chi's eyes circled around the surrounding starry sky, looking at the more than 6-digit Golden Sky Spiders around him, with only cold eyes. Market. Walking room. This thing is too involved. You don't need to know too much for the time being. The first task is to continue exploring, to see if there are more white jade trees in the underground world. The key is to pay attention to the height of these white jade trees. This is very important. Hearing the solemnity in Song Chi's tone, Song Hao nodded heavily, and then returned to the secret realm again. On the other hand, Song Chi's face was still solemn. According to the records of Beiqiangshan, the 100-meter-high Time Realm Tree is the lowest level of the 4th-order Time Realm Tree, and it can only produce the 4th-order Time Realm Fruit. Song Chi is more concerned about the 5th-order and 6th-order Time Realm Tree. I hope there will be a second, or even a third 6th-order Time Realm Tree. Shaking his head, Song Chi quickly regained his composure. Now is not the time to sigh about these things. He quickly returned to the outside world. Back at the Tianshu Sanqiong, he once again stared at the 6th-level golden sky spider in the distance. This time, his eyes were no longer covered, and were filled with murderous intent. Since this 6th-level golden sky spider had already swallowed a 6th-level time realm fruit, it must have known the amazing effect of the time realm fruit. For this reason alone, it was already on Song Chi's must-kill list. However, the reason why he did not rush to act was because Song Chi did not know how many golden sky spiders knew about the existence of the time realm fruit. In order to ensure that the news was not leaked, it would be safest to strangle all the golden sky spiders here. And this was obviously not something that the Tianshu Sanqiong could do alone. Withdrawing his gaze, his mind quickly sank into the ancestral orifice of the fire. Under his control, the minds that flowed into the ancestral orifice gathered in the center of the ancestral orifice space, and all attached to the outer layer of the fire, the Dragon Whale Palace, and the shadow around it. The next second, under the power of the mind, this spiritual palace generated by the Black Ultimate Wonder was touched. At the same time, the Dragon Ridge continent, tens of thousands of light years away, a light hum suddenly came from the Dragon Ridge Ancestral Palace deep in the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. A spatial fluctuation also appeared in the Ancestral Palace that was originally empty, and Song Wujiang's figure appeared out of thin air, looking up at the chair that was shaking slightly above the Ancestral Hall. Song Wujiang's eyes suddenly condensed. It's Shaoqi, activating the projection at this time. Is there something wrong with the Jialing Star region? Multiple thoughts flashed through his mind. At the same time, Song Wujiang's mind moved, and he controlled the Dragon Whale Hall to actively accept Song Chi's projection request. Not long after, Song Chi's projection appeared on the chair that was originally bronze in color, and turned into silver after the first time he sat on it. Shaoqi. But, before Song Wujiang could finish his words, Song Chi interrupted him quickly. Ancestor, the matter is urgent. I will make it short. Song Chi briefly recounted the news about the time realm tree. If it were decades ago, Song Wujiang would have been full of doubts. But Song Chi had already added the information he got from Xin Yiran to the family database many years ago. So as soon as Song Chi finished speaking, the quantum communication bracelet in Song Wujiang's hand had already displayed all the information about the time realm tree. When he saw that the time realm fruit had the effect of giving the Xinhua battleship a second life, even with Song Wujiang's cunningness, he still had the word excitement written on his face. But it didn't last long. More than 3,000 years of life experience made him quickly come to his senses. Shaoqi, you mean, those hundreds of thousands of golden spiders had the possibility of spreading the news of this time realm fruit? Yes. Hearing Song Chi's affirmative answer, Song Wujiang's eyes quickly sank. I will leave now. You control it first. Don't rush to act. All the time realm trees in this secret realm are all under the control of my Song family. Longji Divine Mountain, a large secret room in the mountain. Crack, 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 accompanied by the sound of a huge stone being pushed, the stone door of the secret room was opened. Hearing the sound, the door of the Purple Moon Long Song Dreadnought quietly docked in the middle of the secret room quickly opened, and Song Xingru walked out. Ancestor, what's wrong? Is there someone blind coming to the door? As she spoke, a blazing flame gradually rose on Song Xingru's body. Now was the critical moment for her to break through the 6th-level guidance technique in seclusion. If there was no important matter, Song Wujiang would never disturb her. Now that she came here on her own initiative, it must be that something big happened in the family. Before he could finish, Song Wujiang paused, glanced at the curious Song Xingru, and thought of her hot temper. She was always talkative. So he changed the subject. Shaoqi encountered some emergency in the Jialing Star region. I need to go over to support her. You will be responsible for guarding the Dragon Ridge continent for a short period of time. Don't let outsiders take advantage of the opportunity. Shaoqi, what are the details? Song Wujiang's expression was calm, and he turned around and walked out, with no intention of answering at all. Seeing this, Song Xingru quickly recalled the Purple Moon song and quickly followed Song Wujiang. Ancestor, what happened? I don't know the combat power of Qi's ship. I'm afraid he dares to fight against ordinary dreadnoughts. What's the important matter? As the laws of space flowed, Song Wujiang flew out of the Dragon Ridge Mountain and rushed straight to the falling fire plane. Don't worry about it. I will tell you later. Guard the Dragon Ridge continent well. Looking at Song Wujiang's figure that flashed and disappeared quickly over the Dragon Ridge Mountain, Song Xingru snorted lightly. but still knew the seriousness of the matter. She did not chase him anymore, but quickly walked towards the ancestral temple. A few days later, Yelling Star Region, Evil Spider Star Region. At the entrance of the secret realm, a number of second and third level Golden Sky Spiders have come out of the secret realm in the past few days, but it seems that none of them have obtained the Time Realm Fruit, which caused a trace of scarlet to appear in the eyes of the 6th level Golden Sky Spider. Afterwards, more second and third level Golden Sky Spiders were thrown into the secret realm. Seeing this, Song Chi's heart was slightly relieved. From this point of view, this 6th level Golden Sky Spider probably does not know the specific effect of the Time Realm Fruit, only knows that it has the effect of amplifying the law of time, but does not know that this thing is only effective for the first one, and no matter how many are swallowed later, there will be no effect, since the other party does not know the specific information of Time Realm Fruit. The possibility of leakage of Time Realm Tree and Time Realm Fruit is naturally reduced. On this day, a special component in Tianxu Sangqiong suddenly made a beeping sound. Looking around, it was the ancestor who was contacting him with the sub-disc of Super Long Distance Communication Disc. After the call was connected, the first thing Song Chi saw was Song Wujiang's solemn face. Xiao Qi, Shi Yuan and I have arrived. Now we are preparing to activate the space blockade component. Can you give a rough blockade range? Hundreds of thousands of Golden Sky Spiders gathered here, stretching across a large area of starry sky. It is obviously not that simple to cover them all within the range of the blockade space. It is not possible without a relatively accurate coordinate range. Song Chi scanned the surroundings for several times, and then checked the radar map displayed by Peering Eyes for a while, and finally set a perfect coordinate range to Song Wujiang. Okay, but it will take a few minutes to charge. Wait a little longer. A few minutes later, a hissing sound suddenly came from afar. The terrifying spider eyes of the 6th level Golden Spider were scanning the starry sky above, and uneasy hissing sounds came from its sharp mouthparts. Did you find it? It's a pity that it's too late, as the closed space with a decent diameter was officially formed. 2 space fluctuations came from the sky above Tianxu Sangqiong, and Dinghai Longxiang and Akala appeared one after another. There is no time to lose. Let's do it with all our strength. By the way, try not to kill them. I heard there are so many Golden Sky Spiders. I brought Tianshu here. His ship has already started the promotion mission. These Golden Sky Spiders cannot be wasted. The order came from the Dinghai Longxiang. The next second, 2 dreadnoughts, a battleship, and countless 4th dash, 5th dash, and 6th level slave creatures all started a frantic fight. In order to ensure their own safety, the Song family did not kill them. They basically killed the Golden Sky Spiders half to death, and then turned to other Golden Sky Spiders. This chaotic battle did not need to last for more than 10 hours. And finally it was Song Tianchu's flagship that ended it. Song Wujiang was reluctant to kill the 6th level Golden Sky Spider, and left it to Song Xiuan. Song Xiuan's flagship currently only had a 6th level dragon, and adding this Golden Sky Spider that controlled both the laws of gold and time would increase his combat power. Even so, with nearly 10 5th level Golden Sky Spiders, hundreds of 4th level spiders, and tens of thousands of 3rd level Golden Sky Spiders, and Song Tianchu's efforts over the past few months, the success rate of his flagship's upgrade has reached 70%. This promotion success rate is already very impressive. After all, Song Tianshu is now over 1800 years old. He has accumulated several special promotion resources for the past 1000 years. He has also prepared various additional promotion resources such as the 6th level Jixing Clan Blood, the 5th level Evil God Blood, and the ordinary Dominant Blood. However, although the 70% promotion success rate is not low, it is not safe. Song Wujiang asked him not to officially promote for the time being. There is still more than a month before the promotion task is completed. He wants to see if he can get a 4th level Time Realm Fruit during this period. However, Song Tianshu reacted strongly to this and directly refused. According to what he said, his old bones had received a lot of benefits from the family after the pioneering war, including the 6th level Jixing Clan Blood, the ordinary Dominant Blood, and the 5th level Evil God Blood, which was enough. The 70% promotion success rate was not low, enough to give it a try. As for the 4th level Time Realm Fruit, this thing should be used on the new potential descendants of the family. Seeing that his attitude was very firm, the 3 did not say anything more. In fact, everyone understood that even if Song Tianshu succeeded in his promotion to the battleship, He would basically have no chance to challenge the captain of the dreadnought in the future. After all, his age was there. Unless he had a steady supply of resources like Song Chi, and could use the 10,000-year-old deep-water clam pearls at will, he might still have a chance. But this was obviously impossible. Song Chi himself had not cultivated even one 10,000-year-old deep-water clam pearl. Even if he produced it in the future, the quantity would be limited, and it would be impossible for the whole family to use it. As he was talking, a violent space fluctuation came from the sky. The space enclosed by the red blockade component was torn into a terrifying crack. With the blessing of the double pupils, Song Chi and Song Wujiang could vaguely see the huge ship hovering outside the crack. This scene made the faces of the Song family members change drastically. Chapter 484, Changes and the Golden Galaxy Oath. How could it be? Since the end of the Pioneering War, most of the high-level resource points have been taken away. The people of the Ying family, the pillar of the Xianxin Heavenly Pillar, have long since left. Without the Xianxin Supervisory Department, who could have noticed the things in their own star field so quickly? After a brief moment of surprise, the same doubt emerged in the hearts of the Song family members. Although Song Chi and Song Wujiang captured the huge ship outside the space crack at the first time, it was wrapped in a dark shield with extremely high energy intensity, and it was impossible to see the specific appearance of its hull. In the magnetic wave communication group chat, Song Chi and the other two looked at each other, and nodded in unison the next second. Swish, Ding Hai Longxiang, the hatch opened, and the three-eyed royal family flagship that had once appeared in the Jiexing floating land rushed out of the cabin. After rushing out of Ding Hai Longxiang, the three-eyed royal family flagship began to expand rapidly. Kilometers. 10,000 meters. In an instant, it recovered to its full heyday of more than 100,000 kilometers. Although it was clear that battleships and above Xinhua warships are not allowed to engage in any form of internal consumption. This rule, the evil spider star area under his feet, had already been incorporated into the territory of Xinhua human civilization decades ago. It is better to be safe than sorry. With the summoning of the three-eyed flagship of the royal family, and the market projection order that Song Chi had already grasped in his hand in the Tianxu Sanqiong, the confidence of Song Chi and his four companions was obviously improved. Just as the Song family members were on high alert, the unknown star destroyer above had already passed through the space crack, and its tens of thousands of kilometers of ship body was completely displayed in front of the four Song family members. The difference was that this time it did not continue to conceal its identity through the energy shield on the outer layer of the ship. Song Chi and his companions saw the very familiar Morning Star emblem on its hideous armor layer. Rosetta, it's you? Song Wujiang's voice came from the warship. At the same time, the Song family members basically guessed where the problem came from. It was probably that when the message was reported to Song Lihai through the Xinhua network, it was intercepted by the Xinhua General Administration of the Morning Star Kingdom. Everyone was helpless about this. The Xinhua network was like this. The higher the authority, the more supervision the area under management had. If not, each family would not devote all their efforts to developing its own communicator. Moreover, the matter cannot be blamed on the clan members who reported it. After all, the matter is urgent. If it is not reported through the Xinhua network, it is unknown how long it will take. By the time Song Lihai arrives, I am afraid that this secret realm has been plundered by the Golden Sky Spider. Rosetta Morning Star inside the Morning Star ignored the hostility shown by the Song family. She just looked at the flagship of the Three-Eyed Clan not far away, whose captain was more than 10 times that of the Morning Star, and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. Although the Xinhua warship is known for its powerful single-unit combat power, the dominant class flagship from the Star Sea Overlord civilization is not a regular unit. In addition, it has only been a short time since it was promoted to Star Destroyer captain. The components loaded on the warship are still far behind those of the veteran Star Destroyer captains. If it really goes against this dominant flagship, the result is hard to say. Of course, this is just a comparison of strength within the territory of the Xinhua human civilization, limited by the rules set by the four super empires. This comparison is destined to be just a comparison. With his mind quickly gathered, Rosetta Morning Star's sharp eyes turned to the Song family's warships below. After the encrypted communication between the two sides was completed, a cold voice came from his mouth. Song Wujiang, I have no ill intentions. Time Realm Tree, this kind of superclass resource, it is not safe to block it with your Song family alone. As he said this, it seemed to prove his sincerity. Morning Star Zongheng, the door of the Star Destroyer opened. And then Song Qi and his companions saw nearly 103rd and 4th level Golden Sky Spider corpses thrown out. Below, Song family's warships are located. When they heard the word Time Realm Tree from the other party's mouth, Song Qi, Song Wujiang, Song Xiuan's hearts completely sank to the bottom. Although they had guessed this result since the moment the other party appeared, but when it was really said from the other party's mouth, it was still a little hard for them to accept. This is the Time Realm Tree, a superclass secret realm resource. As long as you can master a 4th class, Time Realm Tree, it is basically enough to support the inheritance of a 5th class family from generation to generation. And the 6th class, Time Realm Tree, is enough to serve as the foundation of the immortal family, which can greatly reduce the possibility of the immortal family's inheritance being interrupted. However, after seeing the nearly 100 bodies of the Golden Sky Spiders, Song Qi and the others looked at each other. Although they did not speak, they all understood the meaning in their hearts. Obviously, these nearly 100 Golden Sky Spiders were the ones that slipped through the net before, and they were also the culprits for exposing the Time Realm Tree. However, this was also because they did not handle it properly. After all, the number of Golden Sky Spiders was there, and it was normal for some to slip through the net. They had to thank Rosetta Morningstar for this move. His leak-proofing this time completely cut off the possibility of the Time Realm Tree related information continuing to leak out. After a moment of silence, Song Wujian said, "Your Majesty, what you mean is that we should work together to block all news about this secret realm, and then divide all the Time Realm Trees in the secret realm equally?" Song Wujian's words were very skillful, and his reaction was also fast enough. Knowing that the matter was basically a foregone conclusion, it was no use to think about those things. What was more important at the moment was to gain more benefits for the Song family, such as equal division of resources. After all, whether in terms of strength or status, the Song family was at an absolute disadvantage, and the best result that could be achieved at the moment was equal division of resources. But Rosetta is an old fearless captain who has lived for more than 8,000 years. In terms of cunningness, he is no worse than anyone else. Equally divided, Song Wujiang, comparing the strength of our two families, do you think this is reasonable? Speaking of this, he paused. 2 seconds later he said again, 64, my Morning Star family 6, your Song family 4. Hearing this, not only Song Qi, but also the people of the Song family present felt extremely aggrieved in their hearts. Song Wujiang said coldly, Your Majesty Rosetta, this secret realm was discovered by my Song family. If 50-50 is not enough, then the worst thing is to expose this matter, and then neither you nor my family will have it. Morning Star Zongheng, in the main control room, Rosetta Morningstar's eyes were deep, but she remained unmoved. Don't use these tricks to threaten children. You Song family are willing to do it? Seeing that the threat failed, Song Wujiang narrowed his eyes. It seems that Her Majesty Rosetta really wants to fight with my Song family in this evil Spider Star area. I just don't know whether the Xinhua Zuding will convict my Song family's dominant flagship or your Star Destroyer in the future. The voice was extremely firm. Song Qi could hear the determination of his ancestor to never give in. Song Qi could hear that. Rosetta Morningstar was also like this. But what Rosetta Morningstar didn't see was that, under Song Wujiang's resolute voice, in the encrypted group chat of the Song family, Song Wujiang secretly signaled to Song Qi with a hidden look. After receiving this signal, Song Qi naturally understood the meaning. A slight space fluctuation suddenly swept through the interior of the Tianxu Sanqiong, which had always been completely isolated from the outside world. And then Song Qi quietly disappeared. After a breath, his figure appeared again, but he only stayed for a moment, leaving behind his ethereal body before disappearing again. Shutian Market, Walking Room. Song Qi took out 2 market projection orders from his body and handed them all to Song Hao, who was summoned by him. The Star Destroyer Captain King of the Morning Star family has appeared. You don't have much time left now. Explore with all your strength. If you find a white jade tree of a kilometer, or even more than a kilometer, don't hesitate, directly use this market projection order. Understood, Uncle Song Qi. After receiving Song Qi's order, Song Hao immediately returned to the secret realm. At the same time, the distribution between the two sides in the outside world has also come to an end. Seeing that Song Wujiang really wanted to take action, Rosetta Morningstar agreed to the request of a 50-50 split. After the distribution was completed, the hatch of the Morning Star Zongheng was opened, and then 3,000 second and third-level captains of the Morningstar family were pulled out. The psionic energy of these Morningstar family captains is still sealed, and it will take a day to recover. Seeing this, Song Wujiang and Song Xiuan felt a little relieved, which means that Song Qi still has one day to act. At this moment, the two of them had the same idea in their minds. 50-50? That would require our Song family to search first. Just as the two were thinking, Rosetta Morningstar's voice came again in the group chat. Song Wujiang, this is about Time Realm Tree and Time Realm Fruit. It is not enough to just get rid of all the golden sky spiders. I have a golden quality contract component. One contract can bind 5,000 people. When all the clansmen from our two families come out later, it will be safest to let them all sign a confidentiality agreement. After that, he sent a property map in the group chat. Galaxy Oath LV70 quality, gold. Features, Galaxy Oath Feature 2, Starry Sky Motto Feature 3. The number of contracts that can be made at one time is increased 5-fold. Yes. After reading the attribute chart, Song Wujiang did not hesitate much. Originally, he was going to sign a silver confidentiality agreement with his clansmen. Now that Rosetta Morningstar can take out the golden contract parts, to further ensure that the information is not leaked, he naturally would not object. Inside the secret realm, under the control of Song Hao's brainwave imprint, the other two Shadow Clan Terracotta Warriors each brought dozens of Terracotta Warriors, and rushed into two different underground space entrances, further exacerbating the chaos in the underground space. Taking this opportunity, he activated a blue long-range delivery component on the warship and dropped the two market projection orders placed on it to the coordinates of the Shadow Clan Terracotta Warriors in the underground space. In the underground space, as a wave of space fluctuations passed, two market projection orders appeared out of thin air beside the Shadow Clan Terracotta Warriors. Under the control of Song Hao's brainwave imprint, the Shadow Clan Terracotta Warriors grabbed the two golden tokens at the first time. But even though they were already as fast as possible, the fleeting space fluctuations and golden light still alarmed the three-headed and six-armed creatures nearby. Song Hao didn't care about that, and he controlled the Shadow Clan's Terracotta Warriors to run all the way without any scruples. After more than 10 minutes, he wrote down the coordinates of the Shadow Clan's Terracotta Warriors at the moment, and then actively cancelled the summoning of the Terracotta Warriors remotely. The duration of the brainwave remote control system has ended, and he can only wait for the second exploration. As for the two market projection orders, the Terracotta Warriors had already been sent back to the market projection room, and then sent back to him through Song Qi's hands. Now what he needs to do is to wait for the cooling of the brainwave remote control system components. During the waiting process, Song Hao and Song Bai got in touch through a communication component. The communication distance of the communication component was also greatly suppressed in this secret realm. It must be said that the two were lucky to get in touch successfully. You also saw a white jade tree? During the conversation, Song Hao learned that Song Bai also saw a white jade tree. Bai, how tall is the white jade tree you saw? Are there white jade fruits hanging on the tree? Song Bai also didn't know about the Time Realm tree. He looked at Song Hao, who seemed quite excited in the communication light screen, with some surprise, but still replied, I didn't pay much attention. But at least more than a kilometer. Kilometers? Bai, you have done a great job. Hearing the word kilometers, before Song Bai finished speaking, Song Hao's face showed an unconcealable surprise. But at this time, Song Bai added another sentence. But I didn't see the white jade fruit you mentioned. Song Hao's smile paused. No white jade fruit. Wait a moment. In the walking room of the market, after listening to what Song Hao said, Song Qi raised his eyebrows. No fruit? Could it be the 6th level Time Realm tree that was visited by the Golden Sky Spider in advance? Muttering to himself, Song Qi quickly left the walking room and went back to the warship in the outside world. When he returned again, he was holding the red quality Fairyland Spirit Soil and a portion of the spiritual spring green water produced by the Green Water Spirit Spring. Take these two things. After you and Bai find the 1,000-meter white jade tree, carefully sprinkle the spiritual soil and clear water on its roots, and then try to transplant the white jade tree and send it to the market. After listening to what Song Qi said, Song Hao's eyes lit up. Obviously, he didn't expect that this operation could be performed. However, out of absolute trust in Song Qi, Song Hao did not show any objection, and quickly returned to the secret realm. Bai, it's okay, take me directly to the 1,000-meter white jade tree. Song Bai also had doubts in his heart, after all. He had never understood the value and information of the Time Realm Tree from beginning to end. But he didn't ask any more questions. The two cruisers quickly joined together, and then rushed to the 1,000-meter white jade tree together. 2 hours later, the two warships finally arrived at their destination after rushing. It's really the 1,000-meter white jade tree. This is really a great achievement. Quick, let's go! The two warships slowly approached the white jade tree. Song Bai finally asked the question in his heart. Second brother, do you know what this white jade tree is? I don't know. Uncle Song Chi said that this thing is extremely involved. It's better for us not to know it for the time being. Why does Uncle Song Chi know the existence of this white jade tree? You have been out before? Because of the confidentiality agreement. Song Hao naturally couldn't answer. He shook his head and said, Don't ask these questions. I signed a confidentiality agreement with Uncle Song Chi. You will know it when you have a chance. Now hurry up to transplant it. The ancestor of the Morning Star family is also here. We don't have much time left. What's going on? This thing can't be pulled out at all. Dozens of terracotta warriors and several third-level robbery star slaves are useless. Daytime, in the main control room. Song Bai frowned. On the other side of the communication projection, Song Hao, who disappeared for a while, reappeared. At the same time, he also took out a token with golden light. Chapter 485 Race Against Time. Surprise Harvest. The ghost energy was quickly mobilized, following the circulation of the meridians in Song Hao's body, and when it flowed through his right arm, it was actively injected into the golden token in the palm of his hand by Song Hao. Second brother you. Song Hao did not hide it. Afterwards, Song Chi would definitely sign a confidentiality agreement with Song Bai. Song Bai, who saw this scene through the communication projection, had a look of confusion and curiosity in his eyes. Before he finished speaking, the mysterious sky above the two warships had already emerged with a violent space fluctuation tremor. Buzz buzz buzz. Just when Song Bai showed a look of vigilance, Song Hao explained softly, Don't worry, it's Uncle Song Chi. After speaking, a large number of purple mist shadows had already appeared in the sky above the secret realm. The speed at which the purple mist energy gathered was not fast. It took more than 10 seconds to completely condense into a purple mist projection that could cover the sky and the sun. Shu Tian Market, Song Chi, who stood high in the sky, frowned slightly. What a strong repulsive force. If the status of Zhu Tian Market was not high enough, I'm afraid it would really be impossible to project the projection over. After speaking, he had already raised his hand and reached out. At the same time, above the sky in the secret realm, a human figure also emerged in the purple mist energy that covered the sky and the sun. The purple mist figure raised his hand and stretched it out, transforming into an illusory handprint composed of 3 energies, space, light, and purple mist, and reached directly towards the 1,000-meter white jade tree below. However, although the handprint generated by the triple energy contained extremely amazing energy, as time passed, both the handprint itself and the purple mist projection above the head, the degree of solidity was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The reason for this is that the repulsive force of the secret realm under his feet is far beyond imagination, and its status is not low. In addition, the secret realm of the Zhutian market has only returned to the 5th level, and it is a remote projection across the endless void. Under various factors, this has led to the current situation, and it is also the reason why Song Chi is in a hurry to take action. However, although the repulsive force of the secret realm is strong, the projection of the Zhutian market has the power of domination after all. The 1,000-meter white jade tree is not worth mentioning in front of it. When the handprint passes over it, it is easily uprooted. Okay, you two continue to explore the underground space at full speed. The Morning Star family will enter in about 20 hours. Hurry up! Before the projection of the Zhutian market slowly dissipated with the 1,000-meter white jade tree, Song Chi's voice was transmitted to Haomi and Daytime at the same time. When the projection completely dissipated, Song Bai looked at Song Hao. Second brother, is that really Uncle Song Chi? But what happened just now? Bai, I am not very clear about this matter. Uncle Song Chi should look for you alone later. Song Hao, who was also a little confused, interrupted Song Bai's questioning. Then the two cruisers rushed to the entrance of the underground space again. Zhutian Market, freestall area. Accompanied by a burst of purple mist energy, a 1,000-meter-high 6-footer Time Realm tree quietly emerged. Seeing this Time Realm tree, whose roots still retained extremely strong vitality, Song Chi smiled. Not only was he happy that he had obtained a 6th order time realm tree, he was also happy that the Zhu Tian market projection could bring back other objects from the distant starry sky at will. Although he had already had some vague understanding of this when the market projection order appeared, this was the first time he had actually tried it. Now that this has been confirmed, it means that the market projection order will play a greater role in the future, and the benefits that can be obtained will be the same. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he first returned to the Tianxu Sungqiong, unloaded the proportional zoomer with the characteristics of the Sinan Shubin, and brought it back to the market, and used it to shrink the 6th level time realm tree by 20 times again, and then took the 2 back to the outside world, cultivating the secret realm. After a careful operation, the 6th level time realm tree was successfully planted around the green water spirit spring. With the nourishment of blue water spirit spring and fairy realm spirit soil, I believe that the fruit-bearing speed of this time realm tree will be much faster than that in the unknown secret realm. It is a pity that the time realm fruit on the 6th level time realm tree has been picked by the golden sky spider. It will take a very long time for it to produce a second 6th level time realm fruit. However, with the feature of the secret realm accelerator, the time should be shortened a lot. Time passed, and soon it was the next day. Everyone, please pay attention. Enter the dense forest in an orderly manner. Search for the whereabouts of the white jade spirit tree. If you encounter the golden sky spider in the secret realm, kill them all. As Rosetta Morningstar's order was issued, 3,000 second and third level members of the Morningstar family quickly entered the secret realm one after another. In the secret realm, the multiple entrances and corridors connecting the underground space and the surface were constantly emitting fierce rumbling gunfire. In the past 10 hours, Song Hao and Song Bai reunited with several members of the clan. This fierce gunfire was also caused by several members of the clan actively controlling the battleship to attack, in order to create an exploration opportunity for Song Hao's terracotta warrior that was dropped deep underground. This method has been going on for more than 10 hours. Under the control of Song Hao's brainwave imprint, the Shadow Clan warriors have traveled a long distance again. Now, the area where the Shadow Clan warriors are located is covered with arm-thick void cracks. Calculate the time. The people from the Morningstar clan should have come in. Hurry up! Song Bai reminded in a low voice in the communication group chat. Hearing this, Song Hao's mind condensed, and then he seemed to have made up his mind. Break the limit state. Open! As the break the limit state was activated, his eyes suddenly closed, and all his mental power was gathered into the brainwave imprint picture in his mind. At the same time, the shadowy soldiers in the deep underground space no longer hid their figures, but began to run at full speed along the main corridor downwards. With the help of Song Hao's mental power, the shadowy soldiers running at high speed could almost always accurately dodge the space cracks in the corridor. Suddenly, a white light appeared at the end of the dark underground corridor. Song Hao's intuition told him that the white light was most likely the center of the underground space, and all the answers must be there. Thinking of this, he could not help but speed up the Shadow Clan's terracotta warriors again. But soon he found something wrong. In this last section of the corridor, there were not only space cracks, but also wisps of word spirit light that seemed to be materialized, which was the original manifestation of the word spirit law. When he reacted, Song Hao wanted to slow down the Shadow Clan's terracotta warriors, but it was too late. The puppet bodies of the terracotta warriors had already touched a wisp of word spirit light that was almost materialized. In the communication group chat, Song Bai's sharp eyes caught the special mark that flashed in Song Hao's eyes. It's the mark of the Buddhist mantra. Second brother, wake up! But there was no need for him to call out. The moment the Buddhist mantra resounded in Song Hao's mind, the soul-calming monument, deep in the Xinhua ancestral acupoint, immediately emitted a blazing red light, directly dispelling the mantra. In the underground space, the Shadow Clan warriors were still striding forward, and as they stepped forward step by step, the end of the corridor in front of them was getting closer and closer. Finally, at a certain moment, the Shadow Clan warriors completely stepped out of the corridor, and at the same time, the scene at the end of the corridor also appeared in Song Hao's eyes. When Song Hao saw the so-called answer at the end of the corridor, he was stunned. Until he heard Song Bai's call in the communication group chat, he came back to his senses. Shaking his head, suppressing the unbelievable thoughts in his heart, Song Hao did not hesitate anymore, and directly let the Shadow Clan terracotta warriors under the ground activate the market projection order in his hand. Because in the middle of the deepest part of the ground, there stood a white jade tree with a height of more than 10,000 meters. Song Hao knew the value of this 10,000-meter-long white jade tree. The void changed, and purple mist gathered. Compared with the previous time, the speed of the market projection descending this time was much faster. In the final analysis, it was because the space under the ground was too weak. However, Song Qi was not concerned about this at all, not even the 10,000-meter-long white jade tree in the center of the open area in front, but the ground where the white jade tree was rooted. A large amount of flesh and blood tissue filled the ground of this empty cylindrical space, and in the middle of these flesh and blood tissues, there was a big-eared Buddha head standing. The reason why the word standing is used to describe it is because there are countless flesh and blood roots under the neck of this giant Buddha. The dense accumulation of flesh and blood roots sews the head of this ancient Buddha to the ground tightly. As for the golden body of the Buddha, if the guess is correct, it has probably been swallowed by the original will of the secret realm under the feet. Seeing this, Song Qi can roughly guess the whole story of what happened in the ancient times. Due to unknown reasons, the master-level Shi clan, who had cultivated the golden body of the Buddha, died in a shocking battle. Because the golden body of the Buddha was too terrifying, the corpse smashed the barriers of the secret realm all the way and fell into this unknown secret realm. In addition, the power of the Buddha's golden body falling was too terrifying. Not only did it smash a cylindrical crater on the ground of the secret realm, but it also shattered the space deep underground. Driven by the instinct of self-preservation, the secret realm will of this seat, which was not low in status, began to devour the vast energy in the golden body of the Buddha of the Shi clan, and used it to slowly repair the broken space underground. After hundreds of thousands of years, most of the underground space has probably been repaired. At the beginning of the long time, it would never be just this level. After guessing this, Song Qi was wondering who the two sides of the shocking war were. It was conceivable that the war was extremely tragic because the master-level Shi clan was killed. His thoughts were quickly collected. However, no matter what, that was an unknown time ago. The most important thing now is this 10,000-meter level time realm tree. The information recorded by Bai Qiangshan's family did not mention this height time realm tree. But Song Qi could guess that it was most likely a 7th-level time realm tree. Thinking of this, the purple mist figure in the projection of Zhutian market has already reached out, and the handprint condensed by the triple energy goes towards the 7th-level time realm tree. The handprint wrapped with the power of domination fell on the 10,000-meter time realm tree. But what made him look ugly was that the 7th-level time realm tree was much more difficult than he imagined. Even the projection of Zhutian market, which had the power of domination, could not shake it at all. A 7th-level time realm tree was in front of him, but he could not take it away. Song Qi was naturally unwilling to give up. He tried twice again, but it was still the same as before. He could not pull this 10,000-meter time realm tree out of the ground. At this time, there were bursts of artillery fire from the corridor behind. No, there is no time. Song Qi knew that it was most likely that the people from the Morning Star family had come, and there were quite a few of them. At a certain moment, he even had the urge to kill them to silence them. But he finally gave up the idea. The Morning Star family has been passed down for more than 7,000 years, and the family has a deep foundation. If they brought some kind of trump card this time, even if the projection of the Zhutian market took action, it would not necessarily ensure that they would all be silenced. At that time, the Zhutian market would be at risk of being exposed. Thinking of this, his sight suddenly turned, no longer looking at the trunk of the 7th-level time realm tree, but at the 7th-level time realm fruit hanging on it. This 7th-level time realm tree is difficult to shake because of the terrifying flesh and blood roots spreading underground. Maybe I can try it when it reaches the 8th level in the future, but it is absolutely impossible now. Thinking of this, his mind was working very fast, and the next second, through the Shadow Clan terracotta warrior behind him, who was still holding the second market projection order, a small bronze seal shining with silver light was sent from the market of all heavens. This bronze seal was also obtained from the life-chasing immortal. It cannot be transformed into a shipborne component, but it has a special concealing ability. As Song Qi injected a large amount of master-level purple mist energy into it, the silver light of the bronze seal became stronger, and finally landed on the 7th-level time realm tree in front of him. When the silver light disappeared, the 7th-level time realm tree that was 10,000 meters high in front of him suddenly disappeared, and was hidden by the bronze seal. Anyway, Only the 3rd level Shinhwa captain can come in. And no one can find this hidden 7th level time realm tree. In this way, when the dominance of the market reaches the 8th level in the future, you can try to transplant it again. Of course, before the competition, he had already picked the 7th level time realm fruit on this time realm tree. Behind him, the roar of artillery fire became clearer and clearer. Taking advantage of the last chance, Song Chi controlled the triple handprint to grab the 2 500-meter tall time realm trees on the side. These were 2 5th level time realm trees, which were not cheap, but in fact, directly opposite the underground center, tens of thousands of kilometers away, there were 2,000-meter tall 6th level time realm trees, which were much more valuable than these 5th level time realm trees. However, it was too late. After easily pulling out the 2 5th level time realm trees, Song Chi distracted himself and waved out a stream of purple mist energy to smooth out the pits exposed by the pulled out 5th level time realm trees. After making sure that there was no more abnormality, he took the 7th level time realm fruit and the 2 5th level time realm trees and disappeared into the underground space. Song Hao was not slow either. At the moment when Song Chi's projection disappeared, he also took the initiative to cancel the summoning of the puppet soldiers. A few seconds after the two disappeared, hundreds of Shinhwa warships had come out of the space corridor behind them. They were the people of the Morning Star family who had just entered the secret realm. It was unknown what means they had, but they found the underground core so easily. However, after these Morning Star family captains, Homie, Daytime, and other Song family warships also followed closely. In this way, the Morning Star family could not make any small moves. The market of all heavens, above the sky. Looking at the 2 5th level time realm trees that quietly fell in the freestall area, and the crystal clear 7th level time realm fruit, Song Chi narrowed his eyes. He hoped that the people of the Morning Star family would not discover the existence of the 7th level time realm tree. Chapter 486 Final Distribution. Time passed, 10 days later. During this period, people from the two families began to return one after another, and they brought the same news. The entire secret realm was basically explored, and a total of 10 time realm trees were found, including 2 6th level trees, 2 5th level trees, and 6 4th level trees. At the same time, they also described the discovery of the Buddha's head and flesh and blood tissue in detail. The top leaders of the two families had various suspicions about this, and the Song family was the same. During these 10 days, Song Chi did not take the initiative to say anything. The other side was a star destroyer, face-to-face magnetic wave encrypted communication, and warship communication components, etc. all had the risk of being captured by the other side, so it would be safest to wait until we return to the Dragon Ridge continent. After a brief moment of surprise, the top leaders of the two families returned to calm. No matter why the master-level Shur clan fell in the ancient times, according to the people below, the energy in his flesh and blood might have already disappeared and had little value. In comparison, they were obviously more interested in the distribution of the 10 time realm trees. In the end, each of the two families received a 6th level time realm tree, a 5th level time realm tree, and 3 4th level time realm trees, as well as the same number and level of time realm fruits. Although the distribution is completed, it does not mean that these time realm trees will be transplanted back to the two families' respective secret realms. The original environment in each secret realm is different. It is definitely not the case that if a certain secret realm resource is sent to another secret realm, then this resource will definitely continue to grow or circulate in the other secret realm. Without the assistance of rare items such as the top grade, fairy realm spirit soil, and the spiritual spring and clear water in Song Chi's hands, the probability of transplantation failure is very high. Therefore, the two families finally reached an agreement to leave all 10 time realm trees in this secret realm. As for the guarding of the secret realm and the internal collection work, they will be completed by the two families in the future. In addition, the two families will jointly provide 6th level void crystals to accelerate the secret realm as much as possible, so that the 10 time realm trees can produce time realm fruits faster. In the main control room of Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song Chi looked calm, but his heart was not. The 7th level time realm tree that he had hidden was not discovered by the Morning Star family, which means that when the dominant status of the market is upgraded again, he will most likely be able to quietly take the 7th level time realm tree into his pocket. In addition, in the cultivation secret realm, a 6th level tree, 2 5th level trees, and a 4th level tree. A total of 4 Time Realm trees are standing around the green water spring. Under the effect of the Secret Realm Accelerator feature, the 4 are growing rapidly. It is unknown how long it will take to produce the second round of Time Realm fruit. The extra 4th level Time Realm tree was obtained by Song Hao and Song Bai by chance before, and was sent to the market. Thinking of this, Song Qi looked at the storage capsule on the side. There is a 7th level Time Realm fruit, 2 5th level Time Realm fruit, and a 4th level Time Realm fruit quietly placed in it, counting the 6th level, 5th level, and 3 4th level fruits from the ancestor. Overall, although 2 market projection orders were used, it is definitely a huge profit, because all Time Realm trees can be regarded as sustainable development resources, and they can produce Time Realm fruit continuously in the future. After a few days, each of the 2 families transferred a 5th level battleship captain, who will personally guard the entrance to this secret realm, and use the combined illusion space to cover the entire nearby star field, keeping confidentiality to the extreme. Since it was about that Time Realm tree, the 2 families would never allow any mistakes to happen. After doing all this, the 2nd and 3rd level clansmen of the 2 families all signed the Golden Confidentiality Agreement with Rosetta Morningstar. After doing this, the 2 families left Dragon Ridge Continent, Family Ancestral Hall. In order to ensure the confidentiality of the news, Song Wujiang activated the Chaos Mist and Starry Sky projection functions of the Dragon Whale Hall successively. And then he and Song Qi started a conversation with Song Xuan, who was projected from the Jiefeng floating continent. Xiao Qi, tell me more about your gains this time, and whether there are any secrets in the secret realm. Song Qi did not hide anything, and waved his hand to take out several Time Realm fruits. Song Wujiang and Song Xuan were immediately attracted by the obviously extraordinary 7th level Time Realm fruit. This Time Realm fruit seems to be even higher than the 6th level. Could it be? As they spoke, they turned their inquiring eyes to Song Qi. Yes, this is the 7th level Time Realm fruit. Before the 2 people with surprise on their faces could speak, Song Qi continued to add, there is a 7th level Time Realm tree in the secret realm, but it has been tightly stitched together with the flesh and blood of the Shi clan by the will of the secret realm, and embedded in the depths of the earth's core. It cannot be transplanted out for the time being, but I hid it with a silver legendary artifact. When I am confident enough in the future, it will not be too late to transplant it out then. In addition, this time my grandson also transplanted 4 Time Realm trees in advance. After listening to Song Qi's words, Song Wujiang and Song Xuan smiled and nodded. After the excitement passed, the 3 began to discuss how to use the several Time Realm fruits, this time. 1 7th level, 1 6th level, 3 5th level, 4 4th level. 9 Time Realm fruits also means that the 9 Xinhua warships can be given a second life. If used well, the strength of the entire family may be greatly improved. First of all, the 6th level Time Realm fruit, needless to say, can only be left to Dinghai Longxiang. With this Time Realm fruit as insurance, Song Wujiang may be able to try to attack the Star Destroyer in a few hundred years. For 4th level Time Realm fruits, it was easy. The family had many potential 4th level members recently, such as Song Yin, Song Zhe, Song Bei, etc. On the contrary, the 3 5th level Time Realm fruits made Song Wujiang and Song Xuan feel troubled. Seeing the vague hesitation on their faces, Song Qi felt a little puzzled. At this time, Song Wujiang said, Xiao Qi, do you need this 5th level Time Realm fruit urgently? Hearing this question, Song Qi was even more puzzled. As for himself, he was naturally not in a hurry to need this 5th level Time Realm fruit at the moment. Qianshu Songqiong had just been promoted to a battleship, and it would take at least 100 years, or even hundreds of years, before it could impact the dreadnought. Swallow it directly to control the law of time? The reason why he can comprehend the laws of space and light at the same time is because he has double pupils. But double pupils can only maintain the balance of the 2 laws. If he masters the 3rd law at this moment, it will greatly increase the difficulty of comprehending the law, which is not worth the loss. But the focus is not on him. In Song Qi's impression, there are only a few battleship captains in the family now. The Ruzu ship has been promoted, and the Tian Hao ancestor has just been promoted to the battleship captain. It seems that the only one who can use this 5th level Time Realm fruit is the Ding Bang ancestor. By this calculation, the 5th level Time Realm fruit will not be insufficient. Although he was puzzled, Song Chi still shook his head truthfully. My grandson can't use the 5th level time realm fruit for the time being. After hearing this, Song Wujiang and Song Xiuan's expressions were obviously much more relaxed. As if he saw the doubt in Song Chi's eyes. Song Wujiang thought about it and explained, Shao Qi. There is actually another hidden vein in the clan. Its strength is much greater than that of the 2 main veins of heaven and earth before the pioneering war. They are the key to the subsequent promotion of Lingji continent to the 7th level floating continent. However, there has been no fearless captain, and they are greatly restricted in the alien star field. One of the 3 5th level time realm fruits will be left in Dingnang. Since you are not in urgent need now, the other 2 will be sent to Yimai first. What do you think? Song Chi, Yimai is nearly 200 years old, but this is the first time he has heard this news. At the same time, his mind also recalled the evaluation of the ancestor when he was promoted to the captain of the battleship. At that time, Song Wujiang only said that he was in the top 3 of the family in the past 3,000 years. Now that he thinks about it, it may be related to this Yimai. Although many thoughts came to his mind, Song Chi nodded quickly, indicating that he had no objection. There were 2 5th level time realm trees in the cultivation secret realm. When the Tianxu Sangqiong was strong enough to attack the dreadnought, I am afraid that these 5th level time realm fruits would have been produced many times. As for the last 7th level time realm fruits, Song Wujiang and Song Xiuan had the same attitude and let Song Chi arrange it himself. They all knew that although Song Chi could use dominant projection, the cost was very high every time. Therefore, this most valuable thing should naturally belong to Song Chi. Secondly, this 7th level time realm fruit is only used when the Star Destroyer is upgraded to the 8th level Xinhua battleship. With the current strength of the Song family, it is unknown when it will be used. But Song Chi is different. He can trade with various alien creatures in the Zhutian market at will. Whether he uses it himself or trades the 7th level time realm fruit, it is easier. Song Chi did not refuse. He was really greedy for this 7th level time realm fruit. Although he could not swallow it directly for the time being, and could not use it on the battleship, its value was there. Apart from anything else, just putting it on the market trading shop, it might raise the market's profile. After all, this thing, all the 7th level creatures in the Star Sea are extremely envious. The 6th level time realm fruit, swallowed directly, can make the time law enter a small success. He is not sure about the effect of this 7th level time realm fruit, but it is possible to make the time law reach 20%, 30%, or even directly reach Chengdu, which is amazing. Song Chi estimated that the value of this 7th level time realm fruit might not be weaker than a golden sanctuary quality strategic level component, or a wisp of golden upgraded fire source. Well, it is equivalent to an ordinary black component. After determining the distribution of all time realm fruits, the 3 of them turned the topic to the leakage of the secret realm information. Although the problem was caused by the first report of the 2nd level clansman below, it was ultimately due to some problems in the family's communication. The encrypted information was suspected to have been cracked, which led to a series of problems later. In the future, the family must increase the budget for communication, encryption, etc. The family's quantum communication bracelet must continue to strengthen the function of long-distance interstellar communication. In addition, the acquisition priority of warship communication components should be increased, even if there are multiple encryption methods. As long as the information is transmitted through the Xinhua network, there will definitely be a risk of leakage. Well, after all matters were discussed, Song Xiuan withdrew the projection. Song Wujiang and the others never asked much about the 4 time realm trees in Song Chi's hand. Song Chi also did not mention it, but said that he should be able to produce several grades of time realm fruits from time to time. At the foot of Longji Divine Mountain, White Jade Square, before Tianxu Sangqiong landed, Hao Miao and Daytime had been waiting here. After the warship communication group chat was connected, Song Hao and Song Bai spoke respectfully one after another. Uncle Song Chi. Yes. Song Chi nodded. His eyes swept across the 2 projections, and then asked, how is your law perception? Song Hao spoke first. He was perceiving the law of light, and his current perception had reached 0.75%. Following Song Hao's words, Song Bai did not hide anything. Replying to Uncle Song Chi, I comprehended the law of space, and my current level of comprehension is 0.24%. Song Chi nodded. and then said, "You two have done very well this time. I don't care about the family's reward. This is a personal reward. You can choose one. Xiao Hao. Yours is a silver energy shield. Or a red upgraded fire source. Bai Yi. Yours is a silver ship armor. Or 5 space law fruits. These 5 space law fruits can improve your space law by 0.3% in a short period of time." Song Hao and Song Bai were a little entangled in the two choices given by Song Qi. Finally, Song Hao chose the silver energy shield, while Song Bai took 5 space law fruits. Of course, in addition to these two, the 2 red main guns that Song Qi had lent to the two of them were not taken back. After taking back the Tai Soul Calming Monument, Brainwave Remote Control System, and top-grade Fairyland Spirit Soil, and other items from Song Hao, Song Qi controlled the Tianqiu Sangqiong to soar into the sky, and soon disappeared into the sky. In the Haomiao and daytime, Song Hao and the others looked at each other, and smiles appeared on their faces. "Let's go! We have been in Longji Continent for so long. It is time to go out and have a look. The family is in urgent need of manpower everywhere. We can't be lazy." As he said that, the 2 cruisers also soared into the sky and headed for the family's exclusive medium-distance teleportation stargate not far from Longji Continent. Longji Continent, Qingwen Manor. After finishing the matter here, Song Qi will set off soon to search for the strange object that seems to be another time chess piece. Taking advantage of the time before departure, he naturally has to accompany his family. But surprisingly, Song Ting has been busy recently. I heard from my parents that she hasn't been seen for many days. Song Qi smiled and shook his head. He didn't worry too much. This girl is now a senior cruiser captain. Perhaps she will attack the Zhulu ship soon. She is no longer a flower in the greenhouse. It is normal to have her own things to do. Besides, the shadow metal and the cross-star conversion binding have been arranged. If there is any danger, the girl will summon the Tianqiu Sanqiong for help. Chapter 487 Neutron Star Remains Concept and the Silver Plate Galaxy. Tianpan Galaxy, Yaoan Star Region. As the central star region of the Yaoan Kingdom, it is also the star region controlled by the Lu royal family. Although the diameter of the Yaoan star region is only 50,000 light-years, the value it contains, and the wealth it creates every year, has always been the top of the entire Tianpan Galaxy. There is no way, as the center of the entire Tianpan Galaxy, Yaoan Star Region not only has one of the only 2 7th-level life-type floating lands in the entire galaxy, it is also the most resource-rich area in the entire galaxy, and there is also a large-scale long-distance teleportation stargate that directly connects to the adjacent galaxy. All of this is an important reason for the prosperity of Yaoan Star Region. On this day, a battleship with a length of more than 14,000 meters entered the Yaoan Star Region. After the inspection of the Yaoan garrison fleet, Tianqiu Sangqiong successfully entered the Yaoan Star Region. "People from Morning Star Kingdom? Identity is fine, let them pass." In the main control room of Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song Qi controlled the battleship and rushed all the way to the center of Yaoan Star Region. Since leaving Longji Continent, several months have passed. Under the action of the battleship's 2 jump components, Tianqiu Sangqiong finally arrived in Yaoan Star Region. The coordinates of the light spot displayed on the Tianming Sinan Pan component are more than 1 million light-years away from Longji Continent. According to the general star map of multiple galaxies around the Tianpan Galaxy provided by the Song family, he found that the suspected time chess component was not in the Tianpan Galaxy, but in the adjacent Impan Galaxy. To go to the Impan Galaxy, the fastest way is to go through the large teleportation stargate in the center of the Yaoan Star Region. So he rushed to the Yaoan Star Region without stopping. The large teleportation stargate is located in the middle of the Yaoan Star Field. To be more precise, it is located above the Yaoan Floating Land, a 7th-level life-type floating land of the kingdom. When Song Qi arrived, he was not lucky. The last round of intergalactic teleportation had just ended, and the next teleportation to the Impan Galaxy was already scheduled for half a month later. Helplessly, the Tianqiu Sangqiong could only go to the Yaoan floating land below. Instead of waiting here for half a month, it would be better to go to the first floating land in the galaxy, whose diameter has already exceeded 10,000 light-years. Even though it is not as rich in good things as the Jiexing floating land due to its geographical location, it is still a river system capital after all, and it also gathers business groups and chaebols from other river systems. So there will naturally be no shortage of good things. The area open to the public in Yaoan floating land is not large. Only 1% of the entire floating land, But compared to a floating land with a diameter of tens of thousands of light years, this area is already very large. Songchi chose nothing else but the Inpan city jointly built by several major Inpan River system chaebols. After taking back the warship, Songchi rushed into the city with an astonishing area. Compared with the Longji city, where the Song family lived on the Jiexing floating land, Inpan city was much larger, and the flow of people was even greater than that of Longji city. The number of shops was also incomparable to that of Longji city. Songchi was not surprised at all. He had heard that the several Inpan River chaebols who jointly bought this piece of land were basically old chaebols, with a history of more than 10,000 years. And each of them had an extreme dreadnought. In terms of strength, the Song family, which now had the three-eyed royal family domination flagship in hand, might not be weaker than them. But in terms of foundation, they were still far behind. Even if it is said that in the previous pioneering war, the Song family enriched its own foundation several times by plundering the assets of the Jiexing clan. But Songchi estimated that his current foundation was probably equivalent to that of a 5,000-year-old aristocratic family. If the hidden vein was included, it might increase a lot, reaching the level of a 6,000 or 7,000-year-old aristocratic family. However, it is impossible to catch up with the foundation of a 10,000-year-old aristocratic family. Shaking his head, he did not think about it anymore, and walked into a large shop and began to search for what he wanted. It can only be said that this is a shop opened by a 1-yen chaebol. In just a few minutes, Songchi saw a lot of good things. His footsteps suddenly paused, and he pointed to a red part and said to the maid beside him, "How much is this red secondary gun?" This time, he was looking at a red group attack secondary gun, called Explosive Particle Cannon. Explosive Particle Cannon LB0 quality, red features, high-speed particle radiation features 2, secondary gun power increased by 80% features 3, penetration effect double consumption, 8/shot, psionic points, power, 18.4 no buffering and charging required upgrade required, 20 strands of floating land origin, 0 order, 2,000 psionic points, high-energy particle radiation. The high-energy particles emitted by the secondary guns are accompanied by strong radiation effects. After the explosion, the radiation effect will spread further, causing continuous damage to units near the explosion. Although the Tianqiu Sangqiong already has the electromagnetic lightning cannon, a group attack secondary gun. How can there be too many group attack secondary guns? Moreover, even though the electromagnetic lightning cannon has evolved several times and now has reached orange quality, it is still not good enough for the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which is already at level 5. As for the subsequent evolution with the level 6 Silver Apple, not to mention that the production speed of the level 6 Silver Apple is very slow. The key is that the Silver Apples produced in the first few rounds will never be able to be used for the electromagnetic lightning cannon. There are many top-quality orange parts on the battleship now, and at least they have to wait until those parts evolve before the electromagnetic lightning cannon can be used. Before that, it was still necessary to take this explosive particle cannon. However, the most important thing was that after being promoted to a battleship, the Tianqiu Sangqiong had 4 more secondary gun slots. No one would resist strengthening the firepower of their own ship, so they naturally had to make up for it as soon as possible. "Sir, the price of this explosive particle cannon is 1,000 strands of the 4th level floating land essence, or 80 strands of the 5th level floating land essence." Songchi finally paid the 4th level floating land essence. In the next few days, he had been shopping in various shops in Inpan City, and during this period, he also bought some rare resources such as titanium crystals, black hole dense stones, etc. But the quantity was limited. On this day, it was already the 10th day since arriving at Inpan City. Songchi was still walking around the city as usual. However, until the afternoon, he still hadn't gained anything. Just as he was preparing to go back to Xinhua Hotel today, his eyes accidentally swept across a stall in the corner of the street. "Huh?" Songchi walked over with a slight exclamation in his heart. As he got closer, he confirmed his judgment. It is indeed a small piece of neutron star debris. The reason why it is called a small piece, rather than a piece, is because it is only a palm-sized piece of neutron star fragment, which is a long way from a whole piece of debris, and it is impossible to be effective against the neutron star core armor parts. However, the reason why Songchi still walked to this stall was because he thought of the Tianming Sinan Pan component, since it can track other time chess components, or even the illusory time chessboard. Can it trace the entire wreckage through the neutron star fragments? Once this idea came up, it quickly filled his entire mind at a terrifying speed and could no longer be dispelled. In addition, since it was a non-starter, Song Chi was naturally willing to give it a try. After buying the neutron star fragment with a wisp of the second-level floating land origin, Song Chi returned to the hotel where he was staying and rushed directly to the battleship summoning room under the hotel. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Chi took the initiative to cancel the binding between Time Chess and Sinan Jueyuan and put the neutron star fragment on it. After the binding was completed, he quickly turned his eyes to the part site. Is it useless? There was no light spot prompt on the side of Tianming Sinan Pan. But Song Chi quickly reacted. Although he did not get the desired result, he never gave up. In the next few days, he almost visited every corner of Yinpan City and successfully bought 4 neutron star fragments from various small stalls. The reason for doing this is very simple. Although the first piece of neutron star fragment did not track the light spot mark related to it, it does not mean that it cannot be tracked. On the contrary, if it really cannot be tracked, then the first step of binding will not be successful. Since the binding is completed, it means that it can be tracked. However, the entire wreckage of the previous neutron star fragment is not within the 100 million light-year tracking radius of Tianming Sinan Pan. Under the Xinhua Hotel, the battleship summoning room. Inside the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Chi completed the binding of the second neutron star fragment with the Sinan Jueyuan feature, still no response. The third piece, still no response. Until the fourth piece, when Song Chi completed the binding of it with the Sinan Jueyuan feature, a golden light spot suddenly appeared on the ground of the Tianming Sinan Pan component. It's done. This is the entire wreckage of this neutron star fragment. Looking at this light spot that is only tens of thousands of light years away from Yaoan floating land, in addition to being surprised, he did not slow down and immediately left the hotel and summoned a battleship to rush into the sky. Instead of going directly, Song Chi first set up a space anchor point in a hidden place outside Yaoan floating land. At present, there are nearly 3 days before the Stargate transmission to the Yinpan River system. If everything goes well, he may be able to catch up with this round of transmission. After doing this, he controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong to set off. With the help of 2 orange jump devices, the speed of travel was extremely fast. 2 days later, after several consecutive jumps, the Tianxu Sangqiong had arrived at the coordinates displayed by Tianming Sinan Pan. This is a large asteroid belt. Although the number of asteroids is staggering and the fragments are countless. Fortunately, the coordinates displayed by Tianming Sinan Pan are accurate enough. With the full efforts of nearly 100 puppet soldiers and hundreds of Jishing slaves, they successfully found the light spot. Yes, it is a neutron star wreckage. Inside the Tianxu Sangqiong, neutron star core armor has successfully fused the neutron star wreckage, and the evolution progress has reached February 10th. Although it is still a long way off, at least it is getting closer to the goal. Moreover, this not only means that the neutron star core armor parts have taken another step towards the Golden Holy Land, but also means that the Heavenly Fate Compass Plate can also be used to trace the source of various special resources. In this way, many resources may be searched in this way. Not only the neutron star debris, but also black hole dense stone, sand of time, and even strategic resources such as titanium crystal. If it is really possible to track the location of the titanium crystal vein that gave birth to it through a titanium crystal, Song Chi simply cannot imagine it. In the battleship's main control room, Song Chi had several resources in his hands, including titanium crystal, black hole dense stone, and sand of time. After dozens of seconds, he chuckled and shook his head. Sure enough, he thought too much. These resources can't even do the most basic binding, let alone trace their source. Based on this, Song Chi compared the previous neutron star fragments with several resources, and soon he found the difference. Neutron star fragments themselves are part of the neutron star debris, which fell off from the neutron star debris, but titanium crystals are different. They are a whole, and the sources themselves. So how to trace the source? If you have to trace the source, unless a black hole dense stone is forcibly smashed into 2 pieces, and then use the other piece to trace the source, this may be able to track the location of the other piece. After figuring this out, Song Chi took back the Tianxu Sangqiong. And the next second, he himself disappeared into the asteroid belt. In the outer starry sky of Yaoan floating land, Song Chi, wearing the 5th level Mayan Golden Vine armor and an additional 6th level plasma shield, appeared out of thin air in a small debris belt. Tens of seconds later, the Tianqiu Sangqiong, wrapped in a dark energy shield, rushed out of the debris belt and headed straight for the large long-distance Stargate. The characteristics of the black and white light shield of the Yin-Yang counterattack annihilation shield were still too obvious. In addition, the attack from Jiexing floating land caused the projection of the 6th level dreadnought to disintegrate, and the reputation of Song Chi of the Longji Song clan spread throughout the Tianpan River system. So in order to avoid unnecessary troubles, Song Chi had already used the ever-changing characteristics of the Mirage Dragon Pearl to change the appearance of the Tianqiu Sangqiong. Without any surprise, the Tianqiu Sangqiong caught up with the transmission to the Yinpan River system. Because the transmission ticket was purchased half a month ago, the Tianqiu Sangqiong was not blocked. After waiting for about half an hour, when the transmission time arrived, this large-scale long-distance transmission Stargate with a terrifying diameter suddenly started. Buzz buzz buzz. A strong sense of weightlessness enveloped more than 100,000 starships. As a battleship captain whose guidance technique had reached the 5th level, Song Chi's reaction was naturally not as exaggerated as others. After a brief discomfort, he adapted again. When the strong spatial fluctuations dissipated, looking at the scene outside the battleship, in an instant, the outside world had already changed to a completely different river system. Looking around, Tianqiu Sangqiong rushed out of the Stargate base station. Song Chi also quickly captured the towering continent located below this new large-scale, long-distance Stargate base station. Like the Yaoan Kingdom, the Yinpan Kingdom of the Yinpan River Galaxy also placed the Stargate base station above the floating land in the center of the river system. After a quick glance, Song Chi had a rough judgment in his mind. The diameter of the Yinpan floating land below is much larger than that of the Yaoan floating land. In terms of the floating land foundation, it is obvious that the Yinpan floating land is better. Chapter 478 The Silver Plate Kingdom and the Chaotic Abyss. The Silver Plate Galaxy, which stretches for about 1.2 million light-years in diameter, was developed earlier than the Sky Plate Galaxy, and now the ruler of the galaxy is the Silver Plate Kingdom, which has 5 principalities and dozens of ordinary countries under its jurisdiction. The Silver Plate Kingdom currently has 5 immortal forces, and the strongest force is the Silver Plate Royal Family. Tuoba Clan. The Tuoba clan has been developing the Silver Plate Kingdom for more than 30,000 years, and now the Tuoba royal family has 2 star destroyers, and there are 5 extreme dreadnought captains, who have been revealed to the public, who control a star field of nearly 200,000 light-years, and are the undisputed overlords of the entire Silver Plate Galaxy. As a level 7 life-type floating land controlled by the Tuoba royal family, but in order to promote the prosperity of the Yinpan floating land and the Yinpan star field, the Tuoba royal family still marked out a large public open area on the floating land. The Yinpan Mall is located in the middle of the floating land open area. It is a city built and managed by the Tuoba royal family Chamber of Commerce. It is also the most prosperous city in the entire Yinpan floating land public open area, no one else. In the center of the mall, the Yinpan Chamber of Commerce building, Song Chi, who came here for the reputation, is now wandering on the 3rd floor of the Chamber of Commerce. The specific information about the Yinpan River System comes from the book, Complete Solution of the Yinpan River System, in his hand. Walking along, Song Chi came to the star map sales area. Silver Plate Star Region High Precision Star Map Xinhua Calendar 30th Session 600 and 19th Year Revised Edition. Price: 1 strand of 4th level floating land essence. Silver Plate Central 5-star Region High Precision Star Map Xinhua Calendar 30th Session 600 and 18th Year Revised Edition. Price: 5 strands of 4th level floating land essence. All Silver Plate River System High Precision Star Map Xinhua Calendar 30th Session 600 and 20th Year Revised Edition. Price: 1 strand of 5th level floating land essence. Add this, all Silver Plate River System High Precision Star Map. Together it is 1 strand of 5th level floating land essence plus 1 strand of 3rd level floating land essence. Right? Pointing to the all Silver Plate River System High Precision Star Map Xinhua Calendar 30th Session 600 and 20th Year Revised Edition, Song Chi asked the Chamber of Commerce salesperson beside him. The slender saleswoman nodded gently with an impeccable smile on her face. Yes, sir. Can you confirm in which month of this year this full Milky Way star map was revised? According to records, the oldest, Xinxia Dynasty, of Xinhua human civilization was officially established 324,620 years ago. It is also the first year of the Xinhua calendar era recognized by Xinhua human civilization. Today, it is exactly 30,620 years. 1 Hui equals 10,800 years. It's just that it's the end of 620 years now. Although the star map was also revised in 620 years, the difference between the beginning of the year and the end of the year is still not small, so I have to ask clearly. My lord, this star map was revised in July 620, which is 2 months ago. He nodded, without asking any more questions, and directly took out the corresponding floating land origin from the Xinhua Zuqiao, and bought the star map and the river system solution. In the next half an hour, Song Qi went to the 4th and 5th floors of the Chamber of Commerce building, and bought another red secondary gun, golden source armor-piercing cannon, with real armor-piercing properties. In this way, there were only 2 secondary guns left on the Tianshu Sanqiong. But apart from that, Song Qi naturally did not let go of the street vendors in the city, and patronized all of them. Since he knew a new and efficient method to search for neutron star debris, he would not be stingy with the fragmented time of 10 days or half a month. The final result did not disappoint him. During this period, he traced the coordinates of a neutron star debris again, and spent more than a month and traveled more than 100,000 light years to successfully obtain it. At this point, he only needs to obtain 7 more neutron star debris, and neutron star core armor can officially evolve into golden ship armor. In fact, the value of the neutron star debris is not high. Otherwise, Song Qi would not have been able to get the 2 pieces of debris so easily. After all, the 2 pieces are not in a very remote star field. It is impossible that other Xinhua captains have discovered them before. It is just that because of the value, no one cares about it. Otherwise, if it is collected by a certain family secret vault, Song Qi will have a lot of twists and turns to get it. Silver Plate Hotel. First floor lobby. After checking out at the front desk, Song Qi turned and walked towards the hotel door. However, the keen hearing brought by the 5 life sublimations allowed him to hear the low voices of 2 third-level Xinhua captains in the corner of the building. Have you heard that there is a rich man on the Xinhua land who has set a task to the top? As long as you can remove the alien energy in a special resource in his hand, you can take any one of the multiple rewards listed. You also saw that task? I don't know which core member it is. The first item is 20,000 titanium crystals. TSK. Titanium crystals are nothing. I also saw a ray of red upgraded fire source. Another reward is a red energy shield and a red ship armor. Hearing this news, although Song Qi did not stop, he was quite interested in it. He didn't need the red upgraded fire source, red energy shield and ship armor. But the 20,000 titanium crystals were different. In the past few months, he had refined a lot of memory fragments of the life-chasing immortal, and successfully extracted several master spirits from them. On the contrary, the titanium crystals in his hands were not enough to support him to strengthen several parts to level 70. If he could get these 20,000 titanium crystals, it would solve his urgent problem. As for clearing the alien energy, the Sinan Shuban feature of Tianming Sinan Pan seemed to be able to solve this problem. The original attribute of Sinan Shuban is to decompose objects, separate them into their original form. Since it is the original form, the foreign energy mixed in later can also be separated with a high probability. Thinking of this, Song Qi immediately summoned the Tianshu Sanqiong after leaving the hotel. After the Tianshu Sanqiong, which had changed its appearance, sank into the clouds on the sky of the Silver Plate floating land, Song Qi logged into the local area network of the Silver Plate floating land with the Seed of Fire. The journey to the Starry Sea is long and difficult. The fire of civilization will never be extinguished. After getting familiar with the login scene, he successfully logged into the land, and soon saw the pinned task mentioned by the 2 cruiser captains. Separate alien energy at a high price. Task content: I have a batch of high-level resources, but they were accidentally mixed with alien energy. Now I want to remove or separate the alien energy. Friends who have the corresponding parts can try it. Task reward: if all the alien energy is successfully separated, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. 20,000 titanium crystals. 2. A strand of red upgraded fire source. 3. 1 piece of red hull armor and energy shield each. 8. 14 kilograms of sand of time after reading the entire content of this pinned task. In addition to the 20,000 titanium crystals, there is another reward that surprised Song Qi. 14 kilograms of sand of time. This is enough to strengthen the Pajua time realm component to the 7th level. Although he was surprised, Song Chi did not rush to reply under the task post, but exited the Xinhua network. Inside the Tianqiu Songqiong, Song Chi, who exited the Xinhua network, walked to the Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl component. It is recognized that the Xinhua network lacks confidentiality. Once information is published in it, people with higher authority can follow the account to query the relevant information of the matching Xinhua warship. Although the Tianqiu Songqiong had already changed the appearance of the ship with the Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl component, and temporarily changed the name of the Tianqiu Songqiong. This was the first floating land of the Silver Plate floating land, a kingdom that had been established for more than 30,000 years. Later, he would have to demonstrate the ability of the Tianming Si Nanpan, a golden sacred domain component, so he could not be too cautious. The titanium crystal stored in my body is only enough to strengthen one component to the 7th level. So let's use the Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl. Song Chi had made a decision while muttering. The silver light inside the warship flashed 10 times in a row. Finally, consuming one 7th level floating land origin and one master's true spirit, the Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl component was successfully strengthened to level 70. After the 7th level, the properties of the Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl component have been qualitatively improved. Whether it is Mirage or 1,000 changes, the concealment effect has been greatly increased, and the priority has also increased a lot. After doing this, Song Chi logged into the Xinhua LAN again. I have a special component here. I think it can be tried. Where can I meet? Just after sending a comment message under the post, the other party's reply came immediately. Many captains have come now. They are all in Luoha Valley, 100,000 kilometers east of Ipan Mall. If it is convenient, friends can come directly. Luoha Valley. Song Chi scanned the radar map on one side and confirmed that dozens of Zhulu ships and battleships had gathered there. He nodded and agreed. 10 minutes later, Tianqiu Songqiong landed in Luoha Valley. Seeing the dark Tianqiu Songqiong landing, the 2 Zhulu ships that had been waiting on the side came up to meet it. Excuse me, is it the battleship Dongfang Kunlun? Song Chi nodded in response, and then was led by 2 Zhulu warships to the Silver Castle in the middle of the valley. 2 Zhulu warships are used as guides, which is quite a show. However, it is still difficult to find out which force has taken over the land in Luoha Valley, and it is too difficult to determine the identity of the other party. Tianqiu Songqiong landed in the central square of the vast Silver Castle. Before that, there were already dozens of warships docked on the terrifyingly large square. Among them, there are the most chasing warships, nearly 30. There are also 4 battleships, and more than 10 cruisers. Sir, please wait for a moment. If it is your turn later, we will have someone to notify you. Nearly half an hour has passed, and the number of warships staying on the square is getting smaller and smaller, but the experiment is still going on. Obviously, the alien energy cannot be easily eliminated, and all the warships that tried before have ended in failure. On the top floor of the main building of the Silver Castle, a figure stood quietly in front of the transparent isolation window, and quietly watched the slowly progressing experiment work on the square in front. Behind the plump figure, the old man with a deep breath bowed and said, "Madam, that is the chaotic energy left by the Flame Demon Lord on the 168th floor of the Abyss. If you want to rely on these people to clear it, the chance is too low." Hearing this, the figure in front of the isolation window did not move, but whispered, "We have to try it. This batch of resources involves a key component on my ship. As long as there is a slight chance, we must not let it go. After all, it is too difficult to get another batch of this Abyss Source Crystal." In the corner of the square, Song Chi and the Tianqiu Songqiong received a notice, and it was his turn. The engine was activated, pushing the Tianqiu Songqiong slowly towards the center of the square. In the middle of the square, a 100,000-meter class dreadnought was quietly parked. According to Song Chi's previous observations, this dreadnought was obviously a member of the power behind the Silver Castle. The high-level resources mixed with heterogeneous energy were also in this dreadnought. As the Tianqiu Songqiong approached, a 6th-level 10-winged angel walked out of the dreadnought. When the 10-winged angel came close to the Tianqiu Songqiong, Song Chi, who had activated his double pupils, caught the crystal stone in his hand. However, what made Song Chi a little solemn was that, with the extreme analytical ability of his pupils, he clearly saw the extremely violent and frighteningly high energy fluctuations of the flame energy inside the crystal. Is this the power of chaos? Because he enslaved a Cyclops and an Abyss Devil. Song-Chi did not have a clear understanding of this special crystal, but he was quite familiar with the majestic flame energy inside it. In his impression, only the power of chaos in the Abyss would be so violent and violent. At the same time, he also compared the energy in the Cyclops and the Abyss Devil, and finally confirmed that it was the power of chaos with fire attributes. Without saying anything more, he opened the hatch and let the flame giant take the special crystal from the Tin-Winged Angel. Then he immediately closed the hatch, completely isolating the inside and outside of the warship. The golden component, Heavenly Fate Sinan Pan, was to be used, which must not be seen by outsiders. Carefully placing the crystal near the Heavenly Fate Sinan Pan component, Song-Chi activated the Sinan Shua Bin feature. With the activation of this feature, the ship shone with golden light. Under the materialized double pupils in his eyes, Song-Chi captured the process of the Sinan Shua Bin feature acting on this crystal. A ray of obscure golden light flashed from the Tianming Sinan Pan. After the golden light sank into the crystal, it began to expel the chaotic fire energy in the crystal with all its strength. This process was not fast. The chaotic fire energy was too overbearing. Song-Chi even guessed that if the Tianming Sinan Pan had not been strengthened to level 70, the separation would have failed. As time passed, Tianming Sinan Pan did not disappoint Song-Chi in the end. It separated the powerful fire energy in this special crystal. In the end, this crystal was divided into two parts. In addition to the crystal itself, there was also a ray of violent fire energy. Not long after, the plump woman in the silver castle received the message of successful separation. Her beautiful eyes trembled. Did it really succeed? Chapter 489 Success Golden Component, Chaos Interactive Ring. Song-Chi was not clear about what happened in the silver castle not far away. He only knew that when he successfully sent out the crystal stone that had been transformed into its most primitive form, the surrounding people had a noticeable commotion. But this did not cause him to care. With the Mirage Dragon Transformation Pearl component strengthened to level 70, he believed that these prying eyes could not detect any real information about the Tianxu Sanqiong. Inside the warship, his eyes fell on the flame giant behind him. This wisp of extremely high-level chaos fire will be of great benefit to you. After successfully completing the separation, Song-Chi only returned the crystal stone. As for the chaos fire separated from it, he replied that it was completely cleared, but in fact, he secretly kept it in his hands. This wisp of flame is of extremely high level and contains extremely strong flame energy, so it is still of high value. Who knew that the flame giant suddenly approached and showed a strong desire for this chaotic energy? Song-Chi was not bothered by this. After all, it was an extra benefit. Since it was useful to the flame giant, he would give it to it. But not now. The other party had not only one crystal stone, but a batch of them. It would take some time to separate them all. When the Tin-Winged Angel came out of the dreadnought again, Song-Chi soon received a not-so-friendly message. Because there were quite a few crystal stones in this batch, he wanted to separate them in batches. The cooling time of the Sinan Shubin feature, even if it had been strengthened to level 70, was as long as 60 hours. If he really separated them one by one, it would take a long time. However, the problem lies here. This kind of crystal is extremely valuable. Song-Chi was not at ease when he handed it to him in bulk. Therefore, he proposed a condition, which was to temporarily block the space to prevent the Tianxu Sanqiong from running away with the money by flashing, jumping, etc. Song-Chi naturally could not allow this. If the space was really blocked, if the other party had some other ideas later, wouldn't the Tianxu Sanqiong be trapped? Finally, after many negotiations, the two sides agreed that Song-Chi would take out the Silver Dragon Spear and other silver wonders as collateral, and the two sides would return them after the separation was completed. The Sinan Shua Bin feature of Tianming Sinan Pan can be effective for a large number of similar items at a time. After the other party sent hundreds of special crystal resources to the warship, Song-Chi only activated 3 rounds, which means less than 7 days, and successfully completed all the separation. After all the crystals that returned to their original state were sent back to the other party, Silver Dragon Spear and several other silver wonders were also taken back by Song-Chi at this point. This mission has been perfectly completed. When choosing the reward, Song-Chi in the warship paused, and finally he tried to say, "Excuse me, can I take half of the titanium crystal and half of the sand of time? The resource of sand of time is really rare. He finally encountered it this time, and he didn't want to miss it. As for the titanium crystal, it is also urgently needed by Tianxu Sungcheong. Regarding his proposal, the dreadnought in front did not respond immediately. It took more than a minute before it responded. Well, it took the initiative to send a communication request to Tianxu Sungcheong. In the battleship's main control room, Song Chi frowned. To be honest, he did not want to answer the call, as it would expose him. However, thinking that the cause was due to his unreasonable request, he finally answered the call. Of course, before answering the call, he first put on the bionic skin mask made of War Mother Amethyst skin a long time ago, and then put on the 5th level Mayan Golden Vine armor, which covered the entire face. After finishing this, he connected the communication. The next second after the communication was connected, Song Chi, who was covered by 2 layers of protection, had a slightly brighter look in his eyes. The projection that appeared in the communication channel was a woman with a delicate face that could be called perfect. However, it was just out of appreciation instinct. He did not say that he was really stunned because of it. In the depths of his eyes that were difficult for the outside world to detect, the shadow of his double pupils flashed, and then Song Chi turned around. He took the initiative to say, "I'm really sorry. It is indeed because of me that this follow-up problem has arisen. I apologize for this. But if possible, I still hope you can agree or buy it with a high-level floating land origin." The woman opposite did not speak for what he said, but a hint of surprise seemed to flash in the depths of her eyes. Just when Song Chi was about to speak again, the woman finally spoke. "It's not an excessive request." Of course, this sudden change, including the casual tone, made Song Chi feel a little confused. However, he quickly said, "Thank you." The other party acted very quickly. Before long, 10,000 titanium crystals and 7 kilograms of sand of time were all delivered to Song Chi. Seeing that the matter was over, Song Chi was also ready to take his leave. However, the woman in the communication channel suddenly spoke at this time. "How about exchanging contact information?" "No. I don't mean anything else. I may have resources of this kind that need special parts to clean up in the future. It will be convenient to contact you then." In the Tianxu Songcheong, Song Chi fell silent. He instinctively wanted to refuse. Say it's communication. Who knows if the communication subcomponent has the ability to reverse positioning? So, after thinking for a moment, he replied tactfully, "The communication components in my ship are of average quality, and the farthest communication distance does not exceed 100,000 light-years, and I am not from the Epan galaxy, so..." He had tried his best to speak tactfully, and believed that the other party would definitely understand, but the next reply from the woman opposite made the corners of his mouth covered by the double mask twitch slightly. "It's very simple. My communication component has a range of more than 10 million light-years. In addition..." Speaking of this, she paused for a few seconds before continuing, but this time she took the initiative to send a property map. Chaos Interaction Ring LV70 Quality, Gold. Features: Ultra-Long Distance Chaos Communication Feature 2, Triple Encryption of Communication Feature 3, Chaos Communication Flow. Feature 4. The number of times the subring can communicate is +1. Feature 5. The number of subrings that can be differentiated is doubled. Consumption: 40/s psionic points. Effect: consume 50,000 psionic points. Differentiate an interactive subring. The current number of subrings that can be differentiated is 3/13/16. Ultra-long distance chaotic communication. The interactive ring and the subring can communicate freely. Each communication lasts up to 30 minutes. The subring can be used 1+1 times. The current maximum communication distance, 10 million light-years. Triple encryption of communication. The communication between the interactive rings has a very strong encryption effect. Even if it is captured by a third party, it is extremely difficult to parse the information. Chaotic communication flow. The communication between the interactive rings has a strong chaotic attribute, which is difficult to be blocked by space blockade, shielding, magic forbidden field and other methods. The eyes full of surprise were cast on the woman opposite. This is a golden sanctuary communication component. The other party actually showed all the attributes to him directly. To know the specific properties and characteristics of a component is the most important thing. It must not be easily leaked to outsiders. Otherwise it will be easy for the enemy to find a solution. After looking at the other party again, Song Chi retracted his gaze. This time, he did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. The other party's meaning was very clear. This communication ring did not have any other functions. It was just a communication tool. It also clearly told Song Chi that she had no other ideas, and was just for the convenience of future communication. Since the other party has done this, Song Chi naturally cannot refuse. He took the subring that the other party gave him, and did not stop. He controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong to soar into the sky, until the Tianxu Sangqiong disappeared in the sky of the silver disc floating land. Two figures in front of the isolation window, on the top floor of the silver castle, retracted their sights one after another. Madam, is it necessary to do this? The importance of Chaos Interaction Ring is not low. Just like this. Before the old man behind him finished speaking, the plump woman raised her hand to interrupt. I know this well. No need to say more. Since the Chaos Source Crystal has cleared the alien energy, let's start strengthening that component. Outside the silver plate floating land, the Tianxu Sangqiong rushed out of the floating land shield. The next second, the orange jump component on the warship was activated. After the space fluctuation, the warship disappeared into the dark starry sky. Song Chi did not forget why he came to this silver plate river system. He has been in this silver plate floating land for more than a month. It is time to search for the suspected second time chess component. After arriving at the Yinpan River system, the light spots displayed on the ground of the Tianming Sinanpan component are no more than 300,000 light years apart. As long as the Tianxu Sangqiong keeps on traveling, it will probably reach the destination in no time. In the battleship's main control room, Song Chi held the storage capsule containing 10,000 titanium crystals in his hand, and his eyes began to flow over the various components of the battleship. 10,000 titanium crystals, plus 3 master true spirits, and a sufficient number of 6th level floating land origins, are enough for him to strengthen the 3 components to the 7th level. After a moment's thought, the first enhanced component was confirmed. Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine. Although this golden engine component can still barely meet the energy supply of the battleship, there are still 2 components that need to be enhanced to the 7th level, which will inevitably put the energy supply in a tight situation. Moreover, the psionic energy pool attached to the LV-69 Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine is only 2.45 million points. Compared with the many high-level components on the battleship today, this psionic energy pool is not enough. After all, just the silver parts that have been strengthened to the 7th level, each time the characteristics are used, it will consume 200,000 to 300,000 psionic energy points. The gold and even black parts are even more exaggerated. If multiple high-quality parts are used together, the psionic energy pool may be insufficient. The golden light passed by, and this golden sanctuary engine was successfully strengthened from LV-69 to LV-70. Although it is only a difference of 1 level, but after the strengthening is completed, the properties of this part have undergone a qualitative change. Not to mention the significant improvement in energy supply efficiency, the psionic energy pool alone has increased from 2.45 million to 5 million. Song Chi was very satisfied. In the future, even if all the 7th level components on the warship activated their characteristics at the same time, this amount of psionic energy pool would most likely be able to bear it. Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine. After that, Song Chi's sight fell on the Pajuo Zen Meditation Seal. This component was not surprisingly as the first golden holy domain component on the Tianxu Sangqiong. With its super excellent characteristic effect, it is the most frequently used component on the warship. It was not strengthened before, because of insufficient resources. Now that the Sand of Time is in hand, there are enough titanium crystals, it is naturally necessary to strengthen it. 10 times of golden light flashed, Pajuo Zen Seal, successfully strengthened to level 70. Pajuo Zen Seal level 70 quality, gold. Feature 4, time resistance plus 8,200 effect. The loaded warship is affected by the external time law. When attacking, will automatically weaken its power by 65%. Zen Seal outer time stop. Consume 400,000 psionic points. Cast on the specified unit within a million km range. Pause the time around it. Last 8 seconds. Cooldown time 120 hours. Pajuo Time Realm Slow. Consume 700,000 psionic points. With the loaded warship as the center of the sphere, condense a time barrier with a diameter of 10 million kilometers. The time within the barrier will be slowed down by 10 times, including the actions, reactions, thinking, energy transfer of the creatures. Note, the warship that releases the barrier itself is not affected by this. Lasts 50 minutes. Cooldown time 2 years. This attribute change is not exaggerated. Not to mention its resistance to time energy, the effect diameter of the 2 characteristics of Diana Seal outer time stop. and Posha time realm has also been horribly increased. In addition, the duration of the Pajua time realm feature has also reached 50 minutes, which is close to an hour. This long time, coupled with the time slowing down 10 times, is enough to do many things. The most important thing is the reduction of its cooling time. After level 70, coupled with the partial reduction effect of the time chess component, its cooling time is only 2 years. If it is added with Zen Seal Inner Speed, it will be directly reduced to less than 5 months. This also means that in the future, Song Chi will no longer have to worry too much about the use of the Pajua time realm feature. Less than 5 months. It is not that long. And the time to comprehend the law of perception has passed. Pajua Zen Seal, after that. Song Chi's eyes moved again. However, it is a bit difficult to choose the object to be strengthened for this third component. The several black and gold components on the battleship have either been strengthened, or lack the required resources, and cannot be strengthened. As for the other silver components, he did not think of strengthening them too hastily for a while. After thinking about it, he collected the last of the Master's true spirit, and used it as a backup resource for the future. Since there was no urgent part to be strengthened for the time being, it would be better to keep it first, so that when there were any difficulties in the future, it could be used for targeted strengthening. After collecting the resources in his hands, Song Chi handed over the control of the warship to the Cheontian intelligent brain, and left his ethereal body in the warship, and entered the Zutian market. Chapter 490: The possibility of practicing 3 laws with the martial arts eye. Chapter 490: The possibility of practicing 3 laws with the martial arts eye. In the Zutian market, the full attribute training room. On this day, the door of the training room was opened, and Song Chi, who had been in seclusion for nearly a month, walked out of it. From the aura of the dark energy flowing through his body, it seems that this seclusion did not allow him to achieve a breakthrough. This is indeed the case. A month ago, he once again harvested a batch of deep-water clams from the green water spring in the cultivation secret realm, which produced an 8,000-year-old deep-water clam pearl, so he couldn't wait to start the seclusion, wanting to use this to try to break through the LV51 of the guiding technique. However, he thought too much. After the 5th level of the guiding technique, this was the first time he used deep-water clam pearls for assistance, but he found that compared with the 8,000-year-old clam pearls, they still had a significant effect on the 4th level of the guiding technique. After breaking through the 5th level, this effect was greatly reduced, and now the auxiliary effect is negligible. Song Chi guessed that, after the 5th level of the guiding technique, only deep-water clam pearls over 10,000 years old can be used. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a headache. There is a big hurdle between thousands of years and 10,000 years. If you want to produce deep-water clam pearls over 10,000 years old, the difficulty coefficient is skyrocketing. It seems that we can only increase the number of years of cultivation in the future. The area of the clear water spring is limited. Now the scale of cultivation has reached its upper limit. We can only adjust it in terms of time. However, in this way, the time span of each round of production will be increased, and the production quantity will be further reduced. Muttering, Song Chi strode towards the closed storage room of the market. When he returned to the freestall area, he had an extra storage capsule in his hand. He opened the storage capsule and took out 2 new memory fragments from it. Song Chi then closed his eyes tightly. The power of domination given by the dominant status of the market circulated around him, helping him to slowly refine the memory fragments left by the life-chasing immortal. Under the influence of the inner energy and the laws of the body, the 2 memory fragments quickly merged into his body, and then scattered memory fragments that did not originally belong to him began to emerge in the depths of his mind. It was a short conversation. Are you sure you want to give up? That is a congenital spiritual treasure of the golden immortal level, and it also has the ability to conceal the secrets of heaven. Once you get it, let alone Beichen Daozhou, you can go anywhere in this vast fairyland? But that is the Tianming Xianzong, after all, the leader of the immortal way in Beichen Daozhou. And there are more than 10 golden immortals. How can we, the true immortals who have crossed the tribulation, plan to attack it? This time, the Tianming Xianzong is going to the outer world, and almost all the powerful people above the immortal realm in this sect have to follow. It is a perfect time for us to take action. In addition, your bronze mink seal. What are you still hesitating about? Okay. After hearing these words without a beginning or an end, Song Chi had no reaction at all. If it was just when he was refining it, he might still be quite interested. After all, It involved the memory of a master-level true immortal. But over the past few days, he had heard too many of these things, and they were basically useless. Over time, he got used to it. This is the immortal method inherited by the Tianming immortal sect. Look at this. The immortal method martial arts heavenly eye. Suddenly, the memory fragment from the second memory fragment made Song Chi's eyes flash. The two words immortal method aroused great interest in him. Through the memories of the life-chasing immortal, he already knew that the so-called immortal arts in the immortal realm continent, Taoism, were the inherited secret arts that were passed down in the Broken Star Sea. Taoism was a low-level secret art, which was basically created by cultivators of the transformation of the spirit and return to the void. And those that could be called immortal arts must have been created by immortals above the domination level. As for this Tianming immortal sect, in the memories of the life-chasing immortal, it had always been an insurmountable behemoth. And even there were dozens of Daozhou leaders who were at the 8th level of Golden Immortal. How could such a huge immortal inheritance be ordinary? When Song Chi thought that this so-called martial arts heavenly eye was most likely created by an 8th level Golden Immortal, or even a stronger immortal realm power, he immediately calmed down and began to listen to the follow-up words of the immortal chasing life. The natural way of heaven. The creation of immortal martial arts. The ultimate of martial arts. The heavenly eye of all things. Looking up to the 9 heavens. Looking down. Sure enough, hearing that the immortal chasing life was practicing this heavenly fate immortal sect inheritance secret technique on the spot, Song Chi could not hide his joy. His hands moved very quickly, and he took out the enlightenment cushion imitation strange object and quickly placed it under his body. At the same time, he gathered all his mental power and tried his best to comprehend the martial arts heaven eye secret technique with the memory of the life-chasing immortal. Time passed, and Song Chi had no idea how long it had been. When he woke up again, he found that 2 full months had passed. While lamenting that time flew by like flowing water, his expression was also mixed with a hint of joy. It was not that he had successfully comprehended the martial arts heaven eye secret technique through his full efforts in the past 2 months. The martial arts heavenly eye is the secret art of the heavenly fate immortal sect, and it is most likely left by an 8th level golden immortal or even a powerful immortal. How could it be so easy to comprehend? You should know that Song Chi spent several years to successfully comprehend the family's secret art, the Great Seal of the Void, which, in comparison, the difficulty of comprehending this, the martial arts heavenly eye, is definitely not weaker than that of the Great Seal of the Void, which, and it is even more difficult. What Song Chi likes is another one. Well, although I haven't comprehended it yet, there is a slight possibility that I can successfully control it in the future. As his eyes turned, the mighty power of domination in his body was mobilized crazily. As the power of domination at the peak of the 7th level flowed, the shadow of the double pupils in Song Chi's eyes almost became real at this moment. At this moment, the world of the market seemed to suddenly turn upside down. The world overturned in an instant. When Song Chi's mind turned again, he had already appeared in a familiar night space. The double pupils of the eyes that seemed to be real hung high above the sky, looking down indifferently at the shadow of Song Chi gathered by the power of the mind under the night. That's right, it was the place where Song Chi had been several times before, which was the realm of double pupils constructed by his pair of 5th level double pupils. Not long ago, he defeated the remnant soul of the life-chasing immortal head on here. The focus of today is also related to it. Retracting the gaze of looking up at the sky, you can see that not far in front of this night pupil realm, there is a virtual image playing in a loop. The natural way of heaven, the creation of immortal martial arts, the ultimate of martial arts, the eye of heaven, looking up at the 9 heavens down. This image is a little blurry, but it is obviously the complete memory of the immortal chasing life who had comprehended the eye of martial arts, immortal art. In this blurry image, you can even vaguely see the appearance of the stone carving of the eye of martial arts, immortal art inheritance. Although there is a big gap compared to the original version, it is undeniable that as long as this image exists, Song Chi will have the possibility to fully comprehend the secret art of martial arts heavenly eye in the future. And this is the reason why he was happy before. Although he already has the amazingly powerful double pupils, Song Chi cannot use other spiritual pupils to replace the role of the double pupils. However, if the perception is correct, this martial arts heavenly eye is a vertical pupil heavenly eye that can be controlled at will in the middle of the eyebrows, which does not conflict with the double pupils. Even in the introduction of this high-level immortal method/secret art, Song-Chi also saw the possibility of accommodating a third law. This is also the primary reason why he used the power of the 7th-level peak master, mobilized the huge power of the double pupil, and did not hesitate to let the double pupil temporarily fall into a weak state, and must reproduce the memory of the life-chasing immortal in this double pupil illusion. After all, if it really works, then in addition to the 2 laws of space and light balanced by the double pupil's eyes, he will be able to comprehend the third law again. As for what law he should comprehend by then, it must be needless to say. With a time realm tree, he can produce time realm fruit continuously in the future, and using the time realm fruit, can directly control the law of time, as the most powerful law that is even stronger than the law of space. With the option of the law of time, Song-Chi certainly would not consider other laws. However, it is necessary to consider which level of time realm fruit to use at that time. Different levels of time realm fruit can give different initial control over the law of time. Using a higher level of time realm fruit means that a lot of time can be saved. After thinking for a while, he realized that he could not give a specific answer in a short time. In addition, it would take a long time to comprehend the secret art of martial arts Heaven Eye. He did not continue to dwell on this matter. It would not be too late to consider it after successfully getting started with martial arts Heaven Eye. Thinking, Song-Chi exited the double pupil illusion and returned to the warship outside. In the main control room of Tianqiu Sangqiong, when his figure appeared, it was the node when the warship was preparing for a new space jump. Song-Chi glanced at the high-precision star map of the whole Milky Way, placed on the side, and found that the warship was not far from the destination at this moment. After 3 months of continuous travel, and with the help of several medium-distance stargates, the Tianqiu Sangqiong successfully crossed a distance of more than 200,000 light-years. The speed was not slow. 2 days later, the Tianqiu Sangqiong appeared again from the space jump, but did not continue to open another space jump component. Strictly speaking, the warship had arrived near the coordinates of the light spot displayed on the ground of the Tianming-Si Nanpan component, looking at the life-type floating land at the end of his sight, which had just entered the 5th level and had a diameter of 6 light-years. Song-Chi frowned. The coordinates of the light spot were located on the 5th level floating land in front. This was loaded on the warship, which is a bit troublesome, because the distance was too far before, and the diameter of the star map was as high as hundreds of millions of light-years. It was impossible to see the small-scale movement of the light spot. Now that he got closer, he saw that the light spot, which was suspected to be the second time chess component, was actually moving in a small range sometimes. That's why he thought it was a bit troublesome. After all, he was now the captain of a battleship, and had just stepped into the restricted range of the rules of the Xinhua human civilization that prohibited internal consumption. This also meant that whether he could get the second time chess component depended entirely on the other party's willingness. In other words, he could only spend money, but not take action. Just as he was thinking, the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which was hidden in the void, suddenly detected a weak spatial fluctuation coming from the distant void, but when he turned his sight to the patrol radar, he found nothing abnormal. Song-Chi's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not think that the space fluctuation before was an illusion. His own ship could not be discovered after the jump because he activated the Mirage feature in advance, which concealed the movement caused by the jump of Tianqiu Sangqiong. Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl is a silver legendary component. Is it possible that it is a rare item with lower quality than Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl, which cannot completely conceal its own movement, so it caused a momentary space fluctuation? Thinking of this, the spiritual detection feature of Peeping Eyes was activated. You don't know until you explore. This exploration gave Song-Chi a shock. In the seemingly peaceful starry sky around him, there were as many as 4 3,000-meter-long chasing ships. They all seemed to have parts similar to the void membrane, and were hidden in various places in the starry sky outside the 5th level floating land in front of them. They escaped the initial detection of the spiritual eyes, but were finally detected by the spiritual detection. Thoughts raced in his mind, and then a hint of desire appeared on Song-Chi's face. From this situation, it is not difficult to see that the forces on the 5th level floating land in front seem to be under the watch of other forces outside. And this also gives him a good opportunity. Buzz! The Mirage feature is actively cancelled, and the effect of the void membrane is also the same, without these 2 layers of cover. The Tianqiu Sangqiong, with a captain of 14,000 meters, is naturally exposed in the starry sky at a high speed. For a moment, the 4 Zulu ships, hidden in the void around them, were all startled. The 4 captains were confused at this moment, and had no idea where this suddenly appeared battleship came from. Old 4, did anyone come from above? No, I haven't received any notification at all. No! Quick, contact the superiors, and ask about the situation. When the 4 Zulu ships, hiding in the void, were in chaos, Song Chi had already controlled the Tianqiu Sangqiong, now it should be called Dongfang Kunlun, and came all the way to the outside of the floating land shield of the nearly level 5 floating land in front. This scene also alarmed the people inside the floating land, and saw 2 Zulu ships rising from the surface below, and when they flew close to the inside of the floating land shield, they communicated with Song Chi across the floating land shield. Captain of the battleship, I wonder what you can do for me when you come to the ancestral land of the Pan family. Hearing what the other party said, Song Chi thought that this was indeed the ancestral land of a powerful family. At the same time, a cold voice came out from the battleship. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions, and I have nothing to do with those observers outside. I came here only for one thing: time chess. Hearing the 3 words, time chess, the faces of the 2 Zulu captains inside the floating land shield changed. They obviously knew the existence of this silver component. Song Chi's heart moved, and he had already determined the answer in his mind without making a sound. The light spot displayed on the ground of the Tianmingxi Nanpan component was the answer to the location of the second time chess component. Since you all know it, it will be easier. As long as you are willing to take out this component, I can agree to a condition that Pan's family can afford. Chapter 491. Do you want to fight me? Seeing the 2 Pan family members in the warship communication projection with uncertain expressions, Song Chi thought for a moment, and added another sentence. Do you know who is the enemy targeting your Pan family? As long as the other party does not have a dreadnought, I can come forward to negotiate for you. Hearing this, the 2 Zulu captains of the Pan family looked at each other, and there seemed to be a flash of light in their eyes. This matter is not something we 2 can decide directly. We still have to discuss with other clansmen. Could you bother me to wait for a moment? Hearing the other party's tone, although the Pan family is now being targeted by external forces, it is obvious that there are not only the 2 Zulu captains in the clan, and the 2 have no intention of letting the Tianqiu Sangqiong enter the floating land. Song Chi could understand this, and he didn't care. Although the battleships were restricted and could not take the initiative to attack within the territory of the Xinhua human civilization, the deterrent power was there after all. Moreover, the Xinhua human galaxy community stretched for 1 billion light years, and the number of Xinhua captains was more than 1 trillion. With this astonishing base number, even if the deterrent power of the 4 empires was great, in the past 300,000 years, how could there really be no examples of battleship captains not abiding by the rules? Seeing him nod, the 2 Zulu ships that received the signal quickly turned around and hurried to hold a family meeting. In the center of the floating land, the ancestral fortress of the Pan family, the meeting hall. This is what happened. What do you think? He explained the details of the Eastern Kunlun. And at the top of the hall, the current head of the Pan family looked at the 8 figures below, including himself. There were 9 people in total, and these 9 people were all the captains of the Zulu in the Pan family today. Compared with the 2 battleship captains and the 18 Zulu captains in the heyday 2,000 years ago, the Pan family today has declined too much. After hearing all this, the captains of the Zulu in the hall first exchanged their views, and finally looked at the cold woman in the front on the right. The woman's name is Panning. She is the descendant of the Pan family, although she is less than 700 years old. Both her own guidance technique and her ship have reached the peak of the 4th level. She is the only extreme chasing captain in the family. In addition, the time chess component that caused this incident is also loaded in her ship, as the object of the Pan family's strong support. The final decision on this matter actually lies with Pan Ying. Facing the gazes of the family members, Pan Ying's face was calm, and she did not show any change in expression. However, in the depths of her eyes, a hidden entanglement flashed. She knew her own ship very well. Although it had already reached the limit of the chasing ship, it was still old after all. The preparations were not perfect. If she wanted to attack the battleship, even with the full help of the family elders, the chances were not high. She had to have the help of a high-level captain and use more high-level alien blood to increase the success rate of the promotion. Otherwise, she would have to prepare for at least another 100 years. But this was also the difficulty. With the current Pan family's foundation, it was difficult to give her so much time. The Pan family was indeed once prosperous, But since the last battleship captain died in an alien starfield 1,500 years ago, the Pan family's strength has been shrinking. Battleships cannot actively participate in battles. But a family that controls a large amount of territory will definitely not be able to survive without a battleship captain. Battleship captains represent more than just combat power, but are also a strategic deterrent. Even if they cannot personally take action, their connections and influence are not comparable to the Zulu captain. If not, how could the starfield controlled by Pan's family be invaded step by step in the past 1,500 years? And now only the 5th level floating land under their feet is left. Even now, this 5th level floating land is also shaky. The outside world's prying eyes have already spread beyond the floating land. If they can't break the situation, it will not be long before Pan's family will be swallowed up without leaving any bones. Thinking of this, Pan Ying's cold eyes suddenly condensed. And she had made a decision. She stood up and bowed to the head of the family and the elders in the upper room. Master, all the elders, I want to go and talk to that person in person. Xiao Ying Yu. Before the master of the Pan family could say anything, Pan Ying's body was already covered with strands of green mysterious airflow. Under the influence of the law of Xia Qingfeng, she was like a breeze, and in the blink of an eye, she swept out of the Pan family's ancestral castle, outside the floating land shield. Standing in the main control room of the warship, Song Chi's eyes were fixed on the light green Zulu ship flying inside the floating land shield. This Zulu ship is 3,500 meters long, and the warship's foundation is obviously very good, but Song Chi is not concerned about this. He glanced at the area of the Tianming Sinan Pan component on one side, and confirmed that the light spot on it showed the Zulu ship. In other words, the second, time chess, component was on this Zulu ship. A few minutes later, the pale blue Zulu ship arrived at the highest point inside the floating land shield. And without any delay, it directly sent a communication request to the Dongfang Kunlun. The communication was connected, and the two soon saw each other's projection. Song Chi looked calm and did not move. Although Pan Ying's appearance can be considered above average, coupled with her innate coldness, it is indeed quite eye-catching. But compared to the one on the silver plate floating land before, she is obviously a level lower. How is it? Have you reached a conclusion? Song Chi took the initiative to speak. Pan Ying's expression remained unchanged, and she said in a calm voice, Time Chess is here with me. But I don't need you to negotiate with Annan Consortium. Oh! What are your conditions? In the next year, follow me to the alien starfield to hunt 5th level or even 6th level aliens. Song Chi raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, Are you trying to start the battleship promotion mission? As for hunting 6th level aliens, are you overestimating me a little too much? In response to his ridicule, Pan Ying explained seriously, I don't think this is overestimating me. Specifically, let's not talk about your battleship with 10,000. The 4,000-meter-long ship, just the fact that it can accurately locate the time chess part, is enough to explain everything. Time chess is a silver part. There are only two possibilities to accurately locate its existence. The first is time chessboard. The second is other high-level tracking parts. Time chessboard. Needless to say, this part is probably of golden sanctuary quality, and other high-level tracking parts. If you want to accurately locate a silver part, it should at least be a golden sanctuary part. Speaking of this, Pan Ying stopped and looked at Song Chi. Song Chi shook his head. Even if I have a golden sanctuary quality tracking component in my hand, what does it matter? With just a golden tracking component that has no combat power bonus, is it possible to hunt down the 6th level aliens at will? Pan Ying blinked, and then said, You said before that as long as there is a force without a dreadnought, you can negotiate in person, which means that even an extreme battleship will not pose much threat to you. Papa. Song Chi no longer controlled the smile on his face, and clapped his hands lightly at the same time. Yes. It's very clear. I agree. In the next year, I will fully assist you in hunting high-level alien races. However, as for the coordinates of high-level alien civilizations, you Pan family should prepare them yourself. Don't worry about that. Then don't delay. Let's go directly. Seeing that the other party agreed, Song Chi was more straightforward. In his opinion, after all, it was a whole year. If it started one day earlier, it would naturally end one day earlier. Pan Ying paused and looked at the floating land below. Although he didn't say it directly, his meaning was very clear. Song Chi waved his hand. This is easy. After that, the battleship hatch was opened, and a 6th level Jishin clan whose height quickly expanded to 100,000 meters swept out of the battleship. Under the remote control of the Abyss Devil inside the battleship, the 6th level Jishin clan stood quietly outside the floating land shield, like a door god, and anyone who wanted to take action on the 5th level floating land below needed to weigh themselves first. Let's go! After releasing the 6th level Jishin clan, Song Chi called out to Pan Ying, who was still inside the floating land shield. The reason why the 6th level Jishin clan was released was because after the Great Development War of the Yaoan Kingdom, 6th level Jishin clan slaves were not uncommon. This would not only not expose their identities, but also effectively deter those who were watching from outside the floating land. After seeing the 6th level Jishin clan, Pan Ying's cold eyes showed obvious surprise. 6th level slave creatures. Creatures of this level are rare in any force. Being able to summon a 6th level creature at will is enough to prove that Song Chi's identity and strength are not bad. When she turned around, she had no more scruples, and rushed out of the floating land shield under the watchful eyes of several other chasing warships of the Pan family. Behind her was a transit warship of the Pan family. The star field she was going to next had to be led by someone. Seeing this, several spying warships in the outer starry sky of the floating land could not sit still, and appeared from their hidden state. Pan Ying was the most likely person in the Pan family to attack the battleship captain. This was no secret. The agreement reached with an unknown battleship this time was probably to try to attack the battleship. So, they naturally could not sit idly by and watch this happen. When they flew close to the Oriental Kunlun, the leader took the initiative to send a communication request to Song Chi. Song Chi did not refuse. He wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. At present, just like the previous conversation with the Pan family, his face was covered with the 5th level Mayan Golden Vine armor, and the other party could not see his real face. Sir, the Pan family and my Annan Consortium have a big grudge. I wonder if you can give me some face. Afterwards, my Annan Consortium will definitely have a battleship captain bring gifts to thank you in person. The other party's tone was quite respectful, but when he said the 4 words battleship captain, he obviously emphasized the tone intentionally, and the meaning was also very clear. They, Annan Group, also have battleships, so you should think about it. Song Chi was completely unmoved. He had learned about the Annan Group through Pan Ying. It was a joint group that had been established for nearly 5,000 years and had a certain influence in the southern part of the Yinpan River system. It was said that the group now had more than 3 battleships, including an extreme battleship. Although it could not be compared with the 10,000-year-old groups and chambers of commerce in the 5 central star regions, its influence was still pretty good. But what does this have to do with him? All he wants is the second time chess part. He doesn't care about the rest. And with the current combat power of Tianqiu Sanqiong, it is not afraid of ordinary dreadnoughts. So what is an extreme battleship? But although he doesn't want to pay attention, the other party doesn't think so. Just when Song Chi asked Pan Ying to activate the battleship's chimeric device and prepare for the targeted delivery in the alien star field, a violent space fluctuation appeared in the distant starry sky. A moment later, a battleship with a length of 11,000 meters appeared from the void. Seeing the battleship arrive, the several ships that were originally surrounding the front of the Tianqiu Sanqiong rushed over at the fastest speed. Meet the second director. Seeing the battleship of the Annan Consortium arrive, Pan Ying in the light blue battleship behind had a trace of panic in his eyes, which was then replaced by anger. Song Chi clearly captured this scene and said softly, "It's okay. I'll take care of it." As he said that, the 2 battleships flew towards each other at the same time. When they were only tens of thousands of meters apart, they stopped. In the warship communication group chat that was connected immediately, Song Chi and the middle-aged man opposite stared at each other for dozens of seconds. Perhaps because he was afraid of the terrifying 14,000-meter captain of the Tianqiu Sanqiong, the other party spoke first. "Sir, this is the feud between me, Annan Consortium, and Pan's family. Do you really want to cover for Pan's family?" Song Chi shook his head. "I have no interest in the feud between you, but I reached an agreement with Pan's family before. It only takes 1 year. After 1 year, you can do whatever you want, but not in the next year." He said this very casually, but his words were absolutely strong. This also meant that the 2 sides could not reach an agreement. That was the fact. Hearing what he said, the middle-aged man opposite him showed a clear gloom on his face. 1 year? This was obviously the time that the Pan family had fought for Pan Ying to attack the battleship. It was about a level 5 life-type floating land. How could the Annan Consortium accept it, If the promotion failed, it would be fine, but once the attack on the battleship succeeded, they would have no chance to attack the level 5 life-type floating land in the future. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man slowly released his own psionic energy, and at the same time, his 11,000-meter-long ship began to emit an astonishing level 5 pressure. Sensing this scene, Song-Chi's eyes also turned cold. The spatial laws, whose comprehension degree had exceeded 55%, surged out, turning into a pressure far exceeding the opponent's, and spread out at a high speed. Buzz buzz buzz. With the gathering of a large number of spatial laws, a Guishu light with a length of more than 10,000 meters gathered and formed, and the battleship on the opposite side became the target. In an instant, the middle-aged man felt an extreme threat in his heart. Until then, Song-Chi's indifferent voice was heard again. Looking at this look, do you want to fight with me? Or do you want to challenge the rules set by the Four Empires? Chapter 492 Starry Sky Giant Beast, Long-Finned Whale. Hearing the teasing voice from Song-Chi, the middle-aged man's face became more gloomy, but that was all. Even if he had 10 more courage, he would not dare to really do it. The rules jointly formulated by the 4 super empires of Shinhua mankind are still binding enough. Seeing that the other party was silent, Song-Chi took the initiative to give a suggestion. Since you don't dare to do it here, why don't you go to the nearest Starry Sky battlefield? As soon as these words came out, the projection of the middle-aged man in the communication channel subconsciously moved his eyes away from Song-Chi. Although he did not speak, it was obvious that he had implicitly given in. The Starry Sky battlefield, as the name implies, is a high-level battleship battle area set up in all the major river systems under the jurisdiction of the Shinhua human civilization. The Shinhua human river system community stretches for 1 billion light-years, and there are countless ordinary Shinhua captains. Although there is only one battleship captain in 1 million, there are still many of them under the huge base of the entire Shinhua human race. In this case, conflict is inevitable. Based on this, the 4 super empires of the Shinhua human race ordered that all the river systems under their jurisdiction must set up a Starry Sky battlefield every 100,000 light-years in the desolate star field. In this Starry Sky battlefield, Shinhua captains of battleships and above can freely resolve their own grievances. In fact, this is also a move that benefits the people. Otherwise, if there are battleships and above, the Shinhua warships will fight recklessly. With their terrifying combat power, they will affect the surrounding life floating land if they are not careful. By then, it will not be tens or hundreds of people who will die, but millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. No matter what kind of civilization, this situation must be prevented. Population base is the foundation of many civilizations. Take the Shinhua human civilization as an example. Under the premise that the Shinhua warships can freely explore the Star Sea, the number of ordinary Shinhua captains is the guarantee for the civilization to continuously replenish high-end combat power. Starsea exploration, exotic adventures, starfield colonization. These are the foundations to ensure the rapid development of Shinhua human civilization. Under such circumstances, if the number of Shinhua citizens is greatly reduced, the impact on the entire Shinhua human civilization will be great. Although the Starry Sky battlefield is common sense, it is obvious that under Song-Chi's casual tone and the terrifying captain of the Tianshu Sanqiong itself, with a length of 14,000 meters, the battleship captain of the Annan Consortium in front of him chose to retreat. Song-Chi did not mean to offend the other party too much. The infinite space laws radiating around the battleship instantly dissipated like a tide, and even the Gixizigwang that had already gathered into shape also disappeared. Speaking of the absolute control of the secret art of return to the ruins, it is actually related to Song-Chi's own perception of the laws of space. Before becoming the captain of the battleship, his perception of the laws of space was just over 45%. After that, his guidance technique broke through the 5th level. Due to the sublimation of the essence of life, his perception of the laws also had a small increase period in a short period of time. It was incomparable to the comprehensive increase when the 3rd level broke through the 4th level. However, with the multiple blessings of Chongtong, Jutian Market, Enlightenment Cushion Fake, including the increase in understanding provided by Dragon Whale Hall, and the last use of Yagwang Chaos Monument in the middle, he was able to increase his perception to 55% in 10 years. 55% of the perception of the space law. This is not an ordinary value. You have to know that it is the space law. Compared with other galaxy laws, it is comparable to 70% of the law of great success. It is precisely because of the blessing of the excellent control of the space law that he can control the space secret art, return to ruin / at will. In addition to the space law, his light law has also made some progress. Although it has not yet broken through the intermediate level, it is only one step away, reaching 39.88%. However, Song-Chi was not satisfied. Although he majored in the law of space, the law of light should not be too different. At least he had to keep up with the progress of ordinary fifth-level creatures. Retracting his thoughts, the Tianxu Songqun slowly turned the ship. As for the middle-aged man from the Annan group behind him, he never spoke again from beginning to end. The Guishu light just now brought him an extreme threat, making him realize that he and Song-Chi were not at the same level. This also meant that this confrontation officially ended in this weird way. After returning to the vicinity of the two Pan family warships, Qianshu Sangqiong and the two activated the alien domain deployment together. After the charging was completed, the three warships disappeared one after another. In the distant starry sky, seeing this scene, the captains of Zhulu who were responsible for spying looked at each other, and finally could only look at the second director in the middle. The middle-aged man, who was a little embarrassed, didn't say much, only left a word for a few people. This matter needs to be discussed at the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. You continue to stay here to monitor, and someone will notify you of the follow-up results. Yes. Although they were a little confused, the four captains of Zhulu could only hurriedly agree. Alien Starfield, Dark Starry Sky. Two warships, one large and one small, are speeding at full speed. They are the Tianxu Sangqiong and Pan Ying's ship. The coordinates of the first alien starfield provided by the Pan family are located in the starfield controlled by a level 5 civilization. This civilization is a technological civilization. Although it is a level 5 civilization, there are more than 2 level 5 units in the civilization, but there is no level 5 floating land in the civilization territory, only 2 level 4 peak life-type floating lands. But this is also good. The Tianxu Sangqiong will completely lose the pressure to take action. After all, if there is a floating land shield based on the level 5 floating land, Song-Chi will still have a headache. Level 4 peak is much easier. This is not the most exciting thing. Perhaps because they have not been threatened by other civilizations for too long. When they arrived outside the Qinyu floating land, the civilization center of Qinyu civilization, 4 of the 5 5th-level Qinyu warships gathered here were not within the protection range of the 4th-level peak floating land shield, but were docked in the star port outside the floating land. Get ready to finish off. In the starry sky not far from this starport, Song-Chi's voice came from the communication channel of 2 warships hidden in the void. Hearing this, Pan Ying's face showed a trace of nervousness and uneasiness, and her eyes occasionally glanced at the Tianxu Sangqiong on the side. Although she had said before that she believed in the combat power of the Tianxu Sangqiong, it was just a guess after all. Now that it was time to really take action, Pan Ying couldn't help but worry. The battleship promotion mission has been launched. If the combat power of the Tianxu Sangqiong is not as strong as she believed, the possibility of successful promotion this time will be greatly reduced. The next second, when she saw the 42 quantum sword light phantoms with a length of more than 50,000 meters appearing at the bow of the Tianxu Sangqiong, the tension in Pan Ying's eyes instantly dissipated. Song-Chi activated the group attack feature of the Tai Quantum Sword Light Cannon. The Tai Quantum Sword formation. Even though it had not yet been fully charged, Pan Ying had already felt the terrifying destructive power from the 42 giant quantum sword light shadows. If Song-Chi knew what he was thinking at the moment, he would probably just smile without saying anything. Because the Tai Quantum Sword formation activated this time was only the weakest form, apart from anything else. First of all, this Tai Quantum Sword Light Cannon was only level 69, and had not yet been strengthened to the 7th level. Secondly, the 2 properties of Black Hole Collapse and Black Hole Singularity Explosion have not been activated. If they were activated, Song-Chi was afraid that the Qinyu warships would be reduced to wreckage in this round of attacks. Buzz! The terrifying quantum sword light phantom shot out. With their extreme speed and terrifying cutting ability, 42 void cracks followed closely. At the moment when the quantum sword light phantom completely exploded, the Tianxu Sangqiong was completely exposed to the outside starry sky. However, it was too late. The 4 5th-level Qinyu warships in the distant starport had no time to respond. The 42 quantum sword light phantoms crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye and flew close to them. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the starport built by the Qinyu civilization was almost instantly reduced to ruins. The 4 5th-level Chinyu warships only maintained the basic warship particle shield, which saved them from being directly destroyed. But even so, 3 of the Chinyu warships quickly lost their combat capability. Only the one whose docking position was far from the center area attacked by the Tai Quantum Sword formation retained a certain combat capability in the end, but it soon followed the footsteps of the first 3 under the true immortal Quantum Sword light activated by Song Qi for the second time. After doing all this, Song Qi turned his gaze to Pan Ying. Pan Ying nodded, and her reaction was not slow. All the guns in the light blue warship were activated at the same time, and countless gunfire poured down on the 4 Chinyu warships in the distance that had lost their combat capability. The firepower of Pan Ying's ship was not weak. According to the analysis of the Cheongtian intelligent brain, its super main gun was probably a silver component. Both main guns were of red quality, and their enhancement levels were not low. After just over 10 minutes, all the Chinyu civilization warships remaining in the entire starport were destroyed. After cleaning up the battlefield, Pan Ying's eyes returned to Song Qi's projection in the communication channel. Although only 10 minutes had passed, the expression in his eyes had changed fundamentally. If the previous one was 5 points of worry and 5 points of expectation, then now it has become 10 points of awe. One strike brought all 4 5th-level Chinyu warships to a standstill. This method was used before. Pan Ying couldn't believe it at all. But in Song Qi's hands, it was more like a casual strike. And it was done at will. Song Qi didn't know whether he didn't notice it, or didn't care. He turned his eyes, and looked directly at the 4th-level peak floating land not far away. The commotion at the starport was so loud that Chinyu floating land naturally could not have been unaware of it. At this moment, tens of thousands of warships had already taken off one after another, hovering inside the shield of the floating land, ready to fight. Facing this situation, Pan Ying turned his gaze to Song Qi, as if asking him what he thought. Song Qi's response was very straightforward. The antimatter energy evolution engine of the Tianqiu Sanqiong exploded, pushing the warship towards the floating land ahead. Facing the action of the Tianqiu Sanqiong, Chinyu civilization chose to fight back with ship guns. At the bow of the last 5th-order Chinyu warship, the space-based particle cannon was rapidly accumulating energy. When its high-energy particle beam burst out, the energy shield on the outer layer of the Tianqiu Sanqiong also burst into a violent ripple, and the brilliance of the energy shield dimmed by more than half in an instant. But is this really the case? In the main control room of the Tianqiu Sanqiong, Song Qi had a sneer in his eyes. The power of this high-energy particle beam is indeed not weak. But the fact is that the Yin-Yang counterattack annihilation shield, installed on the Tianqiu Sanqiong, has not suffered any damage at all. What has been worn out is only the layer of holy light shield derived from the Angel Kingship Wings component, and it was only halfway through. If you want to completely destroy this layer of holy light shield, you must fire another shot. Only then can you really touch the energy shield of the Tianqiu Sanqiong. But will Song Qi give them this chance? Sky-breaking cone. Purple sky divine thunder cannon. All souls destruction bow. Soul-destroying pupil light cannon. Multiple components were activated at the same time. The sky-breaking light activated by the sky-breaking cone created a tiny crack on the floating land shield. And then the attack characteristics activated by several ship guns followed closely. Just like that, a very impressive entrance and exit passage was successfully created on the top level 4 floating land shield, with the help of the Flame Giant and the Cyclops Troll, 2 level 6 creatures that rushed out from the Tianqiu Sanqiong, Chinyu floating land. A top level 4 floating land of life opened its entrance and exit gate to Song Qi and the others. On the side and back, Pan Ying had not yet recovered from her shock. She had never known that a floating land shield derived from a top level 4 floating land could be torn so easily. It was not until Song Qi's call rang in her ears that Pan Ying realized it belatedly, and followed behind the Tianqiu Sanqiong, rushing into the Chinyu floating land. With the entry of the 2 warships, the subsequent results are self-evident. In less than a month, all the 4th level and above warships on this floating land were sunk by Pan Ying himself. After dealing with the Chinyu floating land, the 2 of them rushed directly to the second 4th level peak life-type floating land of the Chinyu civilization without any delay. More than 2 months later, all the 4th level and above warships of the entire Chinyu civilization fell under Pan Ying's hands. In the next 6 months, Song Qi followed Pan Ying to many starfields, and hunted many 5th level flesh and blood creatures and mechanical units. Ipan River System, Southern Starfield, Qingwan Floating Land. It was still the 5th level floating land of the Pan family, But after more than 9 months, Tianqiu Sangqiong had already been welcomed into Qingwan floating land by the Pan family. Of course, it was inevitable to sign an agreement not to take the initiative. And Song Qi also signed a confidentiality agreement with Pan Ying. In these 9 months, he also used many means. In order to ensure the confidentiality of his identity, he signed a confidentiality agreement with Pan Ying early. On this day, floating land sky, Tianqiu Sangqiong, and the pale blue warship were hidden in the clouds. On the warship communication channel, Pan Ying took the initiative to explain softly. Sir, the target this time is a 6th level star beast, longfin whale. Although this longfin whale has just entered the 6th level, it is a star beast after all. You see? Chapter 493 Whale Hunting, Meteoric Spear, Longfin Void Whale? Song Qi frowned. It was a space beast that had just been promoted to the 6th level. It was not that he was afraid. But the problem was that this longfin void whale was a space beast with spatial attributes. It had the ability to freely shuttle through the void. Adding to the star beast's famously strong vitality, it would be very difficult to kill it completely. He was not the kind of person who liked to brag. He said bluntly, for a space beast like longfin void whale, the vitality issue is easy to deal with. The key is that it can freely shuttle through the void. If it has just entered the 6th level, it cannot be stopped without the silver quality space blockade components that have been strengthened to the 6th level. After that, he glanced at Pan Ying. The other party's answer came quickly. As long as you can be sure to deal with the 6th level longfin whale, the Pan family will find a way to get the space blockade component. Okay, let me know when it's ready. 3 days later, Song Qi summoned the Tianqiu Sangqiong after being notified by Pan Ying himself. But what's interesting is that the blockade component Pan Ying mentioned was not loaded by his own ship, but was sent to him on his own initiative. Looking at the silver glowing component in his hand, Song Qi's eyes quickly saw its detailed properties. Skylocking Seal LV50 Quality, Silver. Features, Skylocking Seal Feature 2. The spatial stability of the Skylocking Seal is increased by 210%. Feature 3. Space Resistance plus 5,600. Feature 4. Fixed Point Sky Prisoner Lock Consumption, 600/S, Psionic Points. Effect, greatly improve the internal spatial stability of the loaded warship. Skylocking Seal. Consumes 150,000 psionic points. Freely blockades a designated space. Duration 60 minutes. Cooling time 220 hours. Fixed Point Sky Prisoner Lock. Consumes 100,000 psionic points. Shoots a sky prisoner chain from the void. Quickly binds the designated target. Duration 11 seconds. Cooling time 9 hours. What is this? Scanning the space blockade component that seemed to have been unloaded intact, Song Qi cast an inquiring look at Pan Ying. Sir, no one in my Pan family currently has the red fire seed. So you have to load it first. By the way, this is the resource to strengthen the Skylocking Seal to level 60. Even though he had guessed it in his mind. When Pan Ying said it, Song Qi still sighed. In more than 9 months, he had a full understanding of the Pan family. When he thought about the powerful family that had 2 battleship captains and more than 24th level and above fire captains more than 1,000 years ago. But no one now has the red fire seed. It was hard not to sigh. Without thinking too much, he loaded the component onto the warship and strengthened it to level 60. After completing the Chimera binding, Song Qi and the others started the alien starfield deployment together. According to Pan Ying, the long-finned virtual whale, which had just been promoted to level 6, often roamed in a star field where the void was extremely broken and the space energy was very rich. After the 2 warships arrived at the alien star field, they traveled for another 2 days before successfully reaching their destination. Ong! As soon as they arrived, Song Qi heard a shocking roar in his ears. The level 6, long-finned virtual whale, was announcing its control over this space fragmentation zone in this way. When the 2 warships were about to enter the 10,000-kilometer range of the space-shattering zone, Pan Ying took the initiative to stop the ship. As a space-attributed, starry sky behemoth, and having already entered the 6th stage, it is extremely sensitive to space fluctuations. The purple concealment component carried by Pan Ying's warship is obviously not good enough. It will be discovered if it is not careful, thus triggering the hostility of the long-finned void whale, which is an active attack. If the subsequent fixed sky locking seal components fail in advance, it means that I have succeeded. You can just come over. Yes. After making all the arrangements, Song Qi activated the Mirage feature of the Mirage Dragon Wanhua Pearl. In front of Pan Ying, the Tianxu Songqiong disappeared straight from his sight. Ignoring Pan Ying's expression, Song Qi slowly controlled the Tianxu Songqiong to move forward. After dozens of minutes, a giant whale with a body length of more than 1,000 kilometers appeared in Song Qi's field of vision. This sudden glance was Song Qi's current vision. His heartbeat was still uncontrollably accelerating. There was no way. This longfin whale was a well-known existence among the giant beasts in the starry sky. Much stronger than Ruzu's fire dragon lizard. Not only in terms of combat power, but also more intuitive in terms of size. Song Qi now has 4 level 6 slave creatures in his hands. Except for the fully giantized flame giant, the other Cyclops giants, star robbers, or abyss demons, are far smaller than this longfin void whale. Even the flame giant, when in its peak giant state, is still inferior in size. But despite his surprise, Song Qi's movements were not slow. While the duration of the Mirage feature had not yet ended, and the longfin void whale had not yet discovered the existence of the Tianxu Songqiong, the first component Song Qi activated was the Fixing Kong Locking Heaven Seal. The moment the Fixing Sky Locking Array was activated, the extremely broken space around it was completely blocked with a longfin virtual whale as the center, and the area of nearly 10,000 kilometers was completely blocked. Sensing that the energy of the surrounding space was greatly weakened, the longfin virtual whale suddenly became manic, and the terrifying blood and space energy spread around it, domineeringly impacting everything around it. Buzz buzz buzz. Because of the impact of this domineering energy, the closed space barrier formed by the Fixing Sky Locking Array around it was trembling slightly. But fortunately, the block space activated by the silver component was stable enough and was not affected further. At the same time, a chain shot out from the void behind the longfin void whale and swiftly wrapped around the body of the longfin void whale. This was not the chain stained with divine blood from the God-binding chain, but the Sky Prisoner chain from the Sky Prisoner seal. At the same time as the Sky Prisoner chain bound the longfin void whale, the Tianxu Songqiong, which had already completed the charging of the living annihilation arrow of the All Souls Destruction Bow, was completely revealed in the outer starry sky. The nearly 100,000 meter long arrow of annihilation of life was like a divine arrow that judged all living things. It suddenly roared out from the bow of the Tianxu Songqiong. As for why the arrow of annihilation of life was used, the reason was very simple. The starry sky beast was known for its strong vitality, and the arrow of annihilation of life had the characteristic of destroying all life, which just restrained the majestic blood of the starry sky beast. And it was not just the arrow of annihilation of life, such as the quantum sword light of the true immortal, soul-destroying pupil light, can you killing gods, black hole singularity rapid explosion, and other characteristics, which had already been activated. In order to activate all these characteristics, the 5 million psionic energy pools of the antimatter energy evolution engine were directly used up by more than half. However, the firepower attack that gathered so many terrifying means, the destructive power contained, was also very terrifying. Look! The longfin void whale, in the distance sensed the great threat at the first time. Under this life threat, this 6th level star beast used all its strength to activate its proud peak physical strength. Ong! There was an ancient virtual whale spirit chanting in the sky above its body. Under the inherited magical power of this longfin void whale, and with the physical strength of domination of the star sea, Song Qi clearly saw that the Sky Prisoner chains tightly wrapped around it were slowly being broken free. Once it breaks free, with the excellent space law, it can not only avoid all attacks, but at least make most of the attacks useless. Thinking of this, Song Qi reacted very quickly. The Void Binding God feature of the God Binding Chain component in the warship was immediately activated, and then the second chain shot out from the void, assisted by the Heaven Prisoner chain, and once again added a second bond to the long fin void whale. The Silver Heaven Prisoner chain plus the Red God Binding chain, both may not be able to trap a 6th level long fin void whale for a long time, but at least it can prevent it from breaking free in an instant, which is enough. Because in the blink of an eye, the multiple attacks triggered by the Tianxu Songqiong in the distance had crossed a long distance and arrived in front of the longfin virtual whale. The next second, all the attacks landed accurately on the head of the 6th level longfin virtual whale, and violent explosions sounded one after another. Finally, the singularity that gathered all the black hole energy turned into a micro black hole, and the continuously collapsing space was squeezing and tearing the flesh and blood on the surface of the long-fin virtual whale. However, another dramatic scene occurred at this time. Perhaps the space collapse derived from the micro-black hole was too strong, and the Fixing Kong Suotian formation derived from the Fixing Kong Suotian seal also collapsed. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, Song-Chi tried his best to activate his double pupils, which had recovered more than 3 months ago, to repeatedly capture everything in the explosion that had not yet subsided. Suddenly, a trace of extreme surprise appeared in his eyes. He didn't know what kind of defense this long-fin virtual whale had used. Under such a brutal attack, it still had not lost its ability to move, and even took advantage of the collapse of the Fixing Kong locking heaven array to try to escape into the void. Seeing this, how could Song-Chi allow it? A golden light shot out from Tianxu Sangqiong, passing through the aftermath of the explosion, and finally accurately penetrated into the body of the seriously injured 6th level long-fin virtual whale, causing its attempt to escape into the void to suddenly stagnate. But this was not enough. Crack, crack, there were sharp metal friction sounds coming from the Tianxu Sangqiong ship. The next second, the warship transformed itself into a 14,000-meter tall mythical mecha giant. The meteorite spear, emitting the light of eternal darkness, appeared in the right hand of the mecha giant. The space law in the middle surrounded the legs of the mecha giant. As the mecha giant took a step forward, the next step was already hundreds of thousands of meters away. In just 3 steps, the mythical mecha giant transformed by the Tianxu Sangqiong ship flashed to the vicinity of the long-fin whale, whose body was frozen. The tip of the meteorite spear emitting the eternal dark light was wrapped with a touch of Guishu light. As the mecha giant's right arm suddenly stabbed down, puff, the sound of the spear piercing the flesh was heard. No matter how tough the skin of this 6th level long-fin virtual whale was, it was so fragile in front of the fallen immortal spear, which was of the highest quality and black and carried the Guishu light, gathered by the intermediate space law. Swish, 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 Guishu light exploded in the body of the long-fin virtual whale, and the infinite space annihilation force continued to cut the flesh and internal organs of the long-fin virtual whale. In a short period of time, the life breath of this 6th level long-fin virtual whale dropped again. Seeing this, Song-Chi stopped what he was doing. The Tianxu Sangqiong had many powerful attack methods such as 10,000 symbols Purple Sky Thunder Prison, 9-layer Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder, Neutron Star Fission, etc. Why did he still use the more dangerous melee method of changing mythical mecha? Isn't it because with this method, he can control the strength of his attack at any time, so as not to kill the already seriously injured long-fin whale with one blow? After all, whether it is 10,000 symbols Purple Sky Thunder Prison, Neutron Star Fission, or 9-layer Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder, the power of the 3 is extremely terrifying. And it is also the kind of method that cannot be stopped by itself once it is launched. In comparison, close combat is much simpler. Panning. It's time to start. Because the Fixing Kong Suotian Great Array collapsed in advance, Panning had already controlled her pale blue Zulu ship to approach. Because of this, she saw the whole process of Tianxu Sangqiong transforming into a mythical mecha and using the black strange weapon, Meteorite Spear, to fight in close combat. Well, Panning, whose cognition was almost overturned, turned back from the shouting. Somehow, a visible blush appeared on her cold face. But this scene was not seen by Song-Chi, whose mind was focused on the long-fin whale. After returning to its former state, Panning quickly activated all the attack components on the ship. With the gathering of light, after more than 10 seconds of energy accumulation, all the attack methods exploded. The next second, the 6th level long-finned whale, which was already on its last breath, died completely. Looking at Panning's side, looking at the success rate of promotion jumping again, there was joy in her eyes. How is it? What is the success rate of promotion? Listening to Song-Chi's active inquiry, Panning replied without hesitation, 73%. Capturing the unconcealed joy on his face, Song-Chi knew that Panning was probably very satisfied with this success rate of promotion. However, since there were still nearly 2 months left, he still asked himself, are there other high-level alien civilizations? There are still 2 months left, so let's clean them up together. However, Panning shook his head. Over the past 1,000 years, because the family's power has shrunk sharply, the number of elders in the family has also decreased. In addition, they have to be wary of outsiders. and the manpower is increasingly insufficient. Except for these alien star regions. The others have basically been given up by their Pan family. For this answer, Song-chi was speechless. But since the other party showed the intention to stop, he certainly would not have any objection. But there was one thing he had to do. The warship slowly moved towards Pan Ying's ship, and he said indifferently, "I don't need to explain the rules." Right? As if knowing what he meant, Pan Ying quickly walked out of the ship, and at the same time, a red light shot out from the Tianxu Sungcheong, and accurately poured into his body. The red light was nothing else, but a brand new confidentiality agreement. After all, this meteoric spear was the first time the other party had seen it, so naturally they had to sign a new confidentiality agreement. Chapter 494 follow. A new confidentiality agreement was signed. Song-chi used the proportional zoomer to shrink the body of the 6th level long-fin virtual whale by 350 times, and finally the long-fin virtual whale, which was reduced to more than 2,000 meters in length, was pulled into the Tianxu Sungcheong. Looking at the body that still occupied a large area in the cabin, Song-chi frowned. Although the proportional zoomer was evolved to orange quality by the 5th level silver apple and strengthened to LV50, the maximum zoom multiple was only 350 times, which is obviously not enough now. It's not that he asked too much, but there was really no other way. Apart from other things, 1,000 Hellfire mechas and hundreds of Jishing people had already occupied a large part of the space. Now there was a nearly 3-kilometer long, long-finned whale corpse. It was normal that the space for movement was limited. Walking slowly to the Chithong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm component, Song-chi immersed part of his mind in it. When he turned around again, he whispered softly, "The next round of 5 6th level silver apples are about to mature. It seems that I have to score 1 on this proportional zoomer." In addition, thinking about it, he looked at the fixed space locking heaven seal component on the other side. Song-chi was still quite jealous of this silver space blocking component. Now the Tianxu Sungcheong is lacking a high-quality blockade component. "Sir, if there is nothing else, let's go back to the transfer base station first." Pan Ying's sudden words awakened Song-chi from his thoughts. 3 days later, the two returned to Qingwan Floating Land under the guidance of the transfer warship. "Floating Land Sky," Pan Ying said softly. "Next, I will try to make the ship officially promoted. Please stay on Qingwan Floating Land for a while. No matter whether it succeeds or not, the Pan family will definitely give you a generous gift to thank you for your help during this period." Hearing this, Song-chi shook his head. "It's just a deal. Forget about the generous gifts. There are only 2 months left before the agreed 1-year deadline. I won't leave during this time. I have something else to say." "Please speak." "Sir." Having witnessed the exaggerated combat power of the Tianxu Sungcheong, Pan Ying has already put her status at the lowest level, and there is no sense of disobedience. Do you Pan family have any intention of selling this Dinkon Locking Heaven Seal component? If so, I can take out a ray of red upgraded fire source in exchange." When she heard about the red upgraded fire source, a glimmer of light flashed in Pan Ying's eyes. But after a moment of hesitation, she finally said tactfully, "This needs to be discussed with the elders of the family. I will give you an answer within 2 months." At this point in the conversation, Song-chi said no more. But before they parted, a ray of silver light was drawn from Pan Ying's ship beside him. "Thank you again, sir. This is the time chess component that was promised to me before." Song-chi was in a good mood. It had been more than 10 years since he found the coordinates of the second time chess component. Now he finally achieved his wish and took it into his pocket. The second time chess component was pulled into the engine room, and the two warships quickly separated. Pan Ying had to go to the Pan family's secret place to officially start the upgrade of the warship, while Song-chi returned to the residence arranged for him by the Pan family. Inside the Tianxu Sungcheong, since getting the second time chess, Song-chi's eyes have been moving back and forth between it and the first time chess component. It's exactly the same, but what about the promised set effect? After complaining for a while, Song-chi didn't really take it too seriously, or he had already prepared for it. How many pieces are there in a set? A full 361 pieces. If there is a so-called set effect, I'm afraid at least dozens or hundreds of pieces will be needed. How can it be effective with just 2 pieces? But although he had already guessed about it, Song-chi's interest did not decrease at all. After playing with it for a while, he tried several times. For example, loading 2 time chess together, or placing the second time chess directly on the component platform of Destiny Compass Plate. After many attempts, Song-Chi determined some of the things. First, loading two time chests together has very limited effect, because their cooling reduction characteristics will not be superimposed, and characteristics 3 and 4 are temporarily sealed, so there is basically no need to load them. In comparison, if the second time chest is placed directly on the Heavenly Fate C-NAND plate, the effect of C-NAND tracing the source will be better. Normally binding the first time chest that has been loaded, its tracing radius is only 100 million light-years, but binding it to the second time chest placed close to the body, the tracing radius is increased to 200 million light-years, doubling. After repeated consideration, Song-Chi still directly bound the second time chest component to the Heavenly Fate C-NAND plate. Time passed, a month and a half later. On this day, many members of the Pan family gathered in the reception hall where Song-Chi was. Through the unconcealed joy on the faces of these core members of the Pan family, Song-Chi guessed their purpose. Is this, the promotion was successful? Hearing his active inquiry, the head of the Pan family smiled and bowed, saying, "Thank you for your good words. Qingying Tianluan has indeed been promoted to a battleship. We are here to thank you on behalf of the entire Pan family. Your Excellency has rebuilt our Pan family this time, and no one in the Pan family will ever forget it." Before he finished speaking, Song-Chi raised his hand to interrupt. "I've already said. It's just a deal. No need to be like this." The other party's seemingly heartfelt gratitude was not the case in Song-Chi's opinion. Although Pan Ying's ship, Qingying Tianluan, was successfully promoted to a battleship, it did not completely resolve the current crisis of the Pan family. On the contrary, as Qingying Tianluan was promoted to a battleship, it had already entered the restrictions of the rules, and would no longer be able to act at will in the future. With the current foundation of the Pan family, it was not enough for Pan Ying to break through the 5th level of the guidance technique in a short period of time. At least dozens of times would be needed as a buffer. The key is precisely these decades. For Captain Julu and the battleship captain, decades are just a blink of an eye. But for the Pan family, which is now on the verge of collapse, these decades are a hurdle that they can hardly cross. If Qingying Tianluan cannot take action, the Pan family will be further short of manpower in the future. And during this period, Annan Group will definitely make a big move. According to Song-Chi's understanding, if Annan Group really makes a full effort, it will be difficult for the Pan family to resist with its current strength. Of course, the Annan Group will not kill them, and the result will most likely be that the Pan family will be forced to abandon the Qingwan floating land and migrate to other low-level floating lands. After all, Pan Ying has already stepped half a foot into the ranks of battleship captains. At the age of less than 700, it is a foregone conclusion that he will be officially promoted to battleship captain. In this case, the Annan Group will naturally be quite apprehensive. Otherwise, if a battleship captain really targets them at all costs, it will not only be a headache. The battleship captain cannot openly take action in the territory of Xinhua human civilization. But what about the alien star field? Annan Group has more than hundreds of colonies in the alien star field. If a battleship captain blindly targets, the order of the entire Annan Group in the alien field will be completely messed up. So, the current situation of the Pan family is not optimistic. Looking at their behavior, they obviously want to keep Song-Chi for a while longer in this way, preferably until Pan Ying's guiding technique breaks through. How could Song-Chi, who knew it well, fall for it? In just a few words, he stopped the Pan family from talking. The smile on the face of the head of the Pan family froze, but he quickly concealed it and quickly changed the subject. "My lord, you have taken a fancy to that Dinkon locking heaven seal. If..." "Shut up." The sudden cold voice made the faces of all the Pan family members in front of the reception courtyard change. In the courtyard, Song-Chi raised his eyebrows slightly and turned his eyes to the side. The person who just scolded was not him, but Pan Ying, who came quickly. When he came to the front of the Pan family, Pan Ying first bowed to Song-Chi, and then looked coldly at the head of the family beside him and the elders of the Pan family behind him. Pan Ying had a complicated look in her eyes towards the people in front of her. She was annoyed that they couldn't even see the basic situation clearly at this time. She sighed that her elders had indeed been worrying about the family all their lives and had always been very good to her. "Xiaoying, you..." The head of the Pan family was about to speak, but Pan Ying said first, "Uncle, you said something wrong?" As soon as these words came out, Song Chi in the courtyard had an interested look in his eyes. And the faces of the Pan family members changed slightly. They wanted to say something, but they never said anything. Finally, Panning took the initiative to offer a way out. "Uncle, you guys go down first, I'll take care of this matter." The Pan family's senior executives sighed and shook their heads, but they did not lose their manners. Before leaving, they still bowed respectfully to Song Chi, and waited for Song Chi's nod before turning around and leaving. When the Pan family disappeared from sight, Panning stepped into the courtyard. Just when Song Chi was curious about what he would do next, Pan Ying's next move made him stare. When the two walked into the living room, Panning actually knelt down without any warning. "Anam Group is pressing forward step by step." My uncle was confused for a moment. "Please forgive me, sir." Song Chi waved his hand and said casually, "Stand up and talk. I don't take this matter to heart. Besides, you have already stepped into the ranks of battleship captains. You don't need to address me as sir anymore." Hearing this, Panning did not stand up. She shook her head firmly. "Please listen to me first." Since the other party insisted, Song Chi did not say anything more, but waited for his follow-up words. Panning organized her words for a while, and quickly said, "Annan Group has been infiltrating my Pan family for a long time. Now the news that Qingying Tianwan has been promoted to a battleship has been spread. Next, they will deal with Qingwan Fulu." After talking for a while, Song Chi basically understood what Panning meant, but he still didn't speak. Panning obviously hadn't finished speaking yet. "Please save my Pan family." Hearing this, Song Chi's eyes flickered several times. After a long silence, he slowly said, "Why? The Annan Group has a heritage of more than 5,000 years, and has an extreme battleship. Why should I go to compete with them for no reason?" His voice was indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations. Pan Ying's eyes did not show disappointment, but quickly said, "In addition to the Dinkong Locking Heaven Seal, you can also choose 3 items from my Pan family's secret vault. In addition, 20% of my Pan family's annual income will be handed over to you." There was a smile in the depths of his eyes, and Song Chi looked at Panning with more and more interest. This woman really suits his taste. She is smart, knows when to advance and when to retreat, and is decisive at important moments. The key is that she is also courageous, which is what he likes most. In addition, at less than 700 years old, her future potential is also amazing. If she continues to go all the way, she may not even be an ordinary fearless captain. After dozens of seconds of silence, Song Chi said 2 words again. "Not enough." Pan Ying's reply was still very fast. 25%. But this time Song Chi did not wait for her to finish. "You should understand that this is not what I'm talking about." When the two talked to this point, Pan Ying's cold eyes suddenly raised up and stared at Song Chi's eyes, which already had the shadow of double pupils. After dozens of seconds, the woman looked away, and at the same time, she changed her words again. "In addition to the 20% of the family's annual income, Panning is willing to serve you as the master, and follow you forever, and never betray you." Song Chi stepped forward, and slowly walked towards the woman kneeling on the ground. When he walked in front of Panning, he reached out his hand, and lifted her white chin, and the shadow of the double pupils in her eyes had already become real. "Are you sure what you are saying? I can give you another chance to answer again, think about it this time." Under the force of Song Chi's palm, Pan Ying's eyes passively looked into the double pupils again. But don't get me wrong, Song Chi did not use the double pupils to guide the other party, but to capture all the changes in Pan Ying's expression on her cheeks, to make sure that what she said was from the heart, and not against her will. Without hesitation, facing the second chance given by Song Chi, Panning said again, "Panning is willing to serve you as the master, and follow you forever, and will never betray you." "Very good." Song Chi did not rush to withdraw his palm, only to see a faint light flashing between his eyebrows, and the next second, the master-servant contract component in the mini Tianqiu Sangqiong Deep in the Xinhua Zuqiu was activated. A ray of contract light shot out from his forehead, precisely entering Pan Ying's Xinhua Zuqiu. When Panning accepted the contract, a faint feeling emerged between the two. Song Chi retracted his palm, and said at the same time, "Get up." "Yes, master." After signing the master-servant contract, Pan Ying's feelings towards Song Chi changed again, and the address also changed. The previous awe disappeared completely. Now there is more goodwill from the heart, and gentleness. However, Song Chi was not interested in this address, and frowned and said, "Just call me sir." Chapter 495. The one-year deadline has come. Agreeing to Pan Ying's following, in fact, it is not entirely because of the other party's potential. The Pan family itself is also partly responsible. Not to mention anything else, the 8 captains of Zhulu are not a small force in themselves. In addition, this is in the Yinpan River system. In the future, it will be better to collect various special resources for him, Star Sea wonders that cannot be converted into shipboard parts. After thinking for a while, Song Qi took out a market walking token from the Xinhua Zuqiao and gave it to Pan Ying and told the basic function of the token. He would not stay in the Yinpan River system for too long. If he wanted to contact him in real time in the future, it would be best to use the market as a transit point. After receiving the market walking order, Pan Ying smiled and led Song Qi to the Pan family secret vault. Pan Ying following him was only one of the conditions, and the previous condition of entering the secret vault to select 3 items was also included. When the two arrived at the gate of the underground secret vault, they were stopped by 2 Pan family members wearing special armor, whose guidance skills were only at the 3rd level, but had the 4th level of combat power. Elder, this person. Pan Ying waved her hand and explained, Your Excellency has agreed to help our Pan family. Entering the secret vault to select 3 items is one of the conditions. Hearing this explanation, the 2 guards were delighted and stopped blocking them. They let the 2 enter the secret vault. The area of the Pan family's secret vault is not small. It can be seen from it how it looked when it was prosperous. Unfortunately, although the secret vault is not small, many of the shelves are empty, and less than a quarter of them are filled with items. Seeing this scene, Pan Ying's low voice came to his ears. The family has been spending more than it earns in recent years, and the secret vault is already mostly empty. It was definitely not taken away intentionally before. After saying that, the 2 began to walk around in the secret vault. Red energy shield, ordinary orange upgraded fire source, 60,000 titanium crystals, 1 piece of mixed copper. As they walked along, various items flashed in Song Qi's eyes. Just as the 2 were about to finish touring the secret vault, Song Qi's eyes lit up, and he saw something that surprised him. Is this antimatter source useful to you? Song Qi nodded, and without caring that he had not yet finished looking at all the items in the secret vault, he directly took down this large amount of antimatter source. This ball of antimatter source is almost the same as the one he got from the black hole in the Han Tian star domain. After the antimatter energy evolution engine is devoured, its evolution progress should reach 2/3. In this way, the Golden Holy Domain engine will be 1 step closer to being completely upgraded to black quality. A few minutes later, the 2 of them walked around the secret vault. Regarding the secret vault of the Pan family, Song Qi's evaluation was only 2 words, very poor. Compared with his own secret vault, which was still under construction, the secret vault of the Pan family was really shabby. Not only was there no silver quality rare objects and parts, but there were only 4 or 5 red parts, which was really miserable. Perhaps seeing Song Qi's thoughts, Pan Ying also felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Song Qi shook his head and did not comment. After thinking for a while, in addition to the first antimatter source, he also took the Hunyuan copper. This thing is a universal strengthening resource, which is often needed in the Shutian market. Now he only has 1 piece left in his hand. With this piece, he will have 2 pieces again. Naturally, he has to take it. As for the final choice, he hesitated for a few seconds and finally walked to the pile of titanium crystals. He glanced at Pan Ying from the side, and she happened to look over at him with her crystal eyes. Although she immediately avoided Song Qi's gaze, Song Qi still saw the tangled look in her eyes. After thinking about it, he only took half, which was 30,000 of the 60,000 titanium crystals. It was not difficult to see from Pan Ying's reaction that these tens of thousands of titanium crystals were probably the last reserve of the Pan family. Although he came forward, the Pan family would not be further suppressed in the future. But if they wanted to turn defense into offense, from contraction to outward expansion, they had to wait until Pan Ying's guidance technique broke through, and she became a formal battleship captain. That is to say, during this period, the Pan family may only have these 60,000 titanium crystals for circulation. If Song Qi takes them all, the Pan family will have a harder time in the future. Seeing that Song Qi only took 30,000 titanium crystals, Pan Ying's eyes turned into crescents. Thank you, sir. As she said that, she also took something out of her body. Sir, there is also this. Turning around, It was the fixed Voidlock Heaven Seal component that had been returned before. Taking this silver component, Song Chi's eyes fell on the orange upgraded fire source on the side, and then he turned his eyes to Pan Ying. I'll take that orange fire source as well. Is that feasible? Yes. Pan Ying's answer came out almost immediately. However, Song Chi had not finished speaking. As compensation, come back in 2 days, and I'll give you a red fire source. Song Chi did not make the decision to use one of the 5/6 level silver apples that were about to mature for the evolution of the fire source on impulse. But after careful consideration, he had been considering this matter since Pan Ying accepted the master-servant contract, and finally made this decision after considering many points. The main reason, of course, is its potential. Obtaining the red upgraded fire source in advance can make a qualitative leap in the combat power of Pan Ying's ship, and also allow her to do more for herself in front of others in the future. 2 days later, the 5/6 level silver apples in the cultivation secret realm were completely mature. Song Chi took one out of them and evolved the orange upgraded fire source into red. Finally, under Pan Ying's eager and grateful eyes, he handed it to her. Okay, go back and retreat, and try to break through the 5th level of the guidance technique in one go. Don't worry about the Annan Consortium. I will handle it. Yes, thank you. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Chi's eyes moved over the orange parts of the battleship. Soon, he took out the second silver apple, evolved the proportional zoom component to red quality, and strengthened it to level 60. The new third characteristic was the zoom factor increased by 100% extracted by Song Chi using the origin improvement platform of strange objects. In this way, the maximum zoom factor of this component reached 1,000 times. At this factor, the body of the long-finned whale was only 1 kilometer long, greatly reducing the space occupied. Next came the 3rd, 4th, and 5th silver apples. After careful consideration, void membrane, life system medical repair cabin, and Aurora transition device were finally chosen. The reason for choosing these 3 components is very simple. Void membrane is because its concealment effect is permanent, compared with the time limit of Mirage. The permanent concealment state is obviously more important to Song Chi. The characteristic selected after evolution is the characteristic entry hidden authority improved by 1 level extracted from another high-quality concealment component. Song Chi had spent a lot of effort to extract this feature. Its effect is also very simple. If other radars want to detect the concealment effect of void membrane, they must be 1 level higher than void membrane in terms of quality and enhancement level. For example, if void membrane is only enhanced to LV50 and its current red epic quality, in order to detect its concealment effect and discover the existence of Tianxu Sangqiong, it must be a silver patrol radar enhanced to LV60 or above, and LV59 is not enough. At this time, Song Chi directly strengthened the void membrane to level 60, which means that in the future, only silver and higher patrol radars that have been strengthened to level 70 or above can capture the Tianxu Sangqiong in a permanent hidden state. Of course, if it is a gold quality patrol radar, because its quality is 2 levels higher than the void membrane, it only needs to be strengthened to level 60, and the void membrane will be invisible in front of it. But in any case, this characteristic of hidden authority increased by 1 level is undoubtedly a super excellent characteristic. If it is improved to gold or even black hidden parts in the future, the Tianxu Sangqiong will be extremely difficult to be discovered by other creatures in the Starry Sea. Radars. Life System Medical Repair Cabin. Needless to say, it is a life-saving component. The last, Aurora Jump Device. The single jump distance of the orange quality jump component is still too short, only 1,000 light-years this time. In order to rush to the Silver Plate Galaxy, most of the time was spent on the road. After evolving to red quality, and strengthening to the 6th level, plus a feature that increases the jump distance, the maximum jump distance of the Aurora Jump Device has soared from 1,100 light-years to 3,000 light-years. At this point, all the silver apples have been used. How excited he was when using them. How uncomfortable Song Chi is now. To be honest, he wanted to evolve all the orange parts on the warship to red quality at once, which would be enough to make the combat power of Tianxu Sangqiong surge again. However, the actual production speed of silver apples is a headache. Even with the feature of Secret Realm Accelerator, the production interval of each round of silver apples is still as high as more than 20 years. close to 30 years. Under this premise, it will obviously take a very long time to evolve all the orange parts on the Tianqiu Sangqiong to red quality. Song Qi knew that this had something to do with the level of the silver apple. Before this, the production cycle of the 4th and 5th level silver apple was much shorter than this. Boom, boom, boom. While his mind was racing, a dense roar suddenly came from the sky above his head. It's coming, so fast. Flying out of the underground battleship's summoning room, after summoning the Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song Qi rushed straight into the sky. He had already guessed about this attack, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Above the sky, when Song Qi arrived, the 8 Zhulu warships of the Pan family had already arrived. The light at the bow of the 8 warships was constantly condensing, and they continued to bombard the dozens of Zhulu warships outside the floating land shield. It was not until they saw the appearance of the Tianqiu Sangqiong that the elders of the Pan family breathed a sigh of relief. Before they could speak, Song Qi raised his hand first, and asked the Pan family members to stop their attacks. At the same time, the 3 battleships with a length of 10,000 meters located deep in the outer space also tacitly issued the same order. Seeing that both sides had ceased fire, Tianqiu Sangqiong rushed straight out of the floating land shield. After a while, the 4 battleships successfully met in the starry sky. In the battleship communication group chat, the captain of the extreme battleship among the 3 people of Annan Consortium said, "Friend, I, Annan Consortium, also gave you face. Now the 1-year period has expired. It is not in accordance with the rules for you to take action again." Chapter 496, Angel King's True Spirit Shadow. What the other party said was actually true. But Song Qi did not feel sorry. It sounded nice. Wasn't it because he was afraid of the Tianqiu Sangqiong's combat power? Otherwise, let alone a year, the other party would not even be able to wait for a month. In the final analysis, it was actually a matter of fist size. After a moment of silence, he said, "Before. It was just before. Now, the Pan family has become dependent on me. Isn't it reasonable to take action at this time?" "You?" Facing Song Qi's casual tone, the middle-aged man who had been seen before had a gloomy face, and looked at Song Qi with a cold gaze. The 2 sides stared at each other for a long time. And finally the captain of the extreme battleship in the middle spoke, "What if I, Annan Group, disagree? The people below forced their actions, and it seems that you can't intervene." Song Qi was unmoved, and was not affected by his words. His voice was still calm. "Then you can try. I want to see whether the remaining value of the Pan family is higher, or the hundreds or thousands of foreign colonies of the Annan Group are more important. By the way, I forgot to remind you that the Pan family has handed over the detailed coordinates of more than 300 foreign colonies to me." The conversation between the 2 sides was not fast, which also allowed the captains of the 2 sides inside and outside the Qingwan floating land to maintain a strange confrontation. As for the coordinates of more than 300 Annan Consortium foreign colonies mentioned by Song Qi, it was not just a casual remark. This can be seen from the extremely ugly faces of the 3 battleship captains of the Annan Consortium. But they never dared to really order their fleets to attack. The Pan family has been fighting with the Annan Consortium for thousands of years. So how could they not have relevant information about the Annan Consortium? Seeing the other party silent, Song Qi took the initiative to make a proposal. "Of course, no one wants to push things to such a life-and-death situation. I have a suggestion. It depends on whether you accept it or not." "What suggestion?" "Just like before. Go to the nearest starry sky battlefield. As compensation for keeping the promise, you 3 can go together." The casual voice that didn't sound like it was fake at all made the faces of the 3 battleship captains of the Annan Consortium condense at the same time. And no one responded for a while. There are only 2 possibilities for someone who can take the initiative to propose to fight 3 battleships of the same level by himself. First, he is extremely arrogant and knows nothing about the combat power of his own ship. Second, he is confident enough in his own ship and can easily fight against many enemies alone and fight against enemies of higher levels. In the eyes of the 3 battleship captains of the Annan Consortium, Song Qi is obviously not that arrogant. So the 3 hesitated. In this year, they have used the intelligence forces under the consortium to the fullest. But they have never found any information related to the Oriental Kunlun. This also makes Song Qi very mysterious in their eyes. Now that he suddenly does this, it is hard not to think too much. Finally, it was the captain of the extreme battleship who broke the silence. "Since you have invited me, if we don't accompany you to the end, it would seem that we, Annan Group, are bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. How about this: if we win, you give up all support for the Pan family, and if we lose, Ann and group will swear never to continue to target the Pan family. How about that? Song Chi looked at the old man with a very peaceful face, and then nodded. Okay. After the two sides reached a consensus, Song Chi left a message for the Pan family, letting them wait in Chingwon floating land, and then he and the three battleships of Ann and group went all the way to the starry sky battlefield tens of thousands of light years away. This is an asteroid belt full of floating land fragments, and all valuable resources have been mined out. It is also one of the many star battlefields under the jurisdiction of the Impan River system. In the middle of the asteroid belt, where a large vacuum area has been cleared, for battleships are facing each other in two sides. In the battleship communication group chat, Ann and group, the captain of the old extreme battleship spoke for the last time. Friends, once the battle begins, there is no such thing as temporary withdrawal. If we are lucky, the four of us can escape unscathed, but if we are unlucky, it is not impossible that the star will fall. The ancestor has been roaming the star sea for nearly 4,000 years, and he thinks that the battle power of his ship is not weak. Have you really thought about it? We have arrived at the star battlefield. Let's forget these polite words. The two sentences came out one after another, and the next second the communication between the two sides was suddenly cut off. At the same time, the engines of the four battleships roared at the same time, and there was light gathering at the bow position, and the battle was about to start. The four battleships made the same choice. All chose to distance themselves from the other side, and turn their ships to the rear. Seeing this, the three battleship captains of the Annan Consortium had doubt in their eyes one after another. Their choice to distance themselves was not wrong after all. They had the advantage in numbers. As long as they kept their distance, and prevented the Tianqiu Sanqiong from getting close, they could slowly wear down the other side with long-range concentrated fire. However, the Tianqiu Sanqiong was different. When it was 1 against 3, shouldn't it be as close as possible to fight, and defeat them one by one? Song Chi could roughly guess what the three people of the Annan Consortium were thinking at the moment, but he did not stop at all, and continued to retreat at full speed. Normally, close combat is indeed the best choice. But how can the Tianqiu Sanqiong be an ordinary warship? The golden energy shield, Yin Yang hedging annihilation shield, plus the holy light shield given by the golden component, angel kingship wings. These two can be said to be one of the biggest reliances of the Tianqiu Sanqiong in defense. If the battle is really carried out in close combat with the physical collision of the warship, then these two layers of golden holy domain quality energy shields will completely lose their function. Song Chi will naturally not make such an unwise choice. In addition, in terms of firepower, Song Chi never thought that the Tianqiu Sanqiong would be weaker than other warships. When the four warships were nearly 1,000,000 kilometers apart, the energy storage of their bow guns was almost complete. In the main control room of the Tianqiu Sanqiong, Song Chi's eyes fell directly on the battleship on the far left. The length of this battleship was only 10,000 meters, and it was obviously not promoted for a long time. It was obviously the weakest among the three battleships of the Annan Consortium. Under the shadow of the materialized double pupils in his eyes, Song Chi's eyes were firm, and he locked the primary target of attack on this battleship. His idea was simple. When fighting 1 against 3, he had to reduce the number of the other side as soon as possible. The weakest battleship was like the softest persimmon. Who else should he pinch? Buzz? The 100,000 meter class annihilation arrows and tens of thousands of meters of true immortal quantum sword lights at the bow of the ship burst out almost at the same time, pointing directly at the 10,000 meter battleship on the left. Sure enough, his target is Annan Yuanhe. Be careful, third brother. Without the reminder of the other two, the captain of the battleship in Annan Yuanhe reacted very quickly. Before that, the three had discussed and believed that Annan Yuanhe was most likely Song Chi's primary target of attack. So he always maintained absolute vigilance. Look, after seeing that the two attacks from the Tianqiu Sanqiong were all aimed at him, the third director of the Annan group activated an orange flash escape component on his ship without hesitation. The next second, his expression suddenly changed. How is it possible? Why is the Annan Yuanhe still staying in the same place? After activating the flash escape component, he suddenly found that the ship did not move at all and remained in the same place. Soon, he found the special chain on the side that had been shot out from the void at some point. However, under the state of mind of being in a state of 22-point mind, his reaction was still amazing. After discovering that the first response plan failed, he immediately adopted the second response plan. activating the protective characteristics of the red ship armor. Before the arrival of the true immortal quantum sword light and the annihilation arrow, the Anan Yuanha had a second layer of dark red armor on the ship armor layer, and at the same time, its energy shield of the same red quality also maintained full light. However, even in this serious situation, the result was far beyond the expectations of the three people of the Anan Consortium. The red energy shield of the Anan Yuanha, after touching the true immortal quantum sword light that had descended earlier, lasted only for a moment before suddenly collapsing. Song Qi, the real owner, was not surprised by this. Although the Anan Yuanha was also a battleship, it only had an orange fireseed hull due to the captain's own fireseed quality. Under this limitation, all its components could only be enhanced to level 59 at most. As a result, the quality of the red energy shield was already one level lower than that of the Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort, and now there was also a gap in the enhancement level. Under the attack characteristics of the true immortal quantum sword light, it was naturally difficult to resist. After defeating the energy shield of the Anan Yuanha, the weakened quantum sword light shadow once again fell on the dark red armor outside the Anan Yuanha ship's hull armor. Finally, the terrifying exploding sword light broke a 1,000-meter gap in the dark red armor. This was not the end. At this moment, the annihilation arrow had just arrived. However, there was no big explosion this time. Following the gap opened by the true immortal quantum sword light, the annihilation arrow sank into the interior of the Anan Yuanha ship. During this period, it was only slightly weakened by the dark red armor, and a small amount of weakening of the battleship's hull armor and the hull itself, and finally acted directly on the third director of the Anan Consortium in the battleship's main control room. Old 3. The voices of the other two battleship captains came through the battleship's communication group chat, but there was no response. Looking at the Anan Yuanha itself, although the hull was greatly dimmed, it did not become silent. This was a sign that the battleship captain was injured and unconscious, and temporarily lost control of the battleship. After that, the remaining three battleships tacitly moved the battlefield and moved the battle area to a distant place. Tens of minutes later, under attack from outside, the battleship's energy shield was damaged by 32%. Please repair it as soon as possible. Hearing the prompt from the intelligent brain, Song Qi didn't care. After more than half an hour, the opponent barely wiped out the holy light given by the Angel King's wings, causing such a little damage to the Yin-Yang counterattack annihilation shield. He naturally didn't care. You have to know that this is because of the lack of the dominant 12-winged Archangel. The Angel Kingship wings is only level 6 now, and the holy light shield it provides is also only level 6. If the Angel Kingship wings is strengthened to level 7 in the future, Song Qi can't even imagine what kind of abnormal level the defense of the Tianqiu Sanqiong will be improved to. At this time, the two battleships of the Anan Consortium in the distance seemed to have made up their minds, knowing that the energy shield of the Tianqiu Sanqiong was far beyond their reach. If this continues, their disadvantage will only get bigger and bigger. They can only try to make a thunder strike to see if it works. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, there was a slight spatial fluctuation around the 11,000-meter-long battleship of the second director of the consortium, and then only a phantom was left in the original place. When it reappeared, it was less than 100,000 kilometers away from the Tianqiu Sanqiong. Is it to activate a special component with a range of only 100,000 kilometers? When he saw the other party's evasion point, Song Qi made his own judgment in his heart. He changed his mind and was about to activate the evasion ability of the escape orb to distance himself again, but soon he found that the Tianqiu Sanqiong ship sank completely and did not evade successfully. It seems to be a fixed-point space blockade component of higher quality than orange. However, the escape bead that can restrict the orange quality may not be effective against the Angel Kingship wings. In a flash, Song Qi's mind has shifted to the Angel Wing escape feature of the Angel Kingship wings. Before he could activate this feature, a sense of horror that made his hair stand on end suddenly surged into his heart. His sight suddenly turned to the extreme battleship in the distance. As expected, at the bow of the ship, a beam of annihilation with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters happened to burst out. The speed of this annihilation beam was extremely terrifying. It penetrated a distance of nearly 1 million kilometers almost instantly, leaving Song Qi with very limited time to react. In this case, Song Qi immediately activated the Angel King True Spirit Guardian feature of Angel King's wings. Since he got this Golden Sanctuary component, this was the first time he used this defense feature with a very long cooldown time in actual combat. The holy light suddenly shone, and in an instant, the entire starry sky turned into daylight. After this infinite holy light, a 12-winged angel phantom that could be said to cover the sky and the sun descended over the Tianxu Sanqiong. Angel King's true spirit shadow. In the distance, the captain of the Annan Group extreme battleship who caught this scene roared in fear. Although they were both 12-winged dominant angels, the characteristics between the Archangel and the Angel King were still easy to identify. Ordinary 12-winged archangels were not qualified to wear the angel crown, only the 8th level Angel King could. And the 12-winged angel's true spirit shadow that was shrouded in the sky above the Tianxu Sanqiong was wearing a gorgeous and unusual angel crown on his head. With the appearance of the Angel King's true spirit shadow, the subsequent results are naturally needless to say. Even if the captain of the Annan Group extreme battleship activated the attack characteristics of the silver super main gun that was strengthened to level 72 among the only 2 silver parts on the battleship, under the protection of the Angel King's true spirit shadow, this annihilation beam could not hurt the Tianxu Sanqiong in the slightest. Chapter 497 50 Years, and the Invitation of the New Moon Mistress. Battleship Control Room. After ensuring the safety of the Tianxu Sanqiong, Song Qi immediately handed over the temporary control of the battleship to the Qiongtian Intelligent Brain, Tianqing Qiongtian Self-Control System. As soon as Wu was activated, he no longer had to spend his energy to control the entire battleship. Under the powerful computing power of the Qiongtian Intelligent Brain, the fastest and most perfect solution to this battle was listed in an instant. God Binding Chain, Void God Binding, Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort, Tai Quantum Sword Formation, Zixi Divine Thunder Cannon, One Fu Zixia Thunder Prison, Black Hole Evolution Layer, Black Hole Collapse, Black Hole Singularity Explosion. With the activation of one characteristic after another, the Tianxu Sanqiong also completely revealed its most hideous side at this moment. Of course, because they were under the shadow of the Angel King's true spirit. The remaining 2 battleships of the Annan Group outside did not see the multiple attack methods activated by the Tianxu Sanqiong at this moment. Only when the subsequent charging is completed and the battleships are activated together will they feel the series of thunder strikes firsthand. Perhaps only then they can understand what true despair is. But before the charging is completed, Song Qi was the first to hear the communication request from the captain of the extreme battleship of the Annan Group. Let's stop here. In the future, Annan Group, will never take the initiative to target the Pan family again. Song Qi raised his eyebrows, looking extremely surprised at this sudden active show of weakness. But thinking about it again, it seemed natural. If it was right, the annihilation beam just now was probably the strongest attack method in the opponent's hand. The strongest attack that was expected was resolved so easily, and coupled with the shock brought by the 8th level Angel King's true spirit phantom, it was also human nature to directly show weakness. After cancelling the Tianqing Qiongtian automatic control system feature, and all the features that had not yet completed energy storage, Song Qi slowly controlled the Tianxu Sanqiong to sail out of this starry sky battlefield under the gaze of the 3 battleships of the Annan Group. The 2 sides had no other conversations, since the victory and defeat had been decided. The subsequent events were nothing more than the withdrawal of the Annan Group. As for the 3 battleships of the Annan Group, the 3rd director had not yet woken up, and the other 2 naturally had to guard them. Old Feng, what do you think of this guy? After the Tianxu Sanqiong disappeared from sight, the 2nd director of Annan Group took the initiative to ask. As for Song Qi's combat power, he only had a general concept of being terribly strong, but he could not see more specifics. In comparison, Old Feng, the pillar of the group, who has been a captain of the extreme battleship for nearly 2,000 years, should be able to give a different answer. Hearing this, the old extreme battleship captain first carefully thought about the details of the battle just now, but soon shook his head and said, I am ashamed. The combat power of this man's ship is too terrifying. In the battle with the 3 of us just now, I am afraid that at most 80% of his strength was used. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face froze. However, Elder Feng continued, it is certain that this person is more than 90% a direct descendant of the Immortal Clan, and it is not impossible that he is a direct descendant of the Star Destroyer. Not long after returning to Qingwan floating land, the fleet of the Annan Consortium withdrew as promised. It was not until they saw with their own eyes that all the people of the Annan Consortium left that the entire Pan family was completely relieved. As for Song Qi, the Pan family naturally thanked him very much. However, Song Qi did not like this. He stayed on Qinghuan floating land for another half a month. Seeing that there were no more people from the Annan Consortium wandering outside the floating land, he chose to leave. Floating land sky, under the gaze of many captains of the Pan family, Tianxu Sanqiong rushed straight out of the floating land. Panning did not show up. She was now fully attacking the 5th level guidance technique. Song Qi did not let anyone disturb her. However, after leaving Qinghuan floating land, he did not choose to return to the Tianpan River system through the Longji anchor point left on Longji continent, but controlled the warship to return to Yipan floating land again, along the route they came from. Song Qi's purpose was simple. After this incident, he only had one task left, to fully comprehend the law. For a Xinhua captain, besides his own guidance technique and Xinhua warship, the most important thing is the perception of the origin law of the Star Sea. It not only has an amplifying effect on the captain himself and the Xinhua warship, but it is said that it will also involve some key points of the master level in the future. If he has the ability, no Xinhua captain will ignore his own law perception. Now the 10,000-year deep water clams have not been cultivated yet, and the Xinhua warship has just been promoted to a battleship. When the guidance technique and the Xinhua warship cannot be improved in a short time, concentrating on the perception of the law is naturally the first choice. However, if you want to concentrate on understanding the law, you can't avoid a long period of seclusion. Since it is a long period of seclusion, it is obviously no different in Longji continent or Yipan floating continent. In comparison, Yipan floating continent has another advantage. As the chief floating land of Xinhua Kingdom with a heritage of more than 30,000 years, its customer flow completely crushes Longji continent. Song Qi's idea is to take advantage of his seclusion to set up a shop specializing in purchasing various special resources, including Star Sea wonders that cannot be converted into shipboard parts. And with a master-servant contract, it is enough to ensure that no one will secretly embezzle. Thanks to the Aurora transition device that evolved into red quality, Song Qi returned to the Silver Plate floating land in less than 2 months. Because of caution, before entering the Silver Plate floating land again, he used the Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl parts to rename the Tianxu Sanqiong. Battleship, Shanxi Taibai. Public area of the Silver Plate floating land. Central street of the Silver Plate Mall. 2 days ago, a new Taibai store opened on the central street, which was the store that Song Qi bought at a high price from the low-level floating land origin, and the one in charge of the normal operation and management of the store was a 4th-level Zhulu captain. The captain of Zhulu is Pan Yuan, who was brought out from the Pan family when Song Qi left Qinghuan floating land. Now he has also signed a master-servant contract, and is concentrating on running this Taibai shop for him. As for Song Qi himself, he entered the market immediately after buying the shop, leaving only an ethereal body in the secret room on the top floor of the shop, and told Pan Yuan not to disturb him unless it was extremely urgent. Jutian Market, above the freestall area. Song Qi held a crystal of the law of space attribute, and there was an illusory chair with a silver light flashing under him. This illusory silver throne was not in direct contact with his body, and there was a cushion in the middle that also emitted silver light. In addition, in the sky above the market directly in front of Song Qi, there is a visible trace of the law of space. Under the analysis of the shadow of the materialized double pupils in his eyes, he is fully aware of the power of the law of space contained in this trace of the law of space. With this blessing, Song Qi's understanding of the law of space is improving at a very impressive speed. Of course, it is not just the law of the origin of space. When the understanding of the law of space stagnates, Song Qi will replace the crystal of the law of space in his hand with the crystal of the law of light attribute, and move to another point where the trace of the law of the origin of light is revealed, and fully understand the law of light. In this peaceful and fulfilling daily life, decades have passed quietly. On this day, Song Qi, who was sitting on the shadow of the silver throne in the market sky, hid the shadow of the double pupils in his eyes, which meant that he took the initiative to stop this perception. The shadow of the silver throne summoned from the Dragon Whale Palace in a long distance slowly dissipated, and Song Qi's figure fell back to the ground in the freestall area. As he fell, the 2 different attribute origin laws of space and light flowed around him. Compared with 50 years ago, although it seemed that there was not much change, if you observe carefully, you will definitely find the difference. Compared with 50 years ago, the solidity of the 2 law patterns is obviously much higher now. and the energy contained in them is also much higher. 50 years. The origin of the law of space has reached 60.01%, and the law of light has reached 48.2%. This kind of visible improvement feels really good. But it's a pity. Song Chi shook his head while muttering. As the perception of the law of space exceeded 60%, the difficulty of improvement increased geometrically again. Although the law of light was only 48%, the perception speed also decreased significantly. Unless you continue to invest a lot of time, it is almost impossible to reach this level again. Time is easy to say. Even though he has been in seclusion for 50 years, Song Chi is still only 240 years old. Less than 1/10 of the lifespan of a 5th-level battleship captain of 4,000 years. He has plenty of time to comprehend the laws. The reason why he ended his seclusion this time was not because he could not stand the loneliness, but because the family had sent him news through the 3rd-level Jiexing clan he left in Qingwei Manor. Ru Zhu had successfully broken through the 6th level of the guidance technique, and an elder in the family's hidden vein had also successfully upgraded his flagship to a dreadnought. And his breakthrough in the guidance technique should have happened during this period. When the hidden vein elder officially steps into the fearless captain, the family will officially take action against the dominant level black devouring king beast, reminding him to prepare early. Of course, these are only one of the reasons. And there is actually another point. Just now, the ultra-long-range space gate random release station completed a new buffer. In other words, a new round of market transactions is about to begin. Speaking of market transactions, in the past 50 years, it has always been the dominant clone he condensed to host and open each transaction. It is not that he has been in seclusion for 50 years, and the market has never opened transactions. It was precisely because every market transaction was open normally that Song Chi chose to come out without hesitation this time. The reason for this can be traced back to the last market transaction. The Crescent Moon Tribe, which renewed the right to use the market projection order with the blood of a half-step 7th-level evil god, suddenly sent a message through the 4th-level night elf during the last market transaction that the market projection order would be used for the first time. According to the inquiry from the Lord's clone, it seems that the mistress of the Crescent Moon Tribe is preparing to take action against a 7th-level god named God of Hunting in the pantheon under Spider Mother Rose. According to the news from the New Moon Mistress, although this God of Hunting is an old 7th-level god, it was severely injured in a battle with another god 100 years ago, and has been sleeping for nearly 100 years. After 100 years of searching, the New Moon Mistress successfully found the sleeping place of the God of Hunting and was able to quietly enter its kingdom of God, which had been mostly damaged. In the future, she only needs to help, and she will be able to kill the God of Hunting. After receiving this news, Song Chi naturally paid close attention to it, which was also the reason why he came out of seclusion in person this time. If nothing unexpected happens, the Night Elf should bring more detailed plans of the New Moon Mistress in this market transaction. After all, they need to face an old god, and a member of the pantheon of the 8th-level main god, Spider Mother Rose. Once they take action, they must be quick, accurate and ruthless. Otherwise they may be backfired. Therefore, both parties must discuss all the details of the action. On the inner side of the market, the ultra-long-range space gate random delivery platform was activated, and hundreds of light spots were launched into the alien star sea. Not long after, the same number of space vortex portals quietly emerged at the entrance of the market. As expected by Song Chi, after just a few minutes, the 4th-level night elf entered the market, and without any hesitation, rushed straight to the rare item exchange shop. After entering the shop, it took out a piece of unknown creature leather with special fluctuations from the storage ring. On this unknown creature leather, a video was sealed. When Song Chi focused his attention, a tall elf with an amazing aura appeared in his sight. New Moon Mistress. He immediately knew the other party's identity, and then heard the other party's plain voice with a hint of arrogance. Your Excellency, the Lord of the Market of all Heavens, nice to meet you for the first time. As expected, after a brief polite greeting, the New Moon Mistress, who exuded the aura of a 7th-level master, narrated all her plans in detail. Song Chi did not pay attention to the hint of arrogance in her voice. In fact, this is a common problem of high elves. In their eyes, high elves are the most noble bloodline in the world, and other biological groups are inferior races. Over time, this kind of arrogance naturally arises in their tone. Song Chi could hear that the other party was trying his best to control his tone. After all, through the knowledge conveyed by the night elves. The Lord of the Market of the Heavens was extremely mysterious and powerful. However, perhaps they themselves did not think that it was arrogant, but just thought it was just an ordinary tone. So this result occurred. After watching the entire video, Song-Chi did not say anything, but directly handed the unknown leather back to the 4th level night elf, and gave a reply through the projection screen in the middle of the strange item exchange shop. This seed has known this. The image in this unknown leather was captured by special means, and it was not a real-time communication, nor was it the Crescent Moon Mistress communicating directly with him. The strange item exchange shop, the 4th level night elf, who received the reply bowed repeatedly, and then quickly turned around to report to his own mistress. Chapter 498 Golden Emperor's Sword. After that, the 4th level night elf went back and forth for a few more times, until Song-Chi and the new moon mistress finally reached a complete agreement. Time passed. More than 10 hours passed in a flash. Originally Song-Chi thought that there would be no other noteworthy things in this transaction, but a few hours before the market transaction was about to end, the market's strange item exchange shop welcomed a new customer. In fact, it can't be called a new customer, because this person has long been a frequent visitor to the Zhutian market and the God Kingdom player trading space, but it is rare to see it enter the strange item exchange shop. It was the 4th level half-rat man who had been controlling the Source Stone transaction. If it was just this, Song-Chi would not pay too much attention after all. The number of aliens who visited the strange object exchange shop every time the market traded was not small. The key point was that after this 4th level half-rat man entered the strange object exchange shop, his eyes basically stayed on the counters in the middle of the shop. The strange objects placed on these counters were the most valuable strange objects in the market, such as the Black Supreme Strange Object, Mother Chi Stone of all things obtained from the storage bag of the Life Chaser Immortal, and the Golden Strange Object, Starlight Compass, and Heavenly Thunder Seal, and so on. However, Song-Chi used his double pupil's ability to capture the world and determined that the 4th level half-rat man's gaze was still focused on the Mother Chi Stone of all things. Could it be that the forces behind this person can produce a black wonder of the same level? Thinking of this, Song-Chi paid more attention to this half-rat man. 2 minutes later, the 4th level half-rat man, who had stayed in the Wonder Exchange shop for a long time, suddenly spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, the Lord of the Market, can this, Mother Chi Stone of all things, only be exchanged for wonders of the same level? Hearing this, Song-Chi thought for a moment, and then his mind changed, and new law text had appeared on the projection screen in the middle of the shop. What else do you have in your hand? The 4th level half-rat man did not hesitate, and the light flashed in his body. Soon, several items appeared in his hands. Is it similar to the internal space of the Shinhua Zuchu? Muttering, Song-Chi did not pay much attention. There are countless types of extraordinary systems in the Broken Star Sea, and there are also many that can open up internal space. His eyes were mostly focused on the several items taken out by the half-rat man. There were 4 items in total, and 2 of them emitted golden light. Song-Chi focused his attention, and soon he got the properties of 2 golden holy objects. Artifact, Extreme Emperor's Sword. Quality, Gold. Transformable, Extreme Emperor's Sword. Note, it was made of various kinds of immortal gold by a certain ancient emperor of the Divine Realm continent. After being nurtured by the power of the emperor for tens of thousands of years, it finally turned into a golden holy object. Artifact, Blood Emperor Heaven Sacrifice Cauldron. Quality, Gold. Transformable, None. Note, the ancient sacrificial vessel handed down from the ancient times of the Divine Realm continent has undergone incredible changes after years of baptism. The 2 golden objects are both related to the word Emperor. In this regard, Song-Chi remembered the news related to the Divine Realm continent that he had heard from the 4th level half-rat man. The Great Emperor, who is the supreme existence in the Divine Realm continent. According to what he said, Song-Chi speculated that the Great Emperor they were talking about may be at least the existence of the 7th level master or above. Just thinking about it, an attribute panel popped up in front of him again, which was the attributes of the shipborne components of the Extreme Emperor Sword. Extreme Emperor Sword LV0 Quality, Gold. Features, Real Armor Breaking Feature 2, Power Increased by 240% Feature 3, Double Combo Feature 4, Charging and Buffering Time Constantly Reduced by 50% Feature 5, Ancient Extreme Destruction Strike. Ancient Extreme Destruction Strike. Consumes 150,000 psionic points, summons the power of the Ancient Extreme to bless the Extreme Emperor Sword. the next attack will contain 2000% of the power of the ship gun's normal attack, destroys everything visible, cooling time 1 year. This Extreme Emperor sword has very good properties, but Song Chi is not very interested in it, because it is a Star Destroyer cannon, and for the current Tianqiu Sangqiong, a Star Destroyer is obviously too far away. Song Chi himself thought that if Tianqiu Sangqiong wanted to be promoted to a Star Destroyer, it would take at least 1,000 years. And that was if everything went smoothly, and there were no accidents along the way. Otherwise, it would take even longer. And with the current capabilities of Tianqiu Sangqiong, and the current size of the trading space between Zhujiangsu Market and the Kingdom of God players, he did not think that he would not be able to get a Golden Star Destroyer in the next 1,000 years. Thinking of this, he turned his sight and looked at the other two items. The things that allowed this 4th level half-rat man to take out together with the Golden Holy Domain treasure were obviously not ordinary items. Even if they were not the Star Sea treasures, their value should not be bad. Is this the Master's true spirit? Under the penetrating power of his pupils, he easily captured the item in the small stone box of the 228 Master's true spirits. This thing is exactly what Song Chi lacks at the moment, but it is not enough to make him look at it too sideways. Compared to a black rare item, the value of 28 Master's true spirits is far less. His sight quickly turned to the last family, which was also a stone box, but it did not contain the Master's true spirit, but a drop of golden blood emitting terrifying blood energy. 1 drop of the blood of the 8th level master. Unfortunately, it's just blood. After getting the result, Song Chi shook his head. If it was source blood, then he might really have the urge to trade with it, because a drop of the blood of the 8th level master can greatly increase the success rate of the Dinghai Longxiang that attempts to attack the Star Destroyer. When the 6th level dreadnought attacks the Star Destroyer, it can no longer simply use the blood of aliens to greatly increase the success rate of promotion. It mainly depends on the level of the source blood, the degree of understanding of the law, including special resource formulas, and additional promotion resources. 1 drop of 8th level dominant blood can directly increase the success rate of promotion by more than 15%. If combined with special resource formulas and Song Wujiang's understanding of the laws of space, the success rate of promotion will surely be increased to a very considerable value. Add a guaranteed 6th level time realm fruit, and the Longji Song family may really leap into the ranks of immortal families. But blood essence? This value is much lower. A dominant creature's corpse can only extract 1 drop of blood at most, but blood essence can extract more than 20 drops. Even if it is a star beast, a giant, a dragon race and other species with strong flesh and blood, it is possible to double it. Compared to the origin blood, the value of the essence blood is far less. So Song Chi quickly gave a reply. These 4 are not enough to exchange for the Mother Chi Stone of all things. After receiving this reply, the 4th level half-rat man did not show any surprise on his face. He had obviously guessed this result. His eyes lingered on the Mother Chi Stone of all things for a while, and then he bowed and left, watching the 4th level half-rat man leave the shop. Song Chi's eyes showed a thoughtful look. If I am not mistaken, when the half-rat man left, his eyes clearly did not give up his desire for the Mother Chi Stone of all things. Although he did not say much, Song Chi always felt that there should be a follow-up. I hope you can bring me some surprises later. After this exchange, Song Chi has raised the importance of this 4th level half-ratman to a level that is comparable to that of the wizard civilization, the Night Elves. It has been more than 200 years since he awakened the seed of Xinhua and became the captain of Xinhua. During these 200 years, even though he encountered many adventures, and had the assistance of the Zhutian market and the trading space for players in the Kingdom of God, Song Chi only had 1.5 of the Black Wonders in his hand. One refers to the Black Hole Evolution Layer, and the other half is the Meteorite Spear. For the captain of Xinhua, who uses the Xinhua battleship system, the wonder that cannot be converted into shipboard components can only be considered half. It is conceivable how rare the Black Supreme Rare item is. If one can get one from the 4th level half-rat man, it will be great for the entire Tianqiu Sangqiong. After regaining his mind, it didn't take long for the market transaction to end. After all the alien races in the Star Sea were sent out of the market, Song Chi walked into the rare item exchange shop. His eyes moved over the counters in the shop. After a while, he counted the number of various rare items in the entire rare item exchange shop. 1 black item, 3 gold holy items, 29 silver legendary items, 380 red epic items, 1,636 orange glory items, and more than 6 figures of purple and lower items. Feeling the results of his 200 years, Song-Chi walked out of the item exchange shop. In the inner corner of the market, Song-Chi walked all the way to the closed space that had been isolated early to serve as a storage room. In the corner of the door of this closed space, a large number of storage capsules were neatly stacked. These storage capsules are not ordinary storage capsules, but special storage capsules that Aelin secretly purchased from the Xingyuan Empire. The space in them reaches 20 cubic meters, which is not too large. But if more than 10 can be equipped on the warship, the extra space they can provide is still very good. However, Song-Chi was not looking at these special storage capsules at this time, but the ordinary storage capsule with a clear mark on the top of these storage capsules. Reaching out to pick up this storage capsule, Song-Chi opened it directly. At this moment, colorful light suddenly shot out from the storage capsule, reflecting on Song-Chi's face, making him narrow his eyes subconsciously. That's right. The storage capsule contained hundreds of rare items that could be transformed into shipboard parts. After 50 years, there were naturally not only many rare items that could not be transformed into shipboard parts in the market, but also a large number of shipboard parts. Many of them were purchased from the alien races in the market, and some were traded or handed in by the players of the Kingdom of God in the God of God player trading space. Of course, most of them were purchased by Wangjun, Panyuan, Xinyuan from their own channels, and finally placed here by the Master's clone. Song-Chi quickly counted them and quickly got the specific number. 3 silver parts, 24 red parts, 99 orange parts, 320 purple parts. Before retreat, Song-Chi only let the Master's clone actively collect purple and above transformable items, so there are only more than 400 pieces otherwise. If blue and white parts are added, there will be at least thousands more. However, the white and blue parts have limited value, and it is difficult to exchange them for too many points in the Star Tower Mall. So Song-Chi asked the Master Clone to keep them separately and send them back to the family later. The Song family is now in a period of rapid development, and the demand for white and blue parts is extremely high, which is just right. After returning to the Dragon Ridge continent, Song-Chi handed over more than 4-digit blue and white parts to the third uncle who stayed in the vein, so that he could appropriately hand them over to the family, and then immediately return to the market. Well, to be more precise, it was back to the Silver Plate Floating Land, Silver Plate Mall, the central area, Tai-Bai shop. On the top floor of the shop, Song-Chi appeared quietly. However, after leaving the market, Song-Chi did not rush downstairs, but took out the Yaguang Order number 32 from the Xinhua Zuqiu. This time, his figure was not shown, but part of his mind was logged into the Yaguang Star Tower in the form of projection. Song-Chi has been committed to collecting various shipborne parts. What is his purpose? Isn't it to use these parts to exchange for the Star Tower Mall points? As a Star Tower that has stood for 200,000 years in the Xinhua human civilization, the Yaguang Star Tower has a heritage that others can hardly imagine. Even with Song-Chi's current vision, he is still very envious of many products in the Star Tower Mall. For example, one of the products is called Original Pupil Essence of the Multi-Eye Clan. According to the Star Tower Intelligence, this item can assist in comprehension and the practice of pupil-related secret arts. The double pupils directly granted by the Double Bright Blood Covenant naturally do not need this item, but the Martial Arts Heavenly Eye, which has never been introduced, urgently needs its assistance. In addition, there are also 6th level Void Crystals, and even Dominant Blood, Dominant True Spirit, etc. Walking all the way to the Star Tower Mall window, Song-Chi also slowly took out the hundreds of components that had been stored in the Xinhua Zuqiu one by one. But there was a little surprise. Before him, there was actually another person in front of the Star Tower. Seeing this member who also logged in through projection, Song-Chi greeted him politely. By Mei, long time no see. This figure was the owner of the 30th Yaguang Star Order by Mei, who rarely spoke in the Star Order group chat. As always, facing the friendly greetings of the Star Tower members, he just nodded slightly in response, and then nothing else. Song-Chi, who had long been accustomed to it, didn't care. He raised his eyes and scanned inside, and found that Bai Mei was exchanging an Ice Attribute Advanced Law Crystal. After the transaction was completed, she quickly gave up her position. She threw all the parts in her hand to Xingta Intelligence. While it was evaluating the value, Song-Chi began to quickly search for various products in the mall. The first one was naturally the Multi-Eye Clan's Origin Pupil Essence. This thing was related to the comprehension of martial arts Heavenly Eye. Song-Chi would not be reluctant to give up the mall points. In the end, he exchanged 3 Multi-Eye Clan's Origin Pupil Essence, a total of 1,500 points. In addition, Song-Chi exchanged 5 6th level Void Crystals, spending 3,500 points. I don't know which member recently traded this 6th level Void Crystal to the mall. It wasn't available before, but unfortunately there were only 5, all of which were taken by Song-Chi. But when Song-Chi searched for the 7th level Angel Blood, he never found it. Just when he frowned, a faint voice came from behind him. Do you need the 7th level Angel Blood? Chapter 499 Exchange Golden Parts. Ring of Heavenly Power Control. Song-Chi turned his head, and his eyes quickly met the cold eyes behind him. Without thinking too much, he nodded. A part for the ship is needed, but unfortunately, it seems that there is none in the mall. Hearing his words, Bai Mei's voice was still flat, but to Song-Chi it was more like the sound of nature. If it is really needed urgently, I should be able to get a few drops. Do you need essence blood or source blood? Hearing the first 2 sentences, Song-Chi was already very surprised, but gradually, this surprise turned into astonishment. Can you get the essence and source blood of the 12-winged angel of the dominant level? What's going on? There are so many rich women in our Yogwang Star Tower? Although he was surprised, Song-Chi did not show it, and hurriedly said, No, ordinary 12-winged archangel blood will do, no essence or source blood. Well, wait a moment. After saying that, Bai Mei turned and walked towards the login stone platform, and soon disappeared in the Star Tower. With strong expectations, Song-Chi turned his sight back to the Star Tower Mall in time. In a short time, Xingta Intelligence has already given the purchase price of all parts. According to the evaluation, the total value of all the parts you took out is 32,120 points, including 3 silver parts worth 9,000 points, 24 red parts. Are you sure you want to exchange all of them for mall points? Sure. At the same time, the corresponding mall points appeared in his personal account. Song-Chi glanced at it. Yogwang Order number 32. Jingza Frowny Face Current Account Balance. Yogwang Chaos Monument Enlightenment times 0. Star Tower Mall Points 55600. 55,000. Retracting his gaze, his eyes turned back to the mall product panel. After a purposeful search, a silver component soon appeared in front of Song-Chi. Super Body Contraction Card LV0 Quality. Silver. Features. The zoom factor can be increased by 3 times. This is a silver zoom component, which will be used later when the new Moon Mistress takes action. Its exchange value is 5,000 mall points. And Song-Chi directly exchanged it. Seeing that there are still 50,000 points, he turned his sight to several golden sanctuary components in the mall. Snake Demon Petrification Cannon LV0 Quality. Gold. Features. Petrification Ray. Exchange price. 25,000 mall points. Rock Hull Armor LV0 Quality. Gold. Features. Rock Guardian Feature 2. Defense value increased by 140%. Exchange price. 28,000 mall points. Tianquan Control Ring LV0 Quality. Gold. Features. Beyond Visual Range Mind Communication. Feature 2. Size as desired. Feature 3. Slave Mark doubled. Feature 4. The occupied slot is always 1. Feature 5. Slave Authority is increased by 1 level. Disappear. Consumption. 20,000/time. Psionic Points. Slavery Mark. 2 halves. 1/2. Effect. Can enslave life forms whose life level does not exceed the first level. Completely controlled by the captain of the Xinhua warship. Note. The weaker the resistance of the enslaved, the higher the success rate of enslavement, and vice versa. Required for upgrading. 40 strands of floating land origin, 0 level, for 1,000 psionic points, beyond visual range telepathic communication, ignoring shielding, distance and other factors, the captain of the warship equipped with the component can freely communicate with the enslaved creature. Size as you wish. The creature enslaved by this enslavement component can freely change its body size. When the body size is reduced, the combat power will decrease in proportion, and when the body size is enlarged, the combat power will increase in proportion. No limit on body size reduction. Body size enlargement is determined by the strength of the enslaved creature's body. The stronger the body's strength, the higher the magnification, and vice versa. Slavery Authority is improved by 1 level. This component is blessed by the power of heavenly power when it is level 0. It can enslave level 1 creatures when it is level 1. It can enslave level 2 creatures, and so on. Exchange price: 40,000 mall points. Scanning these 3 golden components, Song-Chi's sight stopped at the Ring of Heavenly Power Control, as expected. This component is a slavery component, and it stands to reason that Song-Chi should not be very interested in it. At present, he only has a few 6th level slave creatures in his hands. And the slave metal and child and mother control spirit ring are completely enough. The reason is actually due to several characteristics of this component. The first is size as you wish. Although the slave metal also has this characteristic, it is actually quite different. The slave metal has size as you wish small, which only has the effect of shrinking, but does not have the effect of increasing combat power. This small difference has completely different values. At the level of the 6th order, every point of increase may determine the situation on the battlefield. Not to mention the increase of a golden sanctuary component. The increase ratio is likely not too small. Of course, the most important thing is the feature of increasing the authority of slavery by 1 level. Song-Chi guessed that the reason why this slavery component was priced at 40,000 points was probably because of this feature. However, it was precisely because of the price comparable to 2 ordinary golden components that it had never been exchanged. I remember that the ancestor once said that, at the level of the master, even if it is only the lowest level 7 master, under the blessing of their true spirit level mind, in order to complete the enslavement, the strengthening level of the enslavement parts must be at least 1 level higher. In other words, if you want to enslave the 7th level master creature, you must at least strengthen the golden enslavement parts to the 8th level. After becoming a battleship captain, Song-Chi's understanding of the master's true spirit is no longer the same as before. He knows too well the scarcity of the master's true spirit, even with the 2 great money-making artifacts, the Zutian market and the Godly Kingdom player trading space, and the continuous adventures in the past 200 years. The dominant true spirit he is currently handling can still only strengthen a component to the 8th level. But if that happens, how could he really strengthen a slave component? In this way, the value of the slave authority is improved by 1 level feature is revealed. With the blessing of this feature, it only needs to be strengthened to level 70 in the future, and it is enough to try to enslave the 7th level creatures of the Star Sea. All it needs is a dominant true spirit, and the cost effectiveness is really unbeatable. Even after the Tianxu Sungqiong is promoted to a Star Destroyer, he can strengthen this Tianquan control ring to the 8th level, and use it to enslave 8th level creatures, which is really cool. There is another very important point. As a red component, why is the slavery metal still considered a highly practical component on the Tianxu Sungqiong? It is precisely because of its slavery seal frenzy feature. However, the slavery metal itself has too many limitations, which prevents the frenzy strength of the enslaved creatures below from breaking through the 7th level. However, what if this characteristic is transferred to this Heavenly Power Control Ring component? Don't forget that the Origin Improvement Platform of Strange Objects in the market can extract the characteristics of components for improvement. Thinking of this, Song-Chi did not hesitate anymore and spent 40,000 points to exchange for this Heavenly Power Control Ring component. At this point, there were only 10,600 points left in his account. This amount of mall points can also be exchanged for a few silver components. So Song-Chi still did not take his eyes off the mall panel. However, after a long search, he did not see any suitable silver parts. And finally, he could only turn to titanium crystal. Yoguang Star Tower also has a limit on the exchange of titanium crystals. A maximum of 5,000 pieces can be exchanged every 10 years. Including the accumulation of these 50 years. Song-Chi spent a total of 2,500 mall points to exchange for 25,000 titanium crystals. At this time, there was a movement from the Star Tower login platform behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Bai Mei who logged in again. However, this time it was not a projection, but a real login, and he was holding a white jade bottle in his hand. If it goes as expected, it should be the blood of the 7th level angel. Song-Chi left the mall window, signaled to Bai Mei, and quickly stepped onto the login stone platform, then disappeared. When he logged in again, he also changed from the projection login to the real body login. Although the projection login can connect to the Xinhua Zuqiu, the Zuqiu space can only store the Star Sea Wonders, the floating land origin, etc., and cannot trade the angel's blood. Until then, Song-Chi carefully observed Bai Mei for a few times. Of course, It was just an unintentional look, not a naked scrutiny. That's not polite. If you think about it carefully, this is the first time he has seen the other person's true body, so he is naturally curious. Even colder than Pan Ying. This is the first thought that came to Song Chi's mind, and then he quickly dispelled it. When he took the white jade bottle from the other party, he was slightly surprised. 10 drops? Well, if you need it later, just tag me in the group chat. Song Chi did not refuse. Angel King's wings is a golden part. In the future, it will require a lot of 7th level angel blood to strengthen it to the 8th level, so he will have to trouble the other party. However, under his insistence, Bai Mei still accepted 1,000 mall points. After all, it was the blood of a dominant angel. Perhaps Bai Mei didn't care, but Song Chi had to give it. The first time was just out of affection for the members of the Star Tower. But he would not need it in the future. He might even need the blood of the 8th level Angel King. So it would be more appropriate to trade. After finishing these, the two left the Star Tower one after another. Jutian Market. Freestall area. Back to the market. Song Chi summoned the Tianxu Sangqiong as soon as possible. In the battleship's main control room. The strengthening of the Angel King's wings component has begun. A portion of the Master's true spirit. A strand of the 7th level floating land origin. And a drop of the 7th level 12-winged Archangel's blood. This golden sanctuary component has been successfully strengthened to level 70. So far, the derived holy light shield has also reached the 7th level. And its protection performance and shield value are equivalent to the Yin-Yang counterattack annihilation shield. Except that it has no recovery ability. Secondly, its Angel Wing Escape and Angel King's True Spirit Guardian characteristics have also been greatly improved, further increasing the combat power of the Tianxu Sangqiong. After strengthening this component, Song Chi looked at the two components that had not been loaded in his hand. Tianquan Control Ring. Super Body Shrinking card at this time. He only had one dominant true spirit in his hand. The one that strengthened, Angel Kingship Wings, was previously kept as a backup. And this one was extracted from the memory fragments of the Life Chaser in the past 50 years. As for which component to strengthen, he was a little entangled. After thinking for a while, Song Chi ruled out the Tianquan Control Ring component. The biggest function of this component is to enslave and dominate living beings, and it has no place to use it in a short period of time. In comparison, the fourth feature of this Super Body Contraction card, Super Body Contraction, can play a significant role in the subsequent joint actions with the new Moon Mistress. Even when the family takes action against the Black Devouring King Beast, it can also take effect, which is of great significance. After confirming this, Song Chi loaded the Super Body Contraction card component and strengthened it all the way to LV70. Super Body Contraction card LV70 quality, silver features, the zoom multiple can be increased by 3 times feature 2, same effect on living beings feature 3, can contract 100 units at the same time feature 4, Super Body Contraction consumption, 40,000/time, psionic points, charging, 5s, buffering, 5 minutes effect, super contraction of the specified unit. The current maximum contraction ratio is 9,000, 3,000 by 3 times. Note, this component needs to occupy 4 slots. Living creatures have the same effect. It can also take effect on life units that do not resist. Super Body Contraction consumes 200,000 psionic points, forces contraction of designated units within 10 million kilometers, reducing its volume by 10 times, and reducing its combat power by 40%. Note, the life level of this unit cannot be higher than the enhancement level of this component, lasting 180s, and the cooling is constant at 720 hours. The volume is reduced by 10 times, and the combat power is reduced by 40%. This effect is still very impressive, although it only lasts for 3 minutes. If used at the right time, the effect it can bring is extremely great. After strengthening this component, Song Chi's eyes finally fell on the Tianquan Control Ring component. This component has the strongest potential. Of course, if the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature is improved on it, the effect will undoubtedly increase significantly. Just imagine, a 6th level slave creature under the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature burns its life to gain a short-term dominant combat power. It can definitely be considered a great weapon. As soon as he said it, Song Chi first transferred all the creatures enslaved by the slave metal component to the Mother-Child Spirit Control Ring, then used the Sinan Shubin feature to decompose it to the initial state of LV0 without damage. After this step, the slave metal was unloaded. Carrying the slave metal and the heavenly power control ring that had not yet been loaded, Song-Chi got off the warship and came to the origin improvement platform of strange objects in the market. He took an orange and 20 red items from the item exchange shop. After repeated operations, the 21 items were transformed into 1 orange item essence and 20 red item essences. Then Song-Chi used the orange item essence and used the second function of the item origin improvement platform to extract the slavery seal frenzy feature of the slavery metal part, which was 1 quality higher than the orange item essence, and turned it into a feature entry. This was not over yet. Then he put the 20 red items essence in his hand into the improvement platform at once, and used the fourth function of the item origin improvement platform to fuse them into 2 silver items essence. At this point, the preliminary work has been basically completed. When he stepped onto the Origin of Wonders improvement platform, again, this time Song-Chi placed the Ring of Heavenly Power Control component on the improvement platform, and then invested a portion of Silver Wonder Essence. Using this Origin of Wonders, he extracted the characteristic 4 of Ring of Heavenly Power Control. The occupied slot is always 1, and also turned it into a characteristic entry. As this characteristic was extracted, it can be seen that the properties of the Ring of Heavenly Power Control component changed immediately. The most obvious one is that there is an extra mark. Note, this component needs to occupy 5 slots. Song-Chi doesn't care about this, as there are enough vacant special slots on the Tianxu Sanqiong. It doesn't affect anything. Moreover, he will keep the characteristic entry of the occupied slot is always 1. If there are not enough slots in the future, it can still play a role. Next, it is the last step of this improvement. Chapter 500, Cross Starry Sky Attack Hunting the Kingdom of God. The second silver rare object essence was also quickly put into the improvement platform. And then the slavery seal frenzy property was successfully transformed into the new fourth property of the Heavenly Power Control Ring under the effect of the improvement platform. Looking at the Heavenly Power Control Ring in his hand with a completely changed property, Song-Chi smiled. Although he spent 20 red rare objects this time, he did not feel any heartache. On the contrary, Song-Chi felt it was worth it. Returning to the Sky Ruined Sky, the Tianquan Control Ring was enhanced to level 69. Now let's look at the properties of the Slavery Seal Frenzy. Although it is still the same as before, the strength after the frenzy cannot exceed the enhancement limit of this component. But the nature has changed fundamentally. The enhancement limit of the slavery metal is only level 6. But now it has become level 8. How can they be compared? As long as he wants, he can let the several level 6 creatures newly enslaved by the Tianquan Control Ring temporarily gain the dominant combat power at any time. However, Song-Chi would not try it casually. Each of the 6th level slave creatures was worth a lot. It was rare for people to be so generous as to use them as disposable consumables. With his mind withdrawn from the Ring of Heavenly Power Control, Song-Chi counted the resources in his hands again. After several consecutive enhancements, a lot of resources were consumed, especially the dominant True Spirit, which had no stock left. This always made him feel uneasy. With the idea of following his heart, Song-Chi strode to the storage room of the market and took out all the remaining memory fragments of the life-chasing immortal. In the following period of time, he decided to refine these memory fragments with all his strength and try to extract 1 or 2 more master spirits from them. There are not many memory fragments left, and the soul of this immortal has been exhausted for hundreds of thousands of years and is already extremely weak. These remaining memory fragments can only extract 3 or 4 master spirits at most. After pondering for a moment, Song-Chi thought of something else. I hope that God of Hunting can give more surprises. There are really not enough master spirits. Unknown Starfield. In the middle of a large river community, with the power of the entire river system community, a floating land of the Star Sea with an astonishing diameter was derived in the middle of this large river system community. If Song-Chi were here, he would definitely find that this floating land contained extremely rich magic energy. There was also an extremely vast forest in the south of the floating land, in the mouths of the indigenous creatures of this floating land with a diameter far exceeding that of the 7th level floating land. This endless forest was called the Dark Night Forest. In the south of the Dark Night Forest, there was the Crescent Night Elf tribe. On this day, more than 20 light and ghostly black shadows swept out of the tribe and headed out of the dark night forest together. The powerful law of darkness circulated around them, and with the cover of the night, even though there were many high-level monsters in the dark night forest, no one could detect their existence. These 20 or so figures were the elf elders of the Crescent Moon tribe, except for the Crescent Moon mistress in the front. The others were at least the 6th level Dark Night elves, and their power was huge. Madam, I still want to remind you that we need to make a move in the kingdom of God. It's not that I doubt the strength of the Lord of the market. We can all feel the majestic power sealed in the market projection order. But after all, it is a move across the endless void. In addition, the kingdom of God rejects it. Can he still retain the fighting power of a god? Hearing what the 6th level peak elf elder said, Madame Shinua did not stop, and whispered, I have my own arrangements for this matter. Even if the fighting power of the Lord of the Market of all heavens is affected, it is enough for the tribe members to escape unscathed. More than 20 figures rushed all the way in the dark forest. This process lasted for more than an hour, and they traveled more than thousands of kilometers. At a certain moment, the running team paused, and finally all of them were immersed in a tree hole at the root of an ancient tree with a diameter of nearly 100 meters and a terrifying height. The entrance of this tree hole was set with a concealment spell unique to the night elves, and other creatures could not detect any abnormalities at all. As for the inside of the tree hole, it was a small magic teleportation array. When more than 20 night elves all walked into the range of the teleportation array, a strong light and space fluctuation swept through the tree hole. However, all of this was covered by the concealment spell at the entrance, and there was no abnormality from the outside world. As the transmission started, hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in the southern part of the continent, in the Broken Bone Wasteland, under the night sky, the elves of the New Moon Mistress quietly walked out of a cave on a hill. This is the depths of the Broken Bone Wasteland. The altar of the God of Hunting is 100 miles ahead. Give me the blood and flesh sacrifices you collected before. After receiving a blood-colored storage ring, the New Moon Mistress said again, hurry up and rush to the planned defense point. This can isolate the altar from the outside world. I will start on time in an hour. The noise caused by that time will be huge. You should try your best to stop those alien monsters and evil god believers. Yes. As the voice fell, the dominant power in the body of the New Moon Mistress spread slightly. Under its control, the perfect level of the law of darkness appeared on its tall body. The next second, it disappeared from the spot and disappeared into the darkness. Hunter in the dark night, the bloody master of the wasteland, the supreme god who controls blood and darkness, please listen to the call of the believers and accept this most delicious sacrifice. In the depths of the silent wasteland of bones, a cold voice sounded from a bone altar. As a large amount of high-level monsters' flesh and blood were placed on the altar, a faint red light began to emerge on this bloody altar. Above the night sky, the originally bright silver moon seemed to be stained by blood at this moment. There was a vast bloody kingdom hanging high in the sky, using the bloody bones under its feet as the connecting node. While quickly absorbing the large amount of high-level monsters' flesh and blood, it also sent down bloody divine power to bless the believers who offered this high-quality sacrifice. At this moment, the New Moon Mistress, whose aura was concealed by a golden wonder/main divine weapon, suddenly erupted, and the majestic energy and the law of darkness spread from her body, rushing madly towards the bloody kingdom in the night sky. This sudden change naturally made the bloody kingdom in the sky notice the abnormality, and the divine power it had descended was quickly withdrawn. Seeing this, a hint of sarcasm flashed in the eyes of the New Moon Mistress. If it was before the God of Hunting fell asleep, its concealment would not be able to deceive the other party at all, and he would not be able to respond. What responded to his followers now was only the remaining instinct of his kingdom of God. Besides, the kingdom of God was already broken. So how could he stop it? Seeing that the power of domination and the law of darkness had already involved the bloody kingdom of God, the New Moon Mistress waved her hand and took out another item from the exquisite storage necklace she was wearing. It was the spiritual language book that she had traded from Song Chi. The moment the spiritual language book appeared, the New Moon Mistress began to utter various ancient musical notes. When she finished reciting the musical notes, the spiritual language book suddenly opened, and a chain covered with bronze runes suddenly rushed out from a page of the spiritual language book and shot directly at the bloody kingdom of God in the night sky. I don't know what the bronze rune chain is. It directly ignored the boundless blood-colored mysterious power surging from the blood-colored kingdom of God, pierced through the void, and fiercely pierced into the interior of the kingdom of God. Crack! There was only a faint sound of shattering, but the new moon mistress ignored it, reciting the musical notes in her mouth, and then the book of spiritual language actually took it with it, and quickly flew towards the broken blood-colored kingdom of God above the night sky. The omnipresent Lord of the market of the heavens, the mysterious ruler of the dark side of the void sea, please cast your eyes, and give me a hand. In the freestall area of the market, Song Chi, who was refining the memory fragments of the life chaser immortal with all his strength, suddenly opened his eyes and felt the call from the distant starry sky. Has the new moon mistress activated the market projection order? Quickly standing up, Song Chi did not respond to the other party's call immediately, but summoned the Tianxu Sangqiong first. After entering the ship, the warship engine started, and at the same time, a sharp metal friction sound was heard. When the Tianxu Sangqiong was pulled up to the market sky, it had turned into a mythical mecha giant over 10,000 meters. After doing this, his mind quickly turned, and he responded to the call from the distant starry sky. After the space changed, what appeared before Song Chi's materialized double pupils was a blood-red world. Near the purple mist projection, the new moon mistress was shrouded in a not-too-strong power of domination, and the law of darkness was roaming around her. It was not until the purple mist projection of the Zhutian market was completely condensed that the worry in her eyes completely dissipated. Perhaps even the new moon mistress herself did not notice that at the moment when the Zhutian market successfully projected the domination-level purple mist projection, a trace of solemnity flashed in the depths of her eyes. But more of it was joy. After all, the more dominant combat power there is, the greater the chance of success of this operation. Song Chi looked up at the sky above the Blood Kingdom, where a blood giant was sleeping. The blood giant had 4 vertical eyes, and his mouth and nose were not under his eyes, but on the top of his head. In addition, there was a second bloody mouth on his chest, which gave people the first impression of ferociousness. Is that the god of hunting you mentioned? The shadow of the mythical mecha in the purple mist spoke. And soon the new moon mistress nodded and said, yes, he is sleeping now, and his divine power is nearly 70% concentrated. If he wakes up, he will definitely be more difficult to deal with. Hearing this, Song Chi in the purple mist projection nodded, agreeing deeply. According to what the new moon mistress said before, this person has been holding the divine fire for more than 100,000 years, and is only one step away from the 8th level main god. In fact, he is indeed a veteran evil god. Just a glance from afar, even in the distant market, and with the multiple isolation of the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Chi still felt uncomfortable, even if it were not for the dominance power given by the market. With his current strength, he would probably be deformed by just one glance. In this case, let's take action as soon as possible. According to the previous plan, use the strongest means of attack directly. Okay. Reaching a consensus, the two mobilized their own dominance power and began to activate the strongest means of attack. The new moon mistress was very simple. She took out another item from her storage necklace, a longbow that also radiated golden light. As the golden longbow of holy quality was taken out, beautiful notes sounded again from her mouth. And then the book of spiritual language turned to another page. Slowly, an arrow condensed entirely by bronze runes emerged from it, and was finally held in the hands of the new moon mistress. Draw the bow, and put the arrow on it. The perfect law of darkness quickly gathered on the rune arrow. Just by glancing at it with his peripheral vision, Song Chi could feel the terrifying power contained in it. Retracting his gaze, Song Chi sighed. If he was not mistaken, the golden longbow in his hand was of the same lineage as the all-spirit destruction bow, and could also be transformed into a super main gun. However, this thing seemed to be the inherited weapon of the mistress of the Crescent Moon tribe, and the other party would never trade it. In addition to this golden longbow and the spirit language book that he traded from him, the other party had at least 2 more golden holy domain treasures, as expected of a force with dominant combat power from generation to generation. It is just generous. However, when he thought of the other party's dominant power, which was at the cost of a lifespan of only 10,000 years, Song Chi suddenly felt unsatisfactory. What is the purpose of doing everything possible to improve strength? Isn't it just to gain a longer lifespan? Elves are immortals. Even the 6th level has a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. The lifespan of a normal 7th level is probably not much less than the birth of human civilization. The matriarch of the Crescent Moon tribe has a lifespan of only 10,000 years from generation to generation. The price is too high. Without thinking any more, under his control, the mythical mecha giant standing in the purple mist raised his right arm, and the infinite thunder power gathered at the ferocious muzzle in the palm of his right arm. Under the cover of the sky thunder, the ninefold thunderbolts gathered energy at a very fast speed, which was the characteristic of the ninefold purple sky world-destroying thunderbolt. The ninefold purple sky world-destroying thunderbolt characteristic of the purple sky divine thunder cannon was only one of them, and the other one was the black hole singularity rapid explosion of the black hole evolution layer. Moreover, all the 30,000 points of black hole energy in the black hole energy pool were injected into this singularity. Since it was already agreed to be the strongest attack method, Song Chi would naturally not hold back. The opponent was a god close to the peak of the 7th level. If he could not kill him with one blow, when he woke up, under the all-round blessing of the kingdom of God, the final madness of the peak evil god of the 7th level was no joke. Chapter 501 God Killing. The first to be fired was the golden longbow in the hands of the new moon mistress. The arrow covered with bronze runes, carrying the perfect dark law that was condensed to the extreme, whistled out all the way. Caw caw caw. The thick blood-colored energy was torn apart, and the already broken space of the hunting kingdom was shattered all the way, and the bloody rain poured down from the sky of the kingdom of God, and the choking bloody wind whimpered and rolled. This arrow shattered the world. This arrow, the kingdom of God wailed. Before Song Chi's mythical mecha projection had finished charging the 9-layer purple sky world-destroying tribulation thunder, the bronze rune arrow had already torn the sky, and landed on the sleeping blood-colored four-eyed giant head in the sky of the kingdom of God. The dense laws of darkness, like spider webs, were surging in all directions, and the terrifying explosion energy shock waves swept across the entire sky of the kingdom of God. Under this dominance-level energy storm, it was difficult for anyone to capture the situation at the center of the explosion. But this did not include Song Chi. In the purple mist projection, Song Chi inside the phantom of the giant mecha of the kingdom of God used all his strength to stimulate his double pupils. Although his double pupils were only at the 5th level, under the dominance power blessed by the market, the double pupils given by Chengyu could no longer be judged simply by their level. Under the extreme penetration and capturability of the double pupils, the raging energy storm was like nothing, and everything inside was easily seen through. The bronze rune arrows triggered by the new moon mistress were powerful, but not too powerful, at least compared to ordinary 7th level units. Its attack this time was only average. Logically speaking, with 2 golden holy objects, plus the perfect level of the law of darkness, the power should not be limited to this level. Song Chi was not surprised. At the moment when the projection of the market successfully landed, he had already seen some of the situation of the new moon mistress. This high-level elf, who had entered the master level through some special secret technique, was almost equal to the power of the master given by the market when it was just the 4th level. She was considered the weakest existence in the master level. The good news was that the god of hunting in the sky was indeed severely injured. He was hit by the arrow of the new moon mistress without any defense while in a deep sleep, and a terrible blood hole exploded on his head. However, this sudden attack also awakened the blood-colored giant from his deep sleep. The blood energy that was gathered in his body began to spread outward, and the 4 strange vertical eyes on his head kept trembling, as if they would wake up completely in the next second. Now! Song Chi uttered a low cry, and the endless thunder in front of the purple mist mecha giant suddenly erupted. Boom boom boom! The domineering purple sky judgment thunder fell, rushing straight towards the terrifying blood-colored giant. At this moment, the hunting god finally opened his 4 strange vertical pupils. Caught off guard, in the Jutian market, far away, Song Chi, who was inside the mythical mecha transformed by the Tianxu Sangqiong, suddenly closed his eyes. Just now, he and the 4 eyes of the god of hunting inadvertently looked at each other for a moment, although he quickly looked away, but there was still a deep pain in the depths of his pupils. Now it was a critical moment in the battle, knowing that he must not lose control of the battlefield. So even if the pain in his eyes had not subsided, Song Chi still forced himself to open his eyes with difficulty. After opening his eyes, he could clearly see that in the depths of the materialized double pupil shadow, there were dense bloodshot veins. But Song Chi didn't care about that. He was even a little relieved in his heart. That is, he obtained the double pupil through the double bright blood covenant. If he still had the ordinary eyes before, this one glance might have made him blind for several months. Hunting the kingdom of God. Although the blood-colored giant woke up from his deep sleep in advance, the ninefold purple sky world-destroying thunder had already descended. He only had time to surround himself with a circle of blood-colored energy. And the domineering thunder had already landed precisely on the hideous blood hole created by the new moon mistress before. It must be said that the god of hunting had an amazing method. It looked like a thin blood-colored halo, but it offset 4 of the 9 purple thunders. You have to know that this was a full-strength attack after the transformation of the Star Destroyer cannon with the power of the Master. Its power was far beyond imagination. It was not until the 5th world-destroying thunder that the blood-colored halo around the blood-colored giant was completely wiped out and fell directly into the hideous blood hole on the side of the blood-colored giant's head. Every time a world-destroying thunder fell, the god of hunting would let out a loud and earth-shattering wail. After 5 world-destroying thunderbolts, he almost had half of his head blown off. However, this was not the end. As the 9-layer purple sky world-destroying thunderbolts fell, the singularity formed by 30,000 points of black hole energy also exploded. Buzz buzz buzz. The micro-black hole suddenly took shape. The blood-colored energy and silver divine blood around it were squeezed at a very fast speed, and finally submerged in the continuously expanding space collapse zone at a very fast speed. Since the location where this micro-black hole condensed was near the remaining half of the head of the god of hunting, this sudden explosion almost turned the remaining half of his head into a ball of meat paste. But as a veteran evil god in the god's continent, how could the god of hunting not have a powerful artifact in his hands? I saw that the 2 vertical pupils that he had left were flashing with dim light. The next second, 2 rays of light, one golden and one black, shot out from the 2 vertical pupils. The black gem crown that flashed with black light hung high above his head. The vast power emanating from the crown enveloped his entire body, tearing the micro-black hole apart and completely excluding the collapse force. The hunting spear emitting golden light was held in the palm of the blood-colored giant's hand, as if it would launch an attack on the market projection and the new moon mistress below in the next second. Seeing this, Song-Chi and the mythical mecha giant's eyes condensed. This won't work. The noise made this time has probably spread to the hunting kingdom. I'm afraid that the Spider Mother will arrive soon. When he thought that the person was an 8th level main god, Song-Chi couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If he really waited for that person to arrive, let alone continue to fight, he would be fine. He was just projected across the starry sky, so he could just cancel it. An 8th level main god would not cross the dark side of the virtual sea to chase to the market of the heavens. But the new moon mistress was not like that. It was her real body here. If she wanted to retreat unscathed, she would have to pay a heavy price. Thinking of this, the sky of Zutian Market, the inside of the mythical mecha giant, Song-Chi's mind changed, and he shifted his attention to the silver main gun, Tianyu God killing cannon. The next second, he no longer hesitated, and took out a portion of the master's true spirit that he had newly refined in the past 10 days, and then directly strengthened this silver main gun to level 70. After strengthening to level 70, Song-Chi activated the main gun attack characteristic, Tianyu God killing. The reason for temporarily strengthening the silver main gun provided by the family is not that its attributes are better than Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort, but because this Tianyu God killing characteristic is specifically aimed at the Lord of Hunting, who has the power of faith. After being strengthened to the 7th level, the power of this attack feature, Tianyu God Killer, has skyrocketed to 50 times the power of the main gun. Coupled with the battleship's enhancement of basic components and the firepower enhancement of Yang Tongxin Pei, this attack will cause incredible damage to those believers. In the Blood God Kingdom, the black gem crown hanging high above the blood giant's head suddenly paused at a certain moment. It was affected by the serious injury in the body of the god of hunting, and the supply of divine power was temporarily interrupted. Although it was only a moment before the god of hunting forcibly suppressed and adjusted, Song-Chi's reaction was faster. With the extreme capture ability of his double pupils, he decisively activated the Zen Seal Inner Speed feature before the power of the Black Gem Crown was supplied, allowing Tianyu God Killer to charge instantly. At the moment when the eternal dark light emitted by the Black Gem Crown stagnated, the terrifying God Killer beam burst out at the same time. The God Killer beam pierced through the endless blood mist and arrived under the head of the god of hunting before he completed the adjustment. The annihilation beam suddenly burst out. Under the power of the God Killer, the blood-colored faith power seemed to have encountered a natural enemy. Before they even got close, they had already heard a violent sizzling sound, and then they were quickly evaporated. Seeing this, the god of hunting, who also felt the extreme threat to his life, responded with all his strength. His only two remaining vertical pupils were filled with endless blood. A large amount of blood-colored mysterious power gathered and turned into two blood-colored pupil lights. But then his eyes widened with anger, and there was a look of fear in his eyes. At the moment when the two blood-colored pupil lights shot out, two traces of mysterious power also rushed out from the God-Killer beam. One is the power of space, and the other is the power of light. The four collided with each other. Although the laws of space and light were completely suppressed, they bought enough time for the God-Killing beam. However, before the God-Killing beam landed on the head of the God of Hunting, a faint light penetrated into his body first. The next second, the body of the God of Hunting suddenly began to shrink, and the blood-colored divine power emanating from his body was weakened by more than 30%. It was the super body shrinkage feature of the super body shrinkage card that Song-Chi activated together. The God of Hunting's full strength was suppressed, and with the black gem crown on his head pausing, the God-Killing beam fell directly on the last half of his head. No! There was a crazy hysteria coming from the bloody mouth on the chest of the blood-red giant. This time Song-Chi understood the meaning of his words, but it was destined to be the last time. The blood mist dissipated, and the kingdom of God collapsed, as the God-Killing beam completely blasted the remaining half of the blood-red giant's head into pulp. It also meant that this old evil god, who had held the divine fire for more than 100,000 years, had completely fallen. This scene did not affect Song-Chi, because his mind was filled with excitement at the moment. With the death of the God of Hunting, all that lay before him was wealth. Whether it was the body of the God of Hunting, the golden hunting spear in his hand, the black gem crown suspended above the kingdom of God, or the wealth accumulated by the entire kingdom of Hunting for 100,000 years. These were all coveted things. Feeling that the time for his own projection was running out, Song-Chi had nothing else in his mind, except to get as much benefit as possible. Turning her sight, she looked at the new moon mistress beside her. A calm voice came from the purple mist projection. According to the previous plan, I will take away the body of the God of Hunting first, and the divine power separated from his body. The divine nature will be handed over to you through the market later. Hearing this, the new moon mistress nodded slightly, without objecting. Not to mention that this was already agreed upon before. Even if it had not been, after witnessing the terrifying methods of the market projection with her own eyes, it would never have any other thoughts. What the new moon mistress was curious about was, how exactly would Song-Chi, the mysterious market lord, take away the body of the God of Hunting that was more than 10,000 kilometers tall? You have to know that this is a cross-star projection. Taking away such a huge body of God by projection is probably 10 times more difficult than projecting it here. Song-Chi could guess what the other party was thinking, but he was not prepared to explain. Now he just wanted to seize every moment. As the purple mist energy continued to surge, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the projection of the mythical mecha giant. Under the gaze of the new moon mistress, the light quickly sank into the rapidly falling body of the God of Hunting. Then the new moon mistress's crystal eyes suddenly shrank. The body of the God of Hunting began to shrink rapidly. 9,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. In a short period of time, his body shrank more than 1,000 times. And his body was less than 10 kilometers. And it was not over yet. Finally, it stopped completely at 5 kilometers. Song-Chi was unmoved by the shock of the new moon lady, and his expression was rather unpleasant. The super body shrinking card can shrink up to 9,000 times, but it only shrunk 2,000 times. He knew that this was because the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which was equipped with the super body shrinking card, was only level 5. Although the component was enhanced to level 7, it would not be fully effective if activated on a true level 7 creature. 5 kilometers? This is not enough, he thought to himself, and activated the proportional zoomer. But because his own level and the God of Hunting had been scaled 2,000 times, this time the proportional zoomer only allowed it to shrink another 5 times. 1 kilometer. Almost there. Inside the Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song-Chi took out the high-level Void Beast skin that had been sealed for many years. With the projection of the market itself, the Void Beast skin was also projected into the Hunting Kingdom. The final result was that the God of Hunting, which had shrunk to a height of only 1 kilometer, was successfully pulled into the dark space inside the Void Beast skin. This Void Beast skin was obtained from a piece of Emperor Ruined Source Stone, and it had a huge space inside. Song-Chi had never used it because of the Tianqiu Sangqiong. This was the first time it was used. But just this time, It was enough for Song-Chi to gain a lot. Putting away the body of the god of hunting, Song-Chi did not delay for a moment, and quickly shifted his sight to the black gem crown floating quietly above the kingdom of God. The giant projection of the mythical mecha stretched out his palm, and a large number of space laws surged, and quickly condensed a void handprint in the sky that grabbed the black gem crown. It was the Sky Witch handprint that Song-Chi comprehended. Chapter 502, Spider Mother and Moon Goddess. It was about a black ultimate wonder. How could Song-Chi not be tempted? If he hadn't known that it was impossible to get this thing so easily, he wouldn't even rush to collect the body of the god of hunting first. In fact, it was not beyond his expectation. He casually raised his handprint to grab the black gem crown, but the eternal dark light emitted from the crown was trying to prevent the handprint from approaching. Too slow. I'm afraid that before the handprint of the Sky Witch approaches, the power of the law will be completely wiped out. Controlling the handprint of the Sky Witch to retract, Song-Chi turned his sight to the black hole evolution layer, this black ultimate wonder. The next second his mind changed. This black wonder was fully activated. Above the sky of the kingdom of God, the Sky Witch's great handprint condensed by the mythical mecha giant can be clearly seen, and wisps of black light begin to emerge, and then the power of the Sky Witch's great handprint suddenly surges. This is Song-Chi actively activating the black hole evolution layer, and blessing the origin of the Star Sea Wonder inside, just like when many fearless captains rob the flesh and blood of the Star Tribe's master. It's just that this is an ability that can only be used by battleships and above, and only the parts transformed by gold and above wonders can bless the laws, and each part can only be blessed once every 100 years, until the critical moment. Generally Shinhwa captains will not use this method. Song-Chi learned about this from the head of the family only after he became the captain of the battleship. With the blessing of the origin of the black hole evolution layer, the speed of the flying of the Sky Witch's great handprint increased several times. Although it was still far less than usual, it was much faster than before. But at this moment, there was a sudden and violent sound of breaking from the barrier of the kingdom of God above the blood kingdom of God. He looked up subconsciously, and then Song-Chi's pupils shrank sharply. Deep above his head, the barrier of the kingdom of God had been torn open from the outside at some point. Through the crack of the barrier with a terrifying diameter, Song-Chi saw a huge monster standing outside the hunting kingdom of God. It has tens of thousands of scarlet eyes, thousands of pairs of sharp spider legs, and a volume of more than 1 million kilometers. Spider Mother rose? As soon as these 4 words appeared in his mind, Song-Chi could not help but have the urge to cancel the projection immediately. However, the black supreme wonder that was already within reach in the sky made it difficult for him to let go. He suppressed his fear in his heart, and the purple mist energy surged wildly, trying to speed up the flying speed of the Sky Witch's great handprint as much as possible. Hiss! A sharp hissing sound came from outside the barrier of the kingdom of God. This hissing sound carried a terrifying power to shock the soul. The new moon mistress beside him was holding her head in pain. However, Song-Chi seemed extremely calm. If it were before, with only the silver fire seed and the Tai Soul calming monument, and spirit summoning demon puppet, his reaction would probably not be much better than that of the new moon mistress. But now it is different. In addition to the above 3, there is also an illusory dragon whale palace guarding his fire ancestral aperture. Ignoring the soul-screaming howl of Spider Mother Rose, the Sky Witch's great handprint did not slow down, and rushed straight to the black gem crown in the sky. This action seemed to anger the behemoth outside the barrier of the kingdom of God. One of the thousands of pairs of sharp spider legs poked in from the crack. Looking up, the pair of spider legs suddenly turned into black pillars that covered the sky and trampled on them. Seeing this scene, even though he had no intention of resisting, Song-Chi still forced himself to remain calm. After all, he was an 8th level main god. Even if he just stepped out one of the thousands of pairs of spider legs, it would be enough to crush the 7th level units. Of course, the most important thing was that he was now projected across the starry sky, and the hunting kingdom itself was weakened, so his combat power was only at the ordinary 7th level. At the critical moment, the great seal of the void which finally reached the vicinity of the black gem crown, under the control of the remaining instinct of the hunting kingdom. The black gem crown still extremely repelled the approach of Song-Chi, the master killer. However, at this moment, the great seal of the void which already had the origin blessing of the same quality, black hole evolution layer, and was not afraid of the black light it emitted. Boom! The great seal of the void which suddenly slapped the black gem crown. and Song Chi felt that the great seal of the void which seemed to have caught something. But he didn't have time to pay attention to what it was at the moment. The dark spider legs above his head were already close to his head. If he didn't retreat, he might not be able to bring back the things he had already obtained to the Zutian market. The Void Witch's handprint quickly swept back, and at the same time, the Void Beast's skin suspended above the purple mist projection of the market was trembling slightly. Hurry. Faster. Damn. It's too late. Facts proved that Song Chi still overestimated himself, or underestimated the speed of an 8th level main god, even if the other party's body was still outside the kingdom of God. As soon as the Void Witch's handprint retracted the purple mist projection, the sky-covering spider legs in the sky had already torn through the space and trampled down. Song Chi took the initiative to summon the double phantoms of Yugwang Star and Sijia Star above his head, including the phantom of the Angel King's true spirit. However, in front of this 8th level main god, both the star projection and the Angel King's true spirit seemed so vulnerable and shattered at the touch. The reason for this was that his current understanding of the law of light was too low, and his proficiency in the 2 secret arts was not enough. As for the phantom of the Angel King's true spirit, although the Angel King's wings component was strengthened to the 7th level not long ago, it was only a projection at the moment. The power of the various components of the warship had been weakened to a certain extent. In addition, the Tianxu Sangqiong was only at the 5th level, and it was unable to unleash the full power of the Angel King's true spirit. After trying many methods, none of them worked. Song Chi showed reluctance. He tried to activate the Pajuo Time Realm feature again. However, it was still the same. He could not have any effect on the Spider Mother Rose. The Tianxu Sangqiong was only level 5, while the other party was level 8. The gap was too big. Is it really impossible to bring back the Void Beast's skin and other things? Song Chi's mind was spinning rapidly, trying to find a possible way out of the situation from the components currently loaded on the Tianxu Sangqiong. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and his sight turned back to the black hole evolution layer component. But at this time, the black spider legs in the sky were trampling down with unstoppable force, and the purple mist energy of the market seemed so vulnerable in front of it. It was about to be completely crushed by it. But a thick black light suddenly emerged from the purple mist projection. With the blessing of the purple mist energy, the black light quickly spread into a circular domain barrier. Surprisingly, the black domain barrier, which was made by some unknown means, actually survived the trampling of the 8th level main god, causing Spider Mother Rose to pause. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the purple mist mecha giant in the black domain barrier, along with the Void Beast's skin, sank into the dark side of the virtual sea behind him at the fastest speed. The moment the purple mist projection disappeared into the depths of the virtual sea, the black domain barrier also shattered, and the duration was only 1 second. However, it was precisely this 1 second that allowed Song Chi to successfully take away the most important items in his hand. Inside the shadow of the mythical mecha giant, Song Chi's eyes showed a trace of fear. Although even if the Spider Mother Rose really trampled it, at most the market projection would be destroyed, and it would have no effect on him, who was far away in the depths of the virtual sea. But this also means that all the gains he has obtained from this hunting kingdom through many means will be handed over to others, which is difficult for him to accept. Sure enough, it still needs the effect of absolute invincibility to work. That's right. The means he just used to resist Spider Mother Rose was the black hole field feature of the black hole evolution layer. As a feature that has rarely been activated since he got it, Song Chi almost ignored it. He suddenly remembered that he was just trying it out. But he didn't expect to really block the 8th level spider leg that was enough to crush everything. Although the time was a bit short, only lasting 1 second, Song Chi knew that this was by no means the limit of the black hole field. In the introduction of this feature, it was clearly written that the shortest would not be less than 1 second, and the longest would not exceed 10 seconds. The reason why it only lasted for 1 second was actually the same as the reason why the previous golden parts could not take effect. The Tianxu Sangqiong was only at level 5 now, and it was originally a projection battle. Song Chi estimated that, when the Tianxu Sangqiong was promoted to a dreadnought in the future, this problem should be much better. Before he could think about it, a spider silk mark suddenly shot out from the entrance to the virtual sea behind him. The mark shot out so fast that Song Chi had no way to dodge it. The key was that it was extremely domineering. Even though Song Chi only descended as a projection, after the mark sank into the phantom of the purple mist mecha giant. It actually directly acted on Song-Chi's mind far away in the Zutian market through the mental connection between the main body and the projection. At the last moment when Song-Chi sank his mind into the depths of the Shinhua Zuchiao, through the projection of the market, he vaguely saw another sky-covering phantom appearing outside the entrance to the virtual sea in front of him. He came in response to the call of the new moon mistress, with a silver moon above his head, and the aura emanating from his body was no weaker than that of Spider Mother Rose. However, Song-Chi could not pay attention to all this, as his mind was completely focused on the fire ancestral acupoint. In the chaotic space, the domineering and violent spider silk mark rushed straight towards the silver fire seed in the center of the space. Feeling the strong threat it brought, the soul-suppressing monument suspended above the silver fire seed began to tremble rapidly. As the red light grew stronger, the illusory soul-suppressing monument began to expand on its own, and then took the initiative to suppress the spider silk mark. However, the spider silk mark was triggered by an 8th order main god level believer. How could it be suppressed by the red quality soul-suppressing monument? The spider silk mark suddenly accelerated and shot straight at the soul-suppressing monument. The next second, the virtual soul-suppressing monument was easily defeated by it, and the monument's shadow completely dissipated. Looking at the spider silk mark again, it was only a little dim. It continued to run at an unabated speed, and then it defeated the phantom of the demon puppet guarding the fire seed with the same method. At this time, the spider silk mark finally dimmed by about 1/10, and soon collided with the virtual dragon whale palace guarding the silver fire seed. The dragon whale palace is not as fragile as the soul-calming monument and the guardian demon puppet. As a spiritual protection derived from the black supreme wonder, it is not at all vulnerable to the spider silk mark. After repeated collisions, both sides began to slowly dim. Buzz. After another collision, the fullness of the spider silk mark was less than 1/10 of its peak. Looking at the phantom of the dragon whale palace, it was only half dimmed. At this point, Song-Chi was basically relieved. Although the spider silk mark was overbearing, it was obviously not as good as the illusory dragon whale palace. However, he did not relax. Taking advantage of the backlash of the spider silk mark's collision, he seized the opportunity to stimulate the power of his double pupils. Buzz. The space changed. The spider silk mark, which had been weakened to the extreme, disappeared from the Shinhua Zuchiao. When it reappeared, it was already in the double pupil illusion. If the guess was correct, this spider silk mark should be a faint trace of the mind of the Spider Mother Rose, as a trace of the mind of an 8th level main god. Even if more than 90% of its power was wiped out, the soul power contained in it was still very attractive to Song-Chi, a Shinhua captain who had just entered the 5th level. This is also the reason why he took it into the double pupil illusion this time. The power of domination circulated in the illusion, and the double pupil hanging high in the night sky looked down indifferently at the spider silk mark below. Under the powerful pupil power of the double pupil, the soul power in the spider silk mark was slowly consumed. Of course, this consumption refers to the dispersal of the soul power in it to the entire illusion space. As for these scattered soul powers, they will be collected by the double pupil illusion, and finally provided to Song-Chi for absorption. This process lasted for about several days, until the 5th day, all the energy in the spider silk mark was completely consumed, and completely dissipated in the double pupil illusion. Seeing this, Song-Chi ignored the high-level void beast skins and other items that had been taken back to the market, and after adjusting his body condition, he immediately began to absorb the large amount of soul power extracted from the spider silk mark. These high-quality soul powers came from an 8th level main god, which was extremely beneficial to the power of the mind. The sooner it was absorbed, the better. Soon, another week passed. When Song-Chi woke up from his retreat, he had a clear look of joy on his face. It was obvious that he had gained a lot from absorbing the pure soul power. Feeling the mind deep in his head, he whispered, 50 uses of one mind. The previous breakthrough of the 5th level of the guiding technique was only 45 uses of one mind. Just a wisp of soul that has been depleted of more than 90% of its power. The true spirit level divinity is really amazing. Unfortunately, with the power of the 5th level double pupil, it can only control the spider silk mark with less than 10% of its power. Otherwise it can extract more pure soul power. Never mind. The harvest is already big enough. Without further entanglement, Song-Chi did not recall the Tianxu Sanqiong, but directly cast his sight from the battleship to the freestall area below. There was a piece of void beast skin, and a crystal stone emitting dazzling golden light. These two were all the gains he had obtained from the hunting kingdom this time. Of course, there might be some other gains from the hunting god's body in the void beast's skin. In addition, the Crescent Moon tribe used the market projection order, and there was a high probability that they would continue to take out 2 silver wonders in exchange for new market projection orders in the future. These could all be counted as extra gains. Chapter 503 Harvest Golden Super Cannon, Blood Spear. With anticipation, Song-Chi mobilized the power of the Market Lord and probed over with a wisp of his mind. A 7th-order peak-level god of faith, and an old-fashioned evil god who has lived for more than 100,000 years. The richness of his kingdom of God's treasury can be imagined. It's a pity that Spider Mother Rose and Moon Goddess Alun arrived too quickly, leaving him with too little time to plunder the wealth of the hunting kingdom of God. Now he only hopes that the hunting god's body can carry more good things, such as the internal space. The first thing he looked at was the black crystal stone next to the high-level void beast's skin. However, when he saw this thing for the first time, Song-Chi felt more helpless. This black crystal stone was exactly what the Sky Witch's handprint grabbed at the end. He originally thought it was the whole black gem crown. But now it seems that he was overthinking. The Sky Witch's handprint only grabbed the black gem on the black gem crown. What brought Song-Chi a little comfort was that, although it was not the entire black gem crown, the black gem itself also exuded golden brilliance. As his mind passed through it, the black gem's strange properties quickly emerged. Strange item, Eternal Night Gem. Quality, gold. Transformable, none. Note, a magical gem born in the eternal night land of the gods continent, containing huge energy. But it seems to be missing. After reading the gem's properties, Song-Chi frowned. His guess was not wrong. It was the black gem inlaid on the black gem crown. However, without being able to transform the shipboard parts, this thing was obviously useless to him. The crown of eternal night. I hope that the one who got it in the end was the moon god. With a murmur, Song-Chi no longer paid attention to this thing. He only put this eternal night gem into the strange item exchange shop and placed it right below the Mother Chi Stone of all things counter. If the last incomplete eternal night crown was really obtained by the moon god behind the new moon mistress, the new moon tribe would definitely do its best to exchange for this eternal night gem, which was also one of the reasons why he placed it in the most conspicuous position in the shop. If it was really as he thought, it was a rare black item, not to mention raising the price, but at least it could be within the other party's tolerance range, in exchange for more benefits. Turn his sight back to the high-level void beast's skin, Song-Chi hesitated. Thinking for a while, he carefully controlled the power of the market master, and tried to open the space inside the void beast's skin. Just as he opened a small hole, the slight pain from all over his body forcibly interrupted Song-Chi's next move. Glancing at his arm, he found that he had goosebumps all over his body without knowing when. And he could even see 1 or 2 faintly beating buds. Distortion radiation? Although it is not strong, it is still difficult to completely eliminate it with the power of the master of the market and the isolation of the Tianqiu Sanqing ship. After coming to this conclusion, Song-Chi's face was not very good. If this problem cannot be solved, it will be difficult for him to refine the body of the god of hunting himself in the future. However, in the final analysis, it is because his own life essence is too low. His mind raced, and at some point his eyes lit up. The power of the dominance of the market was quickly mobilized with his mind, and soon a square closed space was formed above the secret realm, and the void beast's skin was also brought into the closed space. Then, the hatch of the Tianqiu Sanqing below opened, and 2 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors and a Fallen Angel Terracotta Warrior rushed out one after another, and each of their puppet bodies was marked with a brainwave mark. After rushing into the closed space above, the 3 Terracotta Warriors, under the command of Song-Chi's brainwave mark, began to try to open the internal space of the void beast's skin. At first, it was fine. The space of the void beast's skin was slowly opened. Until the end, the body of the god of hunting, which had shrunk to 1,000 meters, completely left the void beast's skin space and floated in the closed space of the market sky. The change happened at this moment. Although there was a closed space to isolate him, Song-Chi inside the Tianqiu sky still felt a sharp pain in his mind. There seemed to be a lot of whispers in his ears. Even brainwave marks can be contaminated. He understood the key point, and immediately removed the brainwave marks attached to the 3 puppet soldiers. When the mark was removed, I suddenly felt my mind clear again, and there was no more strangeness as before. A high-level evil god, could it be so terrifying? With a hint of doubt, Song-Chi deleted all plans that required his participation. His mind was racing, and the sky of the entire market was surging. The next second, a hand of law condensed by the two original laws of light and space came from top to bottom, easily penetrated the space barrier of the enclosed space, and landed directly on the body of the god of hunting in the enclosed space. Song-Chi was ready to try to refine this body in this remote way. But it only lasted for 2 days, and he gave up this refining method on his own initiative. It was too slow. The god of hunting was a 7th-level peak-level god from another world. It was not easy to refine his body, and it was the power of the 7th-level peak master of the market that greatly accelerated the refining speed. However, this kind of remote refining weakened the power of the master blessed by the market, and the refining speed was greatly reduced. Song-Chi made special observations in the past 2 days, and found that if it was really refined in this way, it would take at least several decades. Knowing that he still had to get close to the body to refine it, Song-Chi stopped wasting time. Outside, the top floor of Taibai's shop, Song-Chi, who had just left the market, quickly took out the Yoguang Xingling. Number 32. Jingja, tag all members, urgently need high-end components for anti-distortion radiation. Temporary borrowing is okay. You can use Star Tower Mall points or 5th, 6th level floating land origin as reward. Number 19. Zhuiyang, I have a red quality pseudo-evil god, can you use it? Number 32. Jingja, I'm afraid red is not very good, silver quality is best. Number 19. Zhuiyang, you are good, did you meet a real foreign evil god? Number 16. Lan Song, components for resisting distortion radiation, this thing is quite rare, I haven't heard of it. Number 17. Yulong, tag Jingja, sister will keep an eye out for you. Seeing that even the members of Yoguang Star Tower didn't have it, Song-Chi had a bad premonition in his heart. Yoguang Star Tower, he knew the power of the member circle very well. If he couldn't get any relevant information here, it would be difficult to get a high-level component of this kind in a short time. Just when he was about to inform the Dragon Ridge continent, Shin Yuran, Pan Ying, Wang Zhen and other parties of the news, asking them to help him pay more attention, and take the initiative to contact Gary Farandy with the codename Xiaoyang, someone in the Star Order group chat suddenly took the initiative to tag him. Number 4. Tianlong, tag number 32. Jingja, I just happen to have a piece in my hand, see if you can use it. After saying that, he sent a second message in the group chat, a screenshot of the attributes. Radiation resistance outer membrane LV70 quality, silver. Features, can resist radiation energy level +1 feature 2, continuously absorb external alien energy, reduce the chance of the warship being detected by other creatures, radar. Song-Chi was delighted, this component can perfectly restrain the distortion radiation of the hunting god's body. Number 32. Jingja, okay. While replying quickly, Song-Chi's mind also popped up some information related to number 4. Tianlong. Like Corpse Dog. Tianlong is also an extreme fearless captain. It is said that he still follows the law of gold, and his ship has the ultimate offensive capability, but he rarely speaks in group chats, so he has never been well known. Number 32. Jingja, Uncle Tianlong, do you want the Star Tower Mall points or the 6th level floating land origin? Number 4. Tianlong, no, you can use it. Log into the Star Tower now, I will give it to you directly. As expected, Tianlong did not ask for any reward. Soon, Song-Chi successfully got the unloaded, radiation protection membrane, component from this. Tianlong. When he returned to the market, he temporarily replaced the water molecule isolation outer membrane, component with this, radiation protection membrane. Of course, in advance, the Heavenly Fate compass plate was used to transform the water molecule isolation membrane into its initial state. There was no other way. With a virus spore repelling membrane, the Tianxu Sangqiong already had 2 membrane components loaded on it, so one could only be unloaded first. The void membrane was a concealment component by default and was not included in this list. With the LV70 radiation resistance membrane, Song-Chi had no more concerns and directly controlled the battleship to rush into the enclosed space above his head, until the Tianxu Sangqiong was completely immersed in the enclosed space. Song-Chi, who was inside the battleship, did not feel any discomfort. At this point, he was completely relieved. With the help of the Tianxu Sangqiong, which was blessed by the power of the Market Lord, he officially approached the body of the god of hunting to refine it. Although it was just a corpse in fact, there were many things contained in the body of the god of hunting. For example, divine power, divinity, godhood, divine blood, etc., all of which have great effects. For example, divine power, which is transformed from the purest power of faith. If it is obtained by another god, these divine powers can be transformed into huge power of faith, which will benefit them greatly. Another example is divinity, which is transformed from the sole power of the gods. The master true spirit that Song-Chi urgently needs can also be extracted from it. While refining everything in the divine body, Song-Chi also divided part of his mind to look at the divine body of the god of hunting, hoping to find some extra gains from it. In this process, the most obvious thing is the blood-red spear emitting golden light in the right hand of the divine body. It was one of the two strange objects that the god of hunting took out before, after being killed by the Tianyu god killing cannon. This golden sanctuary quality spear has been tightly grasped in his hand. With his mind focused, the spear's strange properties emerged. Strange item, spear of blood. Quality, gold. Transformable, spear of blood. Note, a pseudo-divine weapon used by the god of hunting in the continent of gods before ascending to the throne. After being bathed in the blood of enough enemies and gods, and nurtured by divine power for nearly 100,000 years, it was transformed into a golden sacred object. Seeing that it could be transformed into a shipborne component, and it was a super main gun, Song-Chi was overjoyed, and the properties of its shipborne components quickly emerged in front of him. Blood Spear LV0 quality, gold. Features: if the target hit by the ship's gun is a flesh and blood creature, damage will be tripled. Feature 2, power increased by 190%. Feature 3, real shield break. Feature 4, blood judgment. Feature 5, weakness mark of the hunting god consumption, 800/shot, psionic points, attack, 290 charging, 30s, buffer 90s upgrade required, 40 floating land origin, level 0, for 1000 psionic points, 1 blood crystal, real shield break, omitted. Blood judgment, consume 100,000 psionic points, after 2 minutes of charging, condition a blood spear gathered by divine power, perform divine judgment on the designated unit, cooling time 720 hours. Hunting God's weakness mark. Consumes 100,000 psionic points, marks the fatal weakness of the designated unit. The next attack of any cannon of the mounted warship will definitely hit this weakness, will cause additional damage equal to that of the attack, and the cooldown time is constant at 1 year. Others are fine, they are considered standard attributes of a golden super main gun. Song-Chi is interested in characteristics 1 and 5. Characteristic 1. Each attack on flesh and blood creatures will receive triple damage, which undoubtedly greatly increases the damage of Blood Spear. As for the weakness mark of the hunting god, this characteristic is the best of the best, although it only causes equal secondary damage in its introduction. The key point is that it can be triggered by any attack of any cannon on the battleship. Just imagine, after marking this weakness, it directly activates the 9-layer purple sky world destroying tribulation thunder. Doesn't it mean that the enemy unit can be damaged by 2 consecutive 9-layer purple sky world destroying tribulation thunder at once? This alone is enough to make it a top quality characteristic. The 9-layered purple sky world destroying tribulation thunder feature was originally triggered by the temporarily transformed Star Destroyer cannon. Every activation can be considered a powerful killing move, not to mention that 2 rounds of 9-layered purple sky world destroying tribulation thunder act on the same unit. The scene can be imagined. Carefully taking the super main gun component from the right hand of the god of hunting, Song-Chi was not in a hurry to load it. There is currently only 1 super main gun slot on the Tianshu Sanqiong, and it has been loaded with a Wanling Destruction Bow, and the Tianming Si Nan Pan, Si Nan Shua Bin feature has just been used. In addition, the enhancement of this super main gun requires a rare resource called Blood Crystal, which he does not have at the moment. He once again divided his mind and drove the ethereal body that remained in the outside world to inform Pan Yuan to try to purchase the blood crystal in advance. Then Song-Chi began the subsequent refining work. Although it has been transferred to close-range refining, the time required has been greatly reduced. But it is not something that can be completed in 10 days or half a month. After more than 10 days, the ultra-long-range Space Gate random release platform completed the buffer again. Song-Chi did not cancel the market transaction, but let the master clone open it normally. As for the reason, it was naturally to stabilize the new moon tribe. It is obvious that the new moon mistress must have captured the spider silk mark of Spider Mother Rose, before. In order to avoid suspicion from the other party, the market transaction must be opened normally. This is to maintain the mysterious and powerful personality of Lord of the Market of all heavens, and to find out the final ownership of the incomplete crown of eternal night in advance. Chapter 504, Getting Rich. As he expected, after the market trading started, the 4th level night elf belonging to the Crescent Moon tribe entered the market at the fastest speed. After leaving the inn, the 4th level night elf went straight to the strange item exchange shop. When he saw the Eternal Night Gem placed under the Mother Chi Stone of all things, the night elf's eyes showed deep joy. The Eternal Night Gem was obtained by Song Chi himself from the Eternal Night Crown. Both sides knew it well, so under the instruction of the Crescent Moon Mistress, the 4th level night elf did not make any extra concealment. After withdrawing its sight from the Eternal Night Gem, it asked respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Lord of the Market, by order of the Mistress, when will the godhood and power of the God of Hunting be handed over?" High in the sky, inside the closed space that had long been actively covered by the power of domination, Song Chi thought about it and gave a concise reply, "No more than half a year." "Understood. Thank you, sir." After saying that, the 4th level night elf turned around and was about to return to the continent of gods to report the relevant situation to his mistress. At this time, a new line of law text appeared on the projection screen in the middle of the shop again. "The Eternal Night Crown is in the hands of your mistress?" Seeing this line of law text, the 4th level night elf was not surprised and nodded quickly. "Yes, my lord." Obviously, the new moon mistress had already given instructions. But this is reasonable, after all. It is something that cannot be concealed. As long as the incomplete Eternal Night Crown is in his hands, then this Eternal Night Gem cannot be avoided in any way, and he must take the initiative to seek a deal. Instead of hiding it, it is better to be straightforward. In the closed space, Song Chi's eyes were bright, but he did not ask any more questions. The continent of gods, the dark night forest in the southern part of the floating continent, the Crescent Moon tribe, the Elf Temple. So, the Lord of the Market of the Heavens was not affected by the cholera mark of the Spider Mother Rose at all. After hearing the narration of the 4th level Dark Night Elf, the Crescent Moon Mistress in the center of the temple spoke softly. It can be seen that a hint of deep surprise flashed in the depths of its crystal eyes. But it soon returned to calm. "If that's true, the strength of this Lord of the World Market may be far beyond our previous expectations." Beside the new moon mistress, there was a 6th level night elf elder with a solemn expression. Its words were agreed by many elders. "That's right. We thought that the other party was a peak level 7th level existence before. But now it seems that there is a high probability that his original body has entered the 8th level. And he is a great existence of the same price as the moon god. This can also explain why he was able to escape from the hands of the Spider Mother with just a projection." Just as the elders of the temple were discussing, the new moon mistress in the middle said in a serious tone, "Okay. No matter what the strength of the Lord of the World Market is, we need to consider now. There is only one thing in mind. What should we use as a bargaining chip to exchange the Eternal Night Gem from him? There are a few ordinary artifacts in our tribe's secret vault, but the value is too different from the Eternal Night Gem. He also knows that the Eternal Night Gem is a component of a Divine King weapon, so I'm afraid he won't give it up easily. How about taking out the 7th level Moon Spring?" As soon as this proposal was made, it was immediately strongly opposed by a large number of other night elf elders in the temple. "Absolutely not. The 7th level Moon Spring is the key to the succession of the mistress of my new moon tribe. It is related to the rise and fall, honor and disgrace of my new moon tribe. It must not be traded." "Yes. Absolutely not." Seeing that no one agreed, another elder tried to say, "How about, mistress?" asked the moon god. "With the current wealth of our tribe, it is basically impossible to exchange for the Eternal Night Gem." Hearing this suggestion, there was no objection in the temple. In the opinion of a night elf elder, even if the Eternal Night Gem is exchanged, it must be presented to the moon god. With their Crescent Moon tribe, they cannot hold a divine weapon. Seeing that almost all the elders agreed to this suggestion, the Crescent Moon Mistress did not object, but did not act immediately. She only said, "Let's talk about it later." After a fight with the Spider Mother, His Majesty the Moon God has cut off contact with me. It will take some time. In the Jutian market, time passed by, and seeing that the 4th level night elf had not returned, Song Chi also understood and knew that it would be impossible to trade during this market. Thinking of this, he didn't care at all, and continued to refine the hunting god's body in front of him with all his strength. Anyway, the thing was in his hand, and the other party should be anxious. Time passed, and 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, the closed space above the market was completely lifted, and the Tianxu Sangqiong, which was hovering in the sky, appeared, but the hunting god's body was gone. In the battleship's main control room, Song Qi held a storage capsule in his hand, which contained all his gains in the past 2 months. Over 2 months, through his full efforts in refining, the body of the god of hunting was completely refined. As for the final gains, they included 28 master true spirits, a 7th level peak godhead, a large 7th level blood power, a 7th level peak spiritual essence, and a drop of 7th level peak evil god blood. In addition, there was also a space wonder that flashed with silver light. It must be said that this was definitely a huge gain. Apart from anything else, the 28 master true spirits alone were already invaluable to Song Qi. During this period of time, he was very clear about the scarcity of the master's true spirit. The 28 master's true spirits in front of him were enough for him for a long time in the future. In addition, there was the drop of blood of the 7th level peak evil god. This drop of blood, which collected all the blood essence in the body of the hunting god, could be used as a drop of 7th level source blood, providing a promotion success rate of more than 10% for the dreadnought that attacked the Star Destroyer. But this was not its most important effect, and no dreadnought captain would be stupid enough to use the blood of the evil god as source blood. After all, 99% of the corpses of the overlords can be used to extract overlord-level source blood, but only the god-level Star Seed believers can extract the blood of the evil god. The most important effect of the evil god's blood is that it can be used as an additional promotion resource, which is different from the additional promotion resource of source blood. It is an additional promotion resource that can be used together with source blood. Regarding the use of this drop of 7th level peak evil god blood, Song Qi first thought of the Dinghai Longxiang. He has received news that the corpse of the overlord obtained from the three-eyed royal overlord flagship has been refined not long ago. In other words, now the ancestor Song Wujiang already has a drop of 7th level dominant blood in his hand. If this drop of 7th level evil god blood is added, these two alone can increase the promotion success rate of Dinghai Longxiang by more than 20%. If the special resource formula collected by the whole family is added, this is more than 30% of the promotion success rate. In addition, there is the blessing of Song Wujiang's space law, and a 6th level time realm fruit. It can be imagined that the promotion success rate of Dinghai Longxiang will reach a very amazing level. As for leaving it for Tianxu Sangqiong, this thought only stayed in his mind for a moment, and Song Qi quickly dispelled it. Tianxu Sangqiong still has a long way to go to be promoted to a Star Destroyer, and it may not be enough in the next 1,000 years. With such a long period of time, Song Qi has enough confidence to get another drop of evil god blood of the same level, or even higher quality. Therefore, this drop of evil god blood in front of him, using it on Dinghai Longxiang, is obviously much more cost-effective. Moreover, as long as the ancestor can be successfully promoted, the status of the entire Song family will also rise accordingly. As a core member of the Song family, Song Qi will also benefit from it. Apart from the above two, the most valuable one is the 7th level peak evil god essence. Song Qi has used this thing a lot before, which can greatly enhance the strength of the mind. However, he dare not use it now. After all, it comes from a 7th level peak evil god, with only the current 5th level mind strength. He is afraid that he can't bear it. Wait until the guidance technique breaks through the 6th level before absorbing it. It's too dangerous to absorb it directly now. After collecting several items that belonged to him, only the large group of divine power and the divine nature were left. These two have a great effect on the believers of the gods, but they don't have much effect on Song Qi. Swish! A sound of flying suddenly came from behind him, and the next moment, the miniature Hanwha snow python landed on Song Qi's shoulder. This little thing had broken through the 5th level in one fell swoop by collecting a large amount of faith power from the Holy Dragon continent, and has been staying at the 5th level for quite some time. Seeing it staring at the divine power without moving, Song Qi raised his eyebrows. It can be seen that the divine power of the god of hunting has a great attraction to the little guy. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qi separated 1/10 of the divine power from the whole group and threw it to the Hanwha snow python. From the beginning to the end, Only he knew how much divine power was extracted from the body of the god of hunting. Taking out 1/10 would not affect anything. What Song Chi cared about was whether the Hanwha snow python would have new changes after digesting this high-quality divine power, such as directly entering the 6th level. However, this will not produce results in a short period of time. The 5th level Cold Moon Snow Python is forcibly refining the power of faith that is one level higher. The speed is naturally not very fast. It has to be allowed to take its time. In addition to these, the only thing left is the silver quality Space Wonder. This thing is somewhat similar to the ship's secret realm, and it also has a closed space of 100 miles in length and width. Unlike the dead space that comes with the Void Beast's skin, this silver wonder called Dimensional Space Stone can provide normal survival for organisms like the Secret Realm space, but it does not have the Secret Realm's accelerated energy supply, nor does it have its own special resources. Well, to put it simply, it is a small treasury carried by the god of hunting. I had only taken a quick look before, but now that everything was done, Song Chi turned his attention back to it with a face full of anticipation. This is a small treasury carried by a 7th level peak evil god, although the number of items in it is far less than the treasure house of his kingdom of God. The quality should not be too bad. For a 5th level Shinhua captain like Song Chi, the temptation is still very high. With 3 parts of expectation and 7 parts of trepidation, Song Chi began to count the items in this Dimensional Space Stone. Silver Wonder, Gray El Scepter, 180 strands of 7th level Floating Land Origin. 10 strands of 8th level Floating Land Origin. Silver Wonder Arcane Robe. Items passed by one after another, and this process lasted for nearly an hour. At a certain moment, Song Chi finally completed the inventory of all the resources inside the Dimensional Space Stone. There were a total of 124 Star Sea Wonders, including 1 Golden Sanctuary component, 18 Silver Legendary Wonders, and 105 Red Epic Wonders. Several Floating Land Origins, including 10 strands of 8th level Floating Land Origins, 180 strands of 7th level Floating Land Origins, and more than 100,000 strands of 6th level Floating Land Origins. Several special materials, including 11 Master True Spirits, and 1 strand of Chaotic Energy. Song Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Although all these things are not as good as the many years of collection of the entire Jishin clan, for Song Chi, it is still an extremely exaggerated harvest. Counting the 11 newly discovered Master True Spirits from this Dimensional Space Stone, the number of Master True Spirits in his hands has reached 40, which is by no means a small number. In addition, although there are only more than 100 items, they are all red epic items at the lowest, and their value is also very high. Unfortunately, the only golden holy item is a special blood attribute crystal of law, which is useless to Song Chi. As for the 10 strands of the 8th level Floating Land Origin, Song Chi carefully kept them. When the Tianshu Sangqiong is upgraded to a dreadnought in the future, this thing will be the key to strengthening the parts to the 8th level. The most helpless point is that there is no titanium crystal among all the items. After acquiring so many Master True Spirits, Song Chi will definitely have to strengthen the warship. But he does not have much titanium crystal reserves. Although he had taken 30,000 from the Pan family before, and later exchanged 25,000 in the Star Tower Mall, he also strengthened many parts in the middle, which consumed a lot of them. With only the remaining ones in his hands, he could not strengthen too many parts to the 7th level. I can only go back to Longji Continent to take a look. I just happened to hand over the newly obtained drop of the 7th level peak evil god blood, including the wisp of chaos energy, to the ancestor. Recalling the Tianshu Sangqiong, Song Chi went back to Tai Bai's shop. Seeing that he had not yet purchased the blood crystal, he did not stay for long. He left Kong Ling behind and went directly through the market to return to Longji Continent, which was millions of light years away. Qingwei Manor, personal courtyard. Pushing open the door, Song Chi did not rush to Longji Mountain, but took out the Yabuang Star Order again, while contacting Tianlong to return the radiation resistance membrane parts. He also sent the properties of the special grade blood law crystal in his hand to the group chat. Number 32. Jingja, if you need anything, just contact me directly. After doing all this, Song Chi chatted with his parents for a while, and then summoned the warship to rush to Longji Mountain.